5K, but I mean, it's just trending down. You know, it's just selling off. It's bleeding. So
Oh yeah, as soon as it
don't want to
cracks
fight it
that,
anymore.
oh no, I'm out. But we gave it a go. It didn't work
Yeah.
out, and now we have to look for the next.
Yeah.
That's it.
I mean, I told myself I wouldn't even touch it, but so what my position was pretty speculative and small, so I'm not I'm not I'm not knocked by it at all. I'm just another lesson to listen to my conviction.
Yeah, at least this time I didn't lose any money. I still made a little bit, but you know, it's just the way it is. These weekend, I
As long as
usually never trade on the weekend anyway, so I kind of just took a whack and
yeah, well,
Yeah,
expected
the
too
weekends have
much.
just been like free shorts. It's like every weekend has just been just short the market. It's crazy.
yeah, there's only so long you can hold a short for though, so it's good to get in and out of a short. But
No, but like if every weekend on Friday, if I would have just like entered a short and then closed it
yeah,
on Sunday.
if though, we know that now. But for me as a leverage trader, I like to always constantly have the largest position I can have long in case it turns around and manage that position. And the higher your licks get, the worse it gets. But I still like to have a large position long. So,
Yeah, over longer periods of time, the market does generally go up. It just sucks. Like in times of turbulence, you know, it gets harder to hold stuff.
depends on your bias where you think we're going. But I still think we're in a bull market, so my bias is long.
Right.
And I'd rather hold a long to the moon than a short to the ground. So
Yeah, me too. It is easier for me to short, but I don't like to
yes.
hold on to them for longer periods of time because I make more money closing them and reopening them. That descending trend line from a couple days ago when I was pressing up against that and fighting it, I could have tried to short that, but I wasn't sure if it was going to break out or not. So it wasn't really there for me because like I wasn't super confident in it. Even though I had a feeling, oh hey, yeah, it's probably going to reject from here and come down. I didn't want to I didn't want to bet on it.
Yeah, I managed the trade until I didn't care about it. I was happy to sleep and put it down. So good. We gave it a whack.
Yeah. I woke up a little bit late, but I was hoping that if I had woke up earlier, I could see like, oh hey, like did it actually break through this level or not? And then I woke up and basically it was like, no, yeah, no, you didn't. You got stopped. So I gave a little bit back, but it's okay.
We gave every single opportunity a swing. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, exactly.
As long as you weren't putting the farm on it. I'd hope not.
I don't even have a farm to put on it.
Yeah, I don't have a farm. I mean, as long as you don't put your balcony on it.
Yeah.
I'm definitely not feeling FOMO at the moment. That's
No,
good.
but it
FOMO.
is good. It is a good time to buy stuff. I mean, I heard you guys talking earlier, saying like ETH, talking about ETH going to zero, and it's like, it's these are the times where it's like, yeah, you buy the dip and it just keeps dipping, but if you look back, if you don't buy and you look back, you probably regret not buying if you
Oh
don't.
yeah, this is a spot time where you would certainly be regretting.
No,
in my opinion.
I was being facetious. Like I keep buying ETH and Solana and everything is dipping, but it just seems like ETH just is dipping harder. And on the bounces, it's not bouncing as hard either. So it's like,
But if you're
it seems like
accumulating,
I'm putting the money. I should just be accumulating more Solana or other things, and ETH just seems like it's not the thing to accumulate anymore. Because I used to always accumulate ETH, and yeah, like it's had some great runs, but it seems like, you know,
I
yeah,
think
obviously
it's
in price
the
action.
news and the FOMO and everything. It's just hurting ETH's price. That's why it's so low. But I think it'll recover.
Not
To be
even
honest
ETH.
with
Like for example, like Sui also. Sui has held up so well. Like I keep buying these Sui dips, and yeah, it keeps dipping, but like at least it's like it recovers when we do get like a rally. It will rally. ETH doesn't even rally, man. It doesn't even rally.
that's because people are more hopium on Sui. A bit more speculation going on because it's newer.
Yeah, and if you got, I mean, if people are suppressing the price of ETH for the means of accumulation, then it's natural to like not see it rally. But there was times where I looked back and I was like, oh, well, why the hell wasn't I buying it there?
Guys, you remember
And
what Dbloc was showing yesterday with Ethereum and who's been acquiring it and the amount of
yeah,
Ethereum BlackRock has acquired in just the past couple weeks? It's tremendous.
yeah, it's ridiculous.
So they could
Yeah.
be the ones that are kind of keeping
Because
that
they're
price down so they can round it up as much as they possibly can before they drive it through the ceiling.
That's the only thing that makes sense. That it's been forcibly manipulated to be suppressed. That's the only thing that makes sense.
well, they did
Yeah,
it
I
with
mean, it
Bitcoin.
happens every day.
They did it with Bitcoin after the ETF. Long time after the ETF, it was suppressed because you'll find reserves getting dumped all over the place on exchanges. So to keep it down.
Yeah, the problem with with Bitcoin, why it was more difficult to actually hold it down is because of the supply. Like there's a fixed supply, so it's more difficult to manipulate the price down. Whereas like ETH, there's essentially like an endless supply. And
They did a good job. They did a good job at the beginning of 2024. Grayscale did a good job at dumping it on exchanges. They weren't holding it. They were dumping it like crazy.
yeah, I mean, Grayscale was definitely one of the biggest players at the time. I think BlackRock has some beat at this point, but they were probably up a lot of money,
Pretty sure BlackRock and Grayscale had some mutual friends there.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it.
Sure, someone knew each other.
Dude, that is true. Grayscale, I do remember that now going back to the ETF, Grayscale was dumping ETH at like insane amounts. Like it was just like they couldn't get rid of it. Like they were just like, get it out.
And BlackRock was buying at OTC and on from the miners and from other dark pools as well, while Grayscale was dumping it hard on exchanges. So the big guys can do whatever they want with this stuff. If the big guys didn't want crypto, it would all be to zero. So we are feeding off them. It's not a bad thing. It's just something you've got to be aware of, that all the TA and all the fundamentals, there are business people playing the game as well, and they are the hand that feed us. So
Yeah,
Did,
well, they
did you
also
guys see?
play off psychology too. It's like, so you kind of gotta try to see through the veil a little bit. Like there are times where it's like in the moment, it's like, oh, I bought the dip just keeps dipping. Why do I keep buying this stuff? It just keeps going down. Then you give it enough time, and you're like, you either end up being happy that you kept buying it, or you look back and you say, damn, like I really should have been buying more. Like I wish I bought more. Like but with most things, but some things you just keep buying, it just keeps going down and it does end up like becoming worthless, like with the lower market cap shitcoin that like doesn't really have much backing. That it can easily happen to something like that, but like a top 10 or a top 5 or top 3, it's much less likely. Not that it's impossible for it to happen, just that it's less likely.
I think it's easier for your mental if you think about it in a way. Especially if you're spot trading or DCAing. I mean, as long as you're not selling, you're not losing. If you're holding on to asset, there's a valuation on it. If it goes up, you gain. Like as long as you're not selling at a loss, you're still okay. It's when you sell at a loss is when you're actually losing. So that's why the DCA or spot trading is so it's so more comfortable. Is that as long as you're not selling your asset at a loss, you're okay. Just keep that in mind. If it helps you kind of like pull through with the mental anguish, if you're wondering if you're in the right direction or not, just keep that in mind.
Yeah, if it's something you believe in, then you want the prices to go lower. Something you believe in long term, because why not? It's getting cheaper. Eventually, yeah, you want it to go up. You don't want it to go down forever. Eventually, you want it to go up, but like as long as you have reason to believe that it will, then
yeah,
no
if you're
problem
not
buying it.
I came into crypto in 2021, and I was like all ETH and NFTs, and that's all I did was ETH and NFTs. So that's where like my belief in ETH has been. But maybe that's why when I said like it's going to zero, obviously it's not going to zero, but like maybe that belief is now like it's no longer
You're
valid.
losing you're losing confidence is what it is. It's okay. I mean, it's okay to kind of lose mental anguish, but like just bear in mind like we don't reinforce enough like the idea of like the big whales and the big investors. If it's something bad, I promise you they would not invest in it. But if you see that even though the prices are just dumping, but they're accumulating more, there's a reason for it. There's no way they'll throw billions away just on like on a hunch or something like that. There's a reason and a purpose for it, so
It's always darkest before the dawn. Like when mostly everyone loses faith in it and gives up on it. It's usually much closer to a bottom than like then the run is over.
It could be the 11th hour for ETH, but
you'll have your day.
Where
You'll
we
have your
at?
day. Just keep the confidence level up.
Morning.
Like
Morning.
mad? How you doing, mate?
Got some. All right, just checking out the scenery. Looking around, waking up. See a little action. See, I'm back to my entry on my ETH long yesterday.
Yeah, I got taken out of a Bitcoin trade. It kind of sucks. Today's been just a
I'm out.
down day.
I'm gonna stay in,
I didn't
and
choose
I'm
to get out.
leveraging, and I'm gonna hedge it with a short on a doo-doo coin called Tut, which I see is looking real stinky right now.
Tut.
Good. Tut is gonna hedge my ETH. So I can
Yeah, I
stay
think I'll
in.
probably just end up waiting.
I don't think ETH can budge 17. I doubt it.
Yeah, I
It
just
had to come down to like 15 to get me out. So I'm gonna play it, and then
was
I'm
checking.
about to go do a DCA day and back on that. And then that's where I'm at for Beam with a DCA today.
I was checking Twitter, and apparently like there's these two whales that hold 238 million ETH, whose liquidation levels were 1805 and 1787, and both 1805 was hit, earlier today, but 1787 was just hit below that.
They got him, or did he cover it?
I can't tell. I'm trying to find out, but I just have that Twitter post.
They probably have a short on Bitcoin. They're probably shorting Bitcoin hedge or something. When that pays out, they'll probably buy more ETH.
You don't put your liquidation at 1805 and you're a whale. That's just foolish.
It's a hedge.
It's got to be. Yep. Back to business as usual. You know what? I don't give a damn. Keep this up, please. Do it for another 2 months. I just keep accumulating more and more and more. The longer, the better. So we play it out at the end. I don't want to pay higher prices on DCAs. Even though you don't like the way I DCA, but that's fine. I think I'm a DCA at high prices. I'm not.
Your strategy at the moment is paying off, so I got no comment. I don't like or dislike anything you do, Emad. I mean, I do like everything you do. What am I talking about?
Well, it's not dislike. It's just we had a discussion the other day about me not DCAing. I went on a 10-day streak of no DCAs.
Yeah, I'm just trying to keep it real, Emad. That's all, just to make sure you keep your strategy in check. But
and
what
I
you
was
did,
complaining, and I was whining and complaining that I couldn't.
Yeah, you're right now, which is a good thing. I was just keeping it real.
Yes, sir.
Keep my brothers in check.
So I just needed to keep up.
Patience is super valuable in this market.
They say check yourself before you wreck yourself. That's what they say.
The only people that want
do
to
say
run
that.
up right now is people that are pretty much like all in. If you're all in, okay, you wanted to run. If you're just accumulating and DCA, no, you don't.
What does all in mean anyway? What does that even mean?
It means you put all your funds in. You don't have any.
You're never going to have any. You never have any more money again. That's sad. You should never do that.
You don't have. You put all your money in and you're ready to go.
Your kids' money, your parents' money, your brothers and sisters' money, all in.
Whatever you had to put into it.
I just wonder what all in means.
Pretty much it, dude. You got it.
Depends on
you nailed it, boy.
Depends what you're all in. It's different for different people. How extreme are you?
I'm usually 500% in.
Oh, okay. Now we're joking.
No, I'm not. I just wonder what all in means. On a poker table, it means you're all in for the night, but
100% is 100%, bro. You can't go over 100% in. Don't know what to tell you.
You can in leverage.
That's still 100%.
Leverage is 500% in.
No, it might feel like 500%, but you're giving it 100% effort.
No, it's not. If you have more funds to keep on doing plays, you're not all in.
If you're borrowing 4 times as much money as you have in there, that's when you could support 5x. But if you're putting all your money in, that's 100%. Was 500%.
If I take all of my money, if I put all of my money and go 5x, I'm 500% in.
You're all in if you did that and you got liquidated and you can't do nothing afterwards.
He means
you're also 500% more at risk.
Not only his money, but somebody else's money in too.
Yes, sir.
Well,
and my credit card. I took credit card out and then put it on 500x.
To me, that sounds like 50% effort. Was 500% dream.
This is not financial advice, guys.
Do not do that. Definitely do not take your credit cards and put it on any crypto. Very bad idea. Very, very bad idea. I'm just trying to work out what all in means.
Are you allowed to really do that? Because we're not.
Well, you can always do an over. No, I'm not going to give anyone bad advice or any bad thoughts or patterns or behaviors, but do not do any of that bad behavior.
I could figure out some tricks with credit cards too. Go there.
It's a very bad idea.
I could go to my merch store and just buy my own stuff with my credit cards.
I don't like credit cards.
You guys can get approved for a credit card?
But I'm loaded with credit cards.
I had 6 of them.
I have 11.
I got 12.
I hold them for years and I never cut them in half.
Did you guys hear what? Did you guys hear what Robinhood is planning to do for their traders? They're planning to make a new like system account. I just saw it in the news
What?
yesterday.
What's that?
It's some sort of leverage account where they allow you to have a credit line of so much.
That's margin.
Yeah, I don't know exactly the details because it was a short video, but there was an explanation. You should look it up. Something Robinhood is trying to do to get themselves back in the market.
No, I heard Robinhood is delivering cash.
Yeah, that was the other thing they were talking about too, is cash delivery.
Dude, imagine like a postman or whatever delivering like wads of cash. They're just gonna get like robbed at gunpoint.
Yeah, so I don't know what the hell that's about, to be honest with you.
Ain't
But
doing that where I'm at.
The crazy thing is, cash delivery is actually a thing in foreign countries like Vietnam, China, stuff like that. Like cash delivery is actually a service.
They're pretty sure they have machine guns with them when they come, though.
I've met and seen people that deliver cash. Like, I've worked for companies where they deliver cash. Like, it's they have guns. Like, they're armed.
Yeah, they have like armored vehicles, right? Like those giant tank.
Yeah, the vehicles are like, it's like an armored truck, and then.
You know why they're doing it? Because the armored trucks have been robbed too much, so they can't deliver as much to the ATMs anymore. They keep getting robbed, so they have to do it in smaller amounts, and they'll do it with bigger guns in smaller amounts.
I mean, I go visit Vietnam, and when I do cash delivery, it's actually not that complex. they kind of like tell you to go out to this location. You meet them out there. You need to verify your identity. And they just hand you the cash. It's not that complex. But then again, it's Vietnam, so I can't really.
You can't always tell that there's money inside of the truck, but I mean, once they get out, like, I mean, there's guys. Even it depends on what area you're in, how risky they are about it. But like, even in the smallest, like, nicest city, or smallest, nicest town where there's no crime, they still have guns.
I'm going to Vietnam after July, man. I haven't been to Vietnam yet. Can't wait. I cannot wait.
When was the last time you went?
I've wanted to go to Vietnam since I was my best friend when I was a teenager, but I've been to 28 countries and I still have not made it to Vietnam.
It's beautiful. I'll be honest.
I know it is. I know how beautiful it is, man. I am dead set going, bro.
You won't feel like you're away from home. You definitely feel, especially with the big cities. It's just as much as.
I pretty much grew up in Vietnam, where I live, man. Vietnamese everywhere, like restaurants, and all my friends are Vietnamese. I spend most of my time at the Vietnamese restaurant.
We're getting a crazy pump right now on Bitcoin, by the way.
Big buys.
Hey, big buys coming in on ETH.
Yeah, ETH is coming in.
Whatever I was down got split in half.
That's why I want to go. It's a bit more peaceful than other places in Asia I've been as well. So I'll be looking forward to it, my friend.
Yeah, I hope you have a great time, man.
I will. I might not come
Robbery
back.
is still a thing, so like keep your bling kind of hidden. Like
I've traveled to Africa, bro.
Always watch your back, and always keep like backpacks or stuff like in front of you if you can. Like if you're walking around, don't wear your backpack on your back. Like wear it in the front. Like a lot of people don't like take that for granted, but you have more access and control of it. And so yeah, I mean, it's third world country. Anywhere could be dangerous.
Traveling,
Be alert.
I just get my passport in a little safe.
Just keep in mind, like you're traveling, so you're in a country that's not it's foreign land to you. You don't know, the rules and regulations there. So it's just you're there to enjoy. Just always remember that you're there to enjoy yourself. So do whatever it is to keep yourself safe. This is my recommendation. But it's beautiful. I mean, it's really beautiful back there.
Yes, sir. That's that safety checklist when you go to any country. Remember not to be silly and keep yourself secure. But yeah, so anywhere you go.
I'm buying beans. Why?
I'm not a spot trader.
Fine, you gotta do it.
Nah,
I,
I'll never go back to spot.
I don't understand you guys that want to do only one thing. Why not do it all?
Because I've got to hold spot, and I don't like holding.
You just take the 20% off the top on the brips. When Dbloc is showing you the target threes.
Yeah, what's the difference? Perpetuals, I can go short, I can go long unless I'm holding or I'm putting it in a cold wallet. What's the difference? Depends whatever you want to do. I'm just not a spot trader anymore.
And then you run over to futures and then you put a short in when you do that.
I like to buy and sell contracts.
Yeah. So be it. I'm down with both.
Hey, Fly, you said you traveled to quite a bit of countries.
Yeah.
Have you been to Japan?
No, I haven't been to Japan. I would like to go see in the country and stuff. I've got no interest to go into Tokyo really. I don't like big cities anymore. I've done too many. I'd like to see New York. Yeah, Tokyo would be one of the big cities I would like to see, but I prefer to get out into the country of cities and the culture and the people rather than the big cities.
Are you a big eater? Are you a big fan of food?
Oh yes, sir, I am.
You're gonna definitely enjoy Vietnam for sure.
Beef noodle soup and pho I eat every day, banh mi roll, and then combination rice, broken rice. I eat it every day.
Oh, they make it different back there though.
Yeah, they do, but like I said, I grew up with a lot of Vietnamese families that came off the boat. My friend's mum used to own a restaurant, and I used to eat at their house. So, and my restaurant just across the road is
What's
probably
noodles?
like hocking noodles with beef broth and rare beef.
I like my phone.
I like Vietnamese beef noodle soup. It's my favorite
noodles.
food. No,
See-through ones.
If you have some pork and maybe stir fry and stuff, but nah, it's got to be the fresh fat noodles, man.
Oh, okay. Egg.
I don't want to be incorrect here, but I'm pretty sure it's like the hocking noodles from the Chinese. You get it, the fresh ones in the bag. They're fat. But I like rice noodles if it's with depending, like you have that in your cold rolls and you have it with some pork or something and maybe stir fry, depending how you like it. But yeah, those clear egg rice noodles, they're okay. They're good in certain things. I like them in cold rolls.
Yeah, I loaded up with a bunch of bean sprouts, mint,
coriander.
I put all that stuff, all loaded up with hot sauce, and a little soy sauce. I got a place I go to.
Oyster sauce, soy sauce, sweet chili sauce, vinegar. Delicious.
And wonton. The wontons are good too, isn't it? Damn, I need to get some. I haven't been there in a while. I've been cheaping out and just making my own out of ramen noodles.
If I eat out, it's usually soup because I don't like making that at home. It takes too long. My boss runs it 24/7.
I get the shrimp ramen noodles and I just soup it up. Cheap. I like them.
Yeah, I like all food, man, but Vietnamese is my favorite.
Yeah. Talking about ramen noodles, like you don't have to eat it in a broth style. Like there's actually like cool like trick meals that you can make where you just you cook the noodles in water just to get it soft, and then you can stir fry it. You can stir fry it and make like kind of like a lo mein style meal too. It's pretty good.
Yeah. I also seen some weirdos that eat it hard.
That's awesome. You put the flavor on there and you eat it out of the packet like a kid at school.
Hell nah.
Bruh, don't you get like stomach issues if you do that too much?
No, it's actually a delicacy.
We did it.
It's like eating chips. It's the noodles actually already cooked. It's already actually cooked, and then they use a manufacturing method to dry it out. But the noodles itself is actually already cooked.
We used to do it as a kid, man. The ramen packets, you crush them up, put the seasoning, bro. And I stopped doing it because I thought I was jacking my stomach up.
They do it in other countries all the time. It's like eating chips. It's no different. It's just kind of like ghetto style chips.
We did it all the time. The one that I thought was questionable was some cats would eat raw hot dogs, but I guess they're not really raw. But yeah, that was weird.
The noodles are usually okay for you. It's those packets of seasoning that contain the MSG or the monosodium glutamate that usually wreck people's stomachs. So if you were just
it is. It's the packet. It's the seasoned packet. That's what it does. If you don't cook it out is what causes you the stomach issue.
So I was right, or was I wrong?
Yeah, it was the packets though. So if you just ate it plain, it wouldn't have hurt your stomach. But you put in those packets of like the seasoning in there is what was wrecking you.
Yeah.
That was the whole point, was the seasoning.
Hey guys, what's up? I hear you. I was kind of an expert on ramen noodles in Japan. I went so bankrupt that for 2 years I only ate one cup of soup a day.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was pretty bad. Someone stole $750,000 worth of consigned furniture from me. We've done tons of business, antique furniture. You come in with a tractor trailer. And he just disappeared in North Carolina. Everybody was looking for him. And I had to pay back all those people. They were like, you know what? It happened. We'll give you enough to keep selling, etc. You just have to live off nothing for a while. And that took me 2 years to pay everyone back $750,000. And they would come by once in a while and bring me, some food and stuff like that. It was like, hey, you're working to pay back everyone. Normally you just declare bankruptcy. Just say, well, screw it. Hey,
Clive, you're a good man.
Go ahead.
Okay, you're a good man. Just want you to know that, man. You're a good
man.
A lot of business owners, they would have filed bankruptcy and just screwed everyone over. But you're a good man.
Said the same
I appreciate you, bro.
But these were 20 to 50 different consigners, and they're like, you know what? We buy $100,000 every week from auctions and stuff like that, and we don't want to sit in the shop and sell. I mean, we would sell on a given weekend $200,000-$300,000 worth of furniture, and they were like, we don't want to stop this. You've done very well for us for 5 years. You know what? It happened. You could move out of here. And what do we do? This is 40. The warehouse was 200,000 square feet of antique furniture from all states, etc. And these guys are like, if we have to work it ourselves, we don't want to do that. We want to go out to the auctions and bid and buy and turn over, etc. You've never cheated us of $1. We want $200 for it. Whatever you get for over that, it's yours. But it was tough. It was really tough. It made me think, do I really want to do this? But I couldn't do it. I couldn't let them down. I mean, the same with my family. 20 of us, I've managed it for 35 years and it's paid very well. And they're very patient with me. Some days they lose 5% of their folio and they're like, you know what? It's 5%. You've made us 2,000% on our money over 35 years. So what can we say? We don't want to do it. And we don't want the bank doing it. It just happened you were talking about ramen noodles and stuff like that, so I thought I'd chime in. Market, I'm still going to make the same statement. I don't think we'll see. I said first of last month that we would not hit 75K. I don't think we're going to hit it again. Reservation April 4th. I will solidify that opinion. What happens April 4th in, 5 days? That's going to be the key. If Trump
Monday.
Huh?
What do you think is going to happen Monday?
Hey, why April 4th? What's going on April 1st?
On the tariffs. There's supposedly some on April 1st. that Trump kind of like, really, I'd rather move it to April 2nd. You know, people won't think it's an April Fool's joke. The 2nd and the 4th on auto, steel, and I think autos is way down the line of when that deadline is going to come about. But he did say one thing, and this was a nuance that most people caught that are analysts, etc. He called the prime minister of, I don't know if it's Toronto or Canada or whatever it was. He called him prime minister before he called him governor, which was a major slight. You don't call the prime minister governor. So
Trudeau.
did that a few days. Yeah, he did that a few days ago. And when he said prime minister, everyone knew. Okay, and it wasn't a slip of the tongue. You know, most of what he has out there, they'll debrief him, and you can say this, and you can joke about that, and you can do this, but this is really what you cannot say. You cannot say these things. Okay.
Yeah, you know what's interesting about that? That call that he had with the Prime Minister of Canada happened like right as the market was like closing on Friday. And it sounded like good news, but then as soon as the market closed, even off of that news, we still fell even more.
Right. Well, we sell on Friday. You know, I sell on Friday. I close my positions around 2 hours before the market closes. I'll still be trading, and then the last hour I start selling heavy, and then the last 15 minutes is imbalances. If imbalances are way out of whack, that they have to the hedge funds, et cetera, have to consolidate positions or buy up positions, et cetera, and then you have to be out. You cannot let it expire to 10 minutes before closing. That's just a rule. You cannot keep any open positions over the weekend. Period.
Hey, there's price action right now.
When did that change though? Because I remember like last year, it was like, was it last year? It was like towards the end of close. Sometimes the market would just rip.
Yeah, yeah. If suddenly something goes down too far, everyone's going to take advantage of it. Those that don't have to close their positions, if you're given, let's say, as an analyst, back in the day, they would give you $1 million. Okay, and it's like okay, and the BSDs, okay, big swinging dicks is what it was called, would come in and they would have 100 times more than you would have, and they'd send you out on the trading floor, and you'd be better. Go ahead. They'd send you out on the trading floor with your little million, 2 million, 10 million, and these guys just decimate you. You know, and it's like, and remember, the trading floor used to be live. You know, 1,000 people in a pit bidding gold and silver and foreign exchanges with currencies, forex, et cetera. That was all live on the trading floor. And I remember seeing signals of how they did it. You know, thumb up, thumb down with 4 fingers extended, et cetera, et cetera. You know, and the guy in the middle's going through 100 people taking their signals. Okay, sold, buy, sell, sold. You know, it was a totally different atmosphere than it is now. Okay, that's pretty much what I had to say. Go ahead, over.
I was just laughing at it. What you called them?
I thought BSDs
big
technically
buys coming in. The EMAs are crossing, by the way. Okay, just heads up.
Yeah, I already bought.
Yeah. On the 5-minute, you'll see the 5 and the 13 are already crossed, and now the 5 and the 50s crossing right now. Usually, from what Dbloc says, it's a momentum change when that happens.
It can be a breakout, but
yeah, it needs to
on
close.
The 5 minute.
Yeah,
can you see that happening on the higher time frames? Otherwise, it's just a small little blip of recovery. It's a bit more substantial on the. It's a short-term play, unless you're seeing something like that on the higher time frames.
I'm gonna stay in this ETH long, hit them targets, close them out, send it in the spot.
I think we missed those trading floor days, all the chaos on the floor and all the banter. So,
were you involved in it?
My sister used to. Well, she was the personal assistant to the guy head of Lloyd's Bank in London.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah, I've heard some pretty wild stories from my sister,
Oh, yeah.
and the girls hear more of the stories than the boys. So,
Oh, of course.
yeah, they wanted her to stay there, but she used to work for Visa International, and then Lloyd's Bank, and then yeah, she was responsible for carting all the paper around everywhere on the trading days. Yeah, but yeah, I've heard a few stories about the IT. Like I said, the girls hear more stories than the boys, so it's wild. But that was at the end of it all. Yeah.
Anybody in
Yeah,
Ethereum?
COVID killed it all. That's when my brother got hired. Is like I've told the story again and again and again. He went on vacation. They fired all the IT department, moved it overseas overnight,
At
and
Lloyd's?
planning it.
At Lloyd's?
No. It's NASDAQ.
Yeah.
He's head of IT for NASDAQ.
Yeah, I know. I thought him. Yeah, I just misheard you. That's all.
Yeah, it was NASDAQ. And yeah, basically COVID killed it all. That was the final straw.
Yeah, that makes sense. There wasn't much left of it anyway. That would have been the straw that broke the camel's back there. Yeah. The trading's all done differently now because we've got the tools at home, so it's just everywhere. Like even the big trading rooms, private companies have all sort of disappeared now as well.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't be a PEF without it.
Yeah.
I almost had my biggest margin call in a decade the other day. Oh my God, it came so close. So like, oh my God, no, please. I don't want to liquidate.
I think this channel gets pretty wild sometimes, but it's probably nothing compared to the trading floors. It's probably nothing.
No, yeah. I mean, you're talking egos the size of Hercules.
Yeah.
And the power back. They, you know, I've heard stories of a guy going in a bar and like, you know, explaining to somebody, you know, hey, I've got a company worth $70 million, and the guy turns to him, hey, you want to flip a coin for it?
Yeah.
Double or nothing. Right. There's always someone smarter, bigger, etc. than you everywhere you turn.
Hey, Clive. Oh, sorry. What do you think of all this like extreme doom and gloom about the stock market?
Well, it's the other channel. The other channel is doing through the nuclear aspect of it, and like if it happens, it happens. You know, there's nothing we can do to prevent it, but you can prepare for it. You know, it's always a possibility. Now, most of us are day traders. You know, we're like the first 2 hours, the last 2 hours of market. We don't have that much money that we're going to make any influence. Now, it's just about preparedness. Is the market going to go down 80% in the next week? No. Is it going to, you know, there's just too much. There's too much at stake. There's too many people with big, I mean, there's BlackRocks. They can totally prevent it. Now, will they capitulate as well at some point? Of course they will. But you know what? If that happens, we go back to ramen noodles.
Isn't trading more important? This skill's more important if that happens for us, if we're day traders.
Of course.
It's even more important to have this skill because it's like, yeah, it's even more important.
We're an offshoot, though. I mean, we are so small. It's just insanely small. It doesn't. What we do has no influence on the market. We're pleased on a dog's tail.
For us,
I don't care how much money you have. You're not in here if you have that much money.
No, I know. I've been to the Grand Casino before. I know how insignificant I am.
I mean, $5,000, $10,000 a pull jackpots or crap slot machines.
No, Grand Casino million.
They're meant. The casino really doesn't want you to play those. They want the tourists to go past on $1,000 pull and say, you know, I'm up 35. Yeah,
I'm talking private rooms where you can't even get in unless you have $1 million cash on hand.
Oh, you can't get it
in Monaco.
$1 million is nothing.
You can't. It's like a minimum. That's like a minimum put on the table.
Yeah, it is. I played in those games. Baccarat is what I play.
Yeah, I've seen the yachts. Don't worry. These people are.
Yeah, the biggest bet I made in poker was 5 million.
Yep.
Hell yeah.
And we're still poor. We're still insignificant compared to the large equity banks, the firms. But
the richest man in the world is not Elon Musk. He's not even close to the richest man in the world.
Yeah.
Who do you got?
The Saudis. They don't have to disclose anything. The Saudis, all the Saudis.
The Saudis run everything.
Yeah,
you know they do.
Okay, what's the biggest company in the world, cash wise? It ain't American.
Berkshire Hathaway?
No, not even close.
Exxon Valdez.
Well, listen, 10 times bigger than BlackRock.
Shell or Exxon Valdez? I don't know.
Close. It's
what happened?
It's Aramco.
Yeah.
You know, Aramco, or actually, I was over there, and I've told the story again and again, in Ras Tanura and Juema, and you know, when the king was coming through, we were doing tech analysis and documentation work, etc. So we were writing out schedules for how to shut down a pump valve, etc., etc. And these were instruction manuals that Saudis had to read, and you know, we were eventually giving it out. After World War II, the King of Saudi Arabia sent his son to Harvard, and his son came back and he said, "Dad, they are just ripping us off. It's insane." And so it was the American Oil Company that was over there. And so the Saudis bought controlling interest, and it became the American Saudi Company. Then it became Saudi Arabia Company, the Saudi Oil Company. And when the king was coming through, it was a length of road of about 10 miles, 10 or 20 miles. They had soldiers every 10 feet as his cavalcade went through. He came into the control room. We were in a room, and they hid all of us into a side room and said, "Do not come out of here." And they put all the Saudis in charge of the monitoring of the oil pump systems. And we told the Saudis, "Do not touch a single button. Do not move a single dial. Do not look at anything." And the king came in. He, blah, da, 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 da. He left, and the Saudis went back to doing what they do. So he knows that's going on. But for a 10-mile or 20-mile road, there was a soldier every 10 feet. Incredible power.
When you say richest person in the world, do we have to say person? Why can't we say family?
It is noted as family. They are multi-billionaires. There's probably about 1,000 of them that are worth at least 10 billion.
Yo, but Berkshire, Warren Buffett's company has a lot of cash. They sold most of their stuff the last couple of years.
The Apple.
Mainly Apple, yeah.
Yeah, I've owned Berkshire and I've said this before, since 1991. And I've bought 8 shares, and 8 more shares, and I've never sold a single one. And it's gone from 11,000 to just under 800,000.
That's a win.
It is a win.
What about Rothschild family?
That's a totally different era. Yeah, not anymore. I knew the Mars fortune. She lived down the street from me, and she was, just insane. A DuPont, of course, et cetera, et cetera. But those are dynasties.
I was gonna say, what about individual? What's the richest individual? And a lot of people like to say Putin.
It's got to be a Saudi person. Period. Elon's not even close. Elon just lost $100 billion. Now remember, it's all based on his Tesla stock. He borrowed the money against it. He said he didn't even borrow the money. He just said, "Hey, give me this money, and I'll put up my shares, but I'll still retain ownership of them." I'm really just kind of he's kind of borrowing. He's kind of not borrowing. He's hedging it.
What do you think is of the Tesla stock right now?
Hold on, just a second. Hold on.
What? I think, did he cut out?
And he's gone.
Maybe he should have had Starlink.
I remember him saying, $50.
What? Wow.
Tesla down to 50?
I believe that's what he said. I think a couple
Clive
days
said
ago.
that?
Yeah,
Clive said
Clyde.
that?
Yes, Clyde. Yeah. Sorry about that.
Oh,
I can see
man.
that. If they have
Are you
if they have
sure?
a bad if they have a bad earnings report, and then with all this like negative
Walking.
press that we're getting, I can see that.
I mean, I'm not saying
For
it's
real?
Talking about
Tesla down to
the house of
$50?
Sod.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah.
You were talking about the house of Sod.
Yeah, well, you guys were talking about Tesla. Okay, so what is my projection on Tesla? Currently, okay, so starting off, when it hit 300, I made a $10,000 bet with another guy that it would hit 250 before it hit 350. I won that bet. Okay, then it got down to let me make sure I've got this number right. It was 225 as what it was about as low as it got, and now it's pumped back up. Mainly, it just they're not. They've lost 50% of the sales. Okay, in all of Europe, he's down while every other manufacturer is up. He's just brought hell down on his person. Just a huge move. And supposedly his contract is over and he's supposed to leave. And he says, "I saved the government $1 trillion." Well, no, yeah, well, time will tell. But right now, it's currently trading at about 280 something, if I remember correctly.
I think it might have gone down to 260 on
263.
Friday.
I see 263 right now.
175 within 2 months.
Yeah, I can see that. And Tesla was always like an overvalued company, like to begin with, right?
It's the most overvalued. I think there's one other company out there. And let me tell you about it, overvalue. I own a $100 trillion, what's the name of it? The country, Zimbabwe dollars. I own a $100 trillion note. You know what it's worth? 0.
5 cents.
No, it's not even worth 5 cents. No. You would need a quadrillion dollars note, which, now was it a quadrillion? I'm sorry, it was 100 trillion.
I'll give you 5 cents for it. I'll give you 5 cents for it.
You paid $850 for it, so that's not going to happen.
No, you can post it to me. I'll pay the free postage and plus 5 cents. So it's worth.
It trades for $850.
I'll
It's a
give you
collector.
1,000.
Okay, that I do.
Australian dollars or US?
US, of course.
Oh no, I'm out.
Australia doesn't have any dollars. I'm teasing.
I'm teasing you too.
Unfortunately, I just take the aspect that California County has more economic worth than Canada. I'm sorry, than Australia. It's ranked 19th among countries, and it's just a fact. It's not a value statement. It just is what it is. Oh, I meant to ask you this one question. Were you around when the bridge between one part of Australia, another, was shut down, and the detour was thousands and thousands of miles?
Well, Sydney Harbour Bridge got closed, did it?
Right. Is that the one that then you had to go all the way around Australia to get to the other side?
Yeah, but I don't live in Sydney, but it would have to be Sydney Harbour.
No one's going to try. I think the circumference is 9,000 miles. And nobody did it, obviously. But can you imagine what working?
That's not true. That story's not true.
No? Okay.
If you're talking about a bridge, there's only there's dirt highways, but there's no water bridges or anything of that significance in Australia.
I'll have to. I'll get back to you on it. I just briefly
talking about the bridge at the Sydney Harbour that you can walk over the top and stuff.
It's a long way around if you don't go on ferry. If you don't have that bridge, you don't have to go all around Australia, just around
exactly.
Sydney.
Yeah. If you wanted to drive from, and there was other solutions. Obviously, nobody took that route, but it was a comic type thing that happened.
Yeah. That's just Sydney Harbour Bridge.
Yeah. Okay, I thought so.
Yeah.
I was in another discussion group where they were that America's going to attack Greenland, and oh my God, do you realize there's only 54,000 people there?
Yes, I do know that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You said,
the new Canada Prime Minister is definitely more aligned with the US now. It's a huge shift in alignment. So, but you know, Trump.
Maybe we'll see. They did say that. Make one statement was, we can no longer. It wasn't that we can't trust America. We can no longer 100% rely on America. And that's a big statement for a country to come out with.
Well, we've got our submarine and military agreements that we can't rely on anymore. AUKUS as well.
Right.
I think it's $800 billion agreement being renegotiated. We already renegotiated and cancelled France subs, so this will be the second time. But the thing is people are trying to figure out. There's actually a new deal between Australia and Canada for the largest submarine sonar system, $6 billion or something like that. They're going to be building so they can trace subs. It's the largest military contract of some significance. I can't remember, but yeah, a radar system that's going to be tracking subs. It's just that we have to decide that having certain assets are not going to be as valuable as we thought. Again, we can't predict, and things are changing very quickly with drones and subs and sonar.
Yeah, the day before World War II, there was a little 2-man sub outside in Pearl Harbor was observing anything. We didn't know about it. Times change. The fortunate thing is we have access to more information faster than we ever had before.
Information's it's the only way to save people is information. More information. I was worried about AI, but it's still giving us more information, so it seems to be better than bad. So there you go. There's another win for information.
Right.
Clive, how are you preparing for like a possible, I guess, stock market downturn, or I don't know if you would say crash?
Noodles, I guess.
Been selling. I'm taking far less trades. Everything I sold a week to 4 days ago has all gone down. I saved myself about 11%. I closed out my Walmart positions. I'm heavy on NVIDIA. I will stay on NVIDIA until it hits 260, which will probably be within 2 years, and 640 within 5.
Oh.
Smart man.
So you're already prepared.
I hope so. I don't know. I don't know. I could be totally wrong. I mean, how you remember last week I came on here, did a morning call, came back half an hour later. Everything I said is wrong. 100%. I didn't say one word that came true. Period. But I don't take bipolar positions. If it hits 200, let's say something's at 150. If it hits 200, then the market's going to rip. But if it hits 125, the market's going to tank. Like, okay, yeah. So you can say I called it. I don't do that. I take one position or the other. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. And believe me, I'm wrong all the time. I'm very rarely right.
I mean, you've already prepared yourself for a possible
I hope
large
so.
market downturn.
Yep. Anything can take you by surprise.
Yep.
I mean, that first 30 minutes is a roller coaster. I mean, I see numbers flipping in the 7 digits back and forth. But again, that's just a 3 to 5% move. Now, it doesn't matter how much it is. It's what percentage. It matters what percentage it is. Dollar-wise, it doesn't matter. The person with $10,000 is just as hard hit as someone with $2 million, 10 million, 100 million.
Look at Fartcoin.
My mom always held all of her stocks through everything. Like in 2008, she's held through the entire thing. Well, I guess there was no warning in that case.
Yeah.
He's a big vulnerable.
But she wasn't a trader, so she was like a long-term investor.
75% of Americans have their assets in an IRA. they don't control it, and they don't even watch it. You know, I talked to general managers of Domino's, and the vice president was there at our store just a few months ago. We had an what is that called for Down syndrome kids? Anyway, he was in our store. What a sweet kid. You know,
Autism?
I think it was Down syndrome. Make a Wish Foundation. We contribute $11 million a year to that, or no, $100 million a year to that. But you know, it's just I talked to many people in Domino's, fairly high up the chain, because our GM is well known. He just runs a really nice store, and he's been there 30 years. But that being said, they're all the same way. You know, it's like we can only prepare for what we can prepare for.
It worked out for her in the long run, but
Sure.
yeah, it took like, you know, half her life, or yeah, it took a very long time.
Yeah, it did. My father was. That's actually how I got started. Was his IRA, etc. He was down $800,000 in like 6 months, and he's like, my son, my 14-year-old can do a better job than this. He gave it to me.
Whoa.
Like, okay, Dad. And then the rest of the family just started tuning in. It's like, you know, that we're getting 10% a year. You know, we're getting 12, 14, 16, 18, 20% per year. And it's like, okay, let him do it. They're up at that 10,000%, 1,000% over the last decade.
That's a high rate of return.
It is. It is. It's been very selective, and it's happened at a convenient time. I didn't have to put up any money myself, so I get 5%. And when you cross 20 people, it becomes less painful. I've had 3 or 4 of them that got a little hesitant with me, and I'm like, okay, you want out? Okay, I cash out on the quarters. Okay, I will sell everything you have right now and pay you on the quarter. After that, when we consolidate our books every quarter. Well, okay.
So Clive, can I ask
none of them are losing, you know, none of them are losing. They probably built 10 houses for what I've made them over the last 20 years.
Can I ask you something, Clive? Can you foresee a point in the near future where people have an appetite for risk, or are we probably just going to be heading into a more conservative outlook?
My generation is dying out. You know, I'm 70. I'm the last of the baby boomers. It's hard to say to a 25-year-old, what are you going to be doing in 20 years? They don't know.
I'm talking the next 5 years. Do you see a risk on appetite in the next 5 years?
No.
Yeah, I think we're going more conservative over the next 5 years, because I don't really see any market where unless there's some medical boom.
Medical boom could be it.
Yeah.
Cybernetics could change everything, where basically if you could instantly increase your brain power by 100 or 1,000%, I'd line up for it, obviously. But so would everybody else.
My brain or your brain?
Anybody's brain.
Oh, okay.
And if you could take a pill and it would increase basically your IQ. And I don't think the IQ test is a very valid one, but everyone has opinions.
I dislike the IQ test personally. Yeah. I have personal dislikes on it.
Yeah, I first scored 88 on it, and they looked at me like, you're in the 4th grade at 8 years old. We almost held you back for cursive writing. How could you score an 88? And it turned out that I'd skipped a question, and so every answer was to the previous question.
IQ test is it's almost useless, to be honest. But anyway, that's another discussion. I could go into that one.
And it's the best they had, but it was very white oriented. It was very bias oriented, etc. You know, there's pros and cons, and there was a good attempt. You know, come up with something better. Okay, I can't. You know, they were good people that tried, and they had no malintent.
Aptitude tests are horrible things. It doesn't really. You need to talk to someone to work out their potential, not some aptitude test. But anyway.
But again, okay, so you're a hiring manager for somebody, and when somebody walks in the office, they've already made their decision in 5 seconds. Okay.
Yes, sir.
这个 Charles 的这个护照终于下来了。
Open mic.
昨天虽说是失望而归，但是今天还是比较给力。
Open mic. It'd take me about 5 seconds to work out whether I'll hire someone or not.
Right. Before they even open their mouth.
Yep.
I love that one Gillette commercial where the guy's sitting down for an interview. He looks across the thing and sees the CEO is totally bald, and he runs out and shaves his head. The other guy's all with hair. Look at him and like, yeah, okay.
I like when the IBM guy walked in, the suit guy walked into, I think it might have been Jobs or whatever, in a suit, and he just got thrown straight out.
Oh yeah. I was good friends with Wozniak. So, you know, we were.
I heard that. He's one of my favorite people on the planet.
I mean, we just had so much fun together. It was like, you got an idea. Hey, and he explained all of it. You know, there was no secrets about him.
Clive, I could fly over there right now and visit you. So just, I don't want to go there. I love that guy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm a bigger Apple fan than Steve Jobs. He was selling NT software for a while with web objects. So and I was sitting in my room as one of the last Apple diehard people on this whole planet, and I used them since I was 6 years old. So I could fly over there right now, Clive. So
we'd have ramen noodles because I ain't gonna spend anything for lunch. I'm not. I
like ramen noodles.
Yeah, I go to restaurants and I tip the waiter $100 because I deliver pizza and stuff like that. It's so much fun when we get orders in to take out to the cars, etc. Once in a while, and very seldom we get a cash tip. The managers are all doing the line, and this one the CSRs with them, which is one step below a manager, and I hand him the money and like, okay, you're all managers. This guy deserves it, and they look at me like, well, I take the money. Like, no, you don't get it. He gets it. And he smiles and he just gratefully. And for the last year, every day I give him $1. And he always says thank you. And everybody's like, he thanks you for $1? I said, he's gotten $1 for 2 years. I've never let him down. I use his name to send my orders out, and it has it's a superstition thing. I think I'll get when you route it, I put it under his name, and he doesn't get 1 penny of whatever it is. It's just a superstition thing for me. And every night I hand him $1 bill, and he's like, okay, thank you. And he's just so humble, 16-year-old. And he will tell, and I know he will, years from now, tell, there was this one driver at Domino's, he gave me $1 every year. And it was like, that's 300 some odd dollars a year. Wow, that's not bad.
$1 a day is that's a salesman's technique. But I could talk to you forever, Clive. So I'm going to try not to.
Exactly. I may disagree with you, but I will 100% defend my right to have you do that.
I would change my opinion if you disagreed with me.
Once in a while, we will, obviously.
Maybe you might be surprised.
At the end of the day, do you sleep soundly? And I do.
Yeah, it's the same.
Well, let's get back to the market. Let's not center around this. Over.
Thank you.
Yeah, everything is
Everything
is pumping.
Pump
Smell a
it and
pump.
dump it.
If futures open green, I smell a nice pump.
I had someone in the other chat groups ask me, well, how is the stock market doing today? It's not down. It's
sideways.
Yeah. It'll be sideways for the next few hours. It will not move. Down.
It's paused.
It's closed.
Hey, Clive.
Yes, sir.
You know how in the delivery game you run into all kinds of things out there in the world, right?
Correct.
Real quick, yesterday was probably the one that topped it off. I had to pull a guy out of the middle of the street that got hit by a car on his bicycle.
Oh.
Yeah, that topped it for all my
daily.
years.
I worry about that daily. It's like, driving down the road and hitting somebody. Oh, I had a really, sorry, I'm going to relate another story. 2 days ago, I'm delivering at a hotel. And it's a nice hotel, but it's not, it's a little, okay. And there was a 3-year-old dressed, I think she only had on a diaper. And she's coming down the stairs, and I'm like, okay, there's 2 flights of these stairs to go upstairs. And she's standing there, taking the last step to down, and I'm like, I look around and I said, hello, any parent, where are your parents? I'm 70 years old. I have a full beard and 1 tooth, and I'm dressed in a Domino's uniform. And that could, if you saw somebody leading a 3-year-old toward, somewhere else, even just that child was moving towards him and he was like, come along, I could get in a lot of trouble. So I'm thinking about this. It's going through my mind. The office, the rental office is just from here, maybe at 30 feet away. And I'm yelling for a parent. And finally the parents come down the stairs and I'm like, oh my God. I was so protective. It's like, I was trying to find you, and they didn't seem too concerned. And I was fortunate in that regard, but, put yourself in that aspect. It was very trying. But hitting somebody on the road, my God, involuntary manslaughter, and you get 5 years. It's insane.
Yeah, man.
You go
That's why I chose not to drive.
Nothing you could do about it. Someone stepped out in front of you, and the things you would have to go through to clear yourself. It's mind-boggling. I can't think about it. Now, fortunately, my route is from 5 o'clock to 1 or 2 in the morning, and the last 2 hours are nothing. But there are almost no traffic on these residential roads, which makes me very, very happy. But it could happen at any moment.
Yeah, a witness of kind of a plot twist. The witness of or a witness of the accident said that they think that the guy on the bicycle might have been trying to commit insurance fraud. He looked like he kind of just laid down or something.
Right.
I was like, oh my God.
Yeah. Well, there's been numerous cases where people have stopped right in front of trucks just for that reason.
Yeah.
$1 million. My life is worth it.
They say it's real bad in certain countries.
Oh yeah, it's horrendous. You have to realize where they're coming from. And these are people that are, 1 day away from starvation. What do you do? You cannot solve the world's problems. They're going to happen. There's, when you see, there was one kid that was killed by a train here in Houston about a month. It was some time ago, and they want to dedicate $50 million to renovating, et cetera. It's like, yeah, but it's one death. Where do you draw the line? You've made things as safe as you can, but you cannot fix stupid. You cannot fix nature. You cannot fix accidents. Accidents will happen. We've gone from 100,000 people killed by automobiles down to 26,000. There's 300 million people in this country. I'll give you another stat: is how many airplanes, both jet and all the way to single prop accidents are there in the United States per year? The answer is 30. Okay, that's a pretty damn good track record for the billions of miles flown. Now it's tragic when 280 people die in a mid-air collision, or 500 people. Yeah, but stats say that at some time it's going to happen. Or the volcano in Iceland.
Nothing's
Greenland.
perfect. Nothing's
Right.
perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Anybody in a long?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
By the winners.
On crypto?
I mean, what if overnight another double spend comes up? Like, it could happen. Or a Carrington effect that wipes out all the electronics. It's instantly, everything's removed. All titles to properties, all crypto coin disappear overnight. Nothing you can do for.
Good thing I got my paper title here.
We'll rebuild the ledger as quick as possible, and then have a consensus on which one's the correct one. We'll get the back pretty quick.
Good old paper title and paper deed.
Right. And how do we know that's not good?
It's stamped by the notary and stamped by the
You
city.
understand? The greatest, I mean, some of the greatest forgers, they couldn't catch me if you can, you know.
Oh yeah, you can find a dirty notary.
Oh, I remember. I did that back in the I think it was the 70s, where hiking, where you'd send a check, and what you do is you go to the bank, and you go through the deposit slips, and you take the mag strip on the bottom and put it on your account, and so the bank will look at it and see, okay, it goes to this. They'd send it off to another bank, which took a week at that point. It would go to the West Coast, and that would take a week. The computer would read it and say, this is not that account, this is this account, send it back to the other one. The only way they found out what was happening with this guy was the fact that the check started shredding. They had gone through so many times back and forth that finally it was like, oh my God.
I could say something, but I'm not going to. I don't want to say that.
Yeah, you just did.
I'm going to leave it at that.
The most fragile word in the universe is silence. Speak its name and it is broken.
I'm going to leave it there. There, I'm done.
Clive, we can be pessimistic and optimistic, but there's not much point being too pessimistic. We just have to be hopeful and on the right side of things. That's all.
I mean, I see naysayers that are just always doomsayers, and then when
big buys coming in, big buys coming in right now.
We're gonna be in nuclear war within 10 years. I said, well, I'm gonna have a meal tomorrow, and when it happens,
it's so easy to say no and be a naysayer, but to actually,
I lived through the Cuban Missile Crisis. Never were we closer.
Here, let me give you a saying.
Go ahead.
Here it is. Never bet on the end of the world, because it could only happen once.
Well, Lloyd's of London does have that bet. You can make that bet at Lloyd's of London, and I think the odds they give you the odds for within the next 1,000 years. Lloyd's of London will take that bet.
That's hilarious.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
You win it, and if you win, you're screwed. So who cares?
Mm-hmm. The one that, geologically, the one that scares me that could happen in our lifetime or one of our lifetimes or your grandchildren's lifetime is Yellowstone.
Oh,
we are
my God.
100,000 years overdue for that.
It's still not going to be the most cataclysmic event that could possibly happen to us. The worst thing is a biological outbreak, either man-made
the worst is a cosmic, is a pulsar blast. We wouldn't even know it happened. You would be dissolved in molecules. That would be the worst.
Either that or biological, yeah.
Right. Biological, at least you would know it's coming. It would not be instantaneous. I'm talking instantaneous death. The whole world.
That would be better than biological. That would be much
exactly.
nicer.
Are you talking about? You're talking about a meteor?
Yellowstone would basically take out a third of the United States.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Yeah.
Why do you
I mean, let's face
think
it, it wasn't until the 90s we knew about the Yucatan, the hit we took in Yucatan. And the oil companies knew about it 10 years prior to that. But they kept it secret.
Do you know how many people are going down there and don't even know why the water's boiling?
As far as the Yucatan or Yellowstone.
Yellowstone.
They know why it's going up. It's super culture. Well, a lot of people don't know a lot of things, but geologists know, and they've been tracking it for a long time. They know it's going to go. It's just a question of when.
Well, KRS-One solved it for us anyway.
Get to the edge. I guess it isn't so bad to live in California or New York now. I'm screwed. I guess my life will be over before.
I tell all the California people, you make it so much, move.
Well, if you're worried about Yellowstone, don't move to the middle. Get to the right.
Well, California will be taken out.
The whole world will go into a nuclear winter, like a winter anyway, not nuclear, but it will go into a winter for probably 100 years. So you're better off being closer to it than further away.
Okay.
Really?
Okay. My phone's about to go dead, so I'm going to have to charge here.
Clive,
better be close.
Clive, time with you is priceless. So thank you for your time again.
I love the fact that Dbloc has allowed me, simply because, you know, I'm a kind of a disruptive force here. I will pose questions, I will have aspects, but it's an enrichment that he's allowed that I think benefits not only the audience, it benefits myself. If it wasn't, there was no benefit to me, I would not be here. There is a benefit from you to me, that as time goes on over the next year, we will get people more into diversification than just straight crypto. And for every 100 things I put out there, if I get one back in response, like, hey, I'm looking at this. Okay, cool. And we hear it daily. You know, what do you think of this?
It's not the stock. It's not the stocks and stuff. It's just a privilege to have you, and just having you around is invaluable. So,
well, they know what they call a misogynist. One who's kind of sadist.
Anyway, it's my privilege, and I'm assuming anyone's privilege here to have you around.
The fun thing about it is I can come off the cuff thing. Like, I don't have to go and Google quotes and this, that, and the other, having taken all that time when you had to, and it just imprinted on my brain. And we talked about Google memory, et cetera, you know. The whole thing, sell me a pen, you know. It's just things that I have done and had the richness and falls I've made and mistakes I've made. I mean, I got 5 ex-wives. I'm looking for my 7th. So
yeah,
you know,
I've had 2. I'm looking for my 3rd.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. I had 3. I never married none of them.
Yeah, there you go.
But also, Emad, it's also a very honor to have you in this group, and diversity of opinion and character and life experience and people that have lived things is invaluable for anyone here that might think one day to the next matters as much as having our elders around and people with experience. So, like I said, just having your depth of experience is invaluable for this, well, for me, and I assume the group, and I'm assuming Dbloc, but that's an assumption or a presumption, I should say.
Dbloc knows what's going on. It's like my general manager. I was going to deliver a pizza last night, and the address it was sending me on was totally wrong, and he's watching it. And it's like, you're going the wrong way. You're 5 minutes out the other way, and so I refreshed it. He changed the address on it, and it's like, okay, This is going to take longer. He watches everything. I steal packets of ranch and garlic all the time, and he knows it. And it's like, you know what? He has a satisfaction rate. And if a man takes $2 worth of sauces a day, but he makes his customers happy, screw it. Now, if I was working under a branch manager that was super strict, an example is we get Cokes. We get everything at half price. And Cokes are $1.26. And this new system manager came in. It's $1.26. And Jose looks at him. It's like, fuck's at 26 cents. It's $1. For God's sake. The guys drink 10 a day. That's $2.60. Our sales are $4,000 a day. Really? We're worried about $2.60? Oh, by the way, manager, you're off. Your cash drawer was off by $40. Do I ask you to pay it? No. We're off.
Yeah, 5% write-off in business. It's a bit different to governance, but yeah, that's business.
I remember Lucille Ball episode where they were off by a penny on something, and she's at the bank, et cetera, and she's like, we searched 8 hours for this penny. It slips a penny in. I found it. Oh, good.
Yeah, but
we're over a penny. Oh, we got to re-audit.
I've worked on systems where I'm paying back redress, and I fought down a tooth for every penny. Not one penny was going to go missing under my watch. But in a business,
penny wise, pound foolish.
No, not when it's in business, but not when it's compensation or redress. It's a different story.
No, I understand that, but if your sales are off by a penny, you don't spend $180 trying to buy that penny.
That's the difference between a government and a private business. Private business,
right?
You write off 5% instantly. You don't even look at it. That's just a 5% write-off. Otherwise, you're losing money.
Yep.
Anyway, my privilege to talk to you again and have you here, Clive.
Oh, I'm gonna stay here. I just got to charge. I got to go inside. 2 hours and a half before I have to go to work. Oh, 2 o'clock. I should be sleeping, but my construction crew is coming over. Sun is out. How's the weather everywhere? Get a quick weather report from everyone.
Yesterday was super nice. Now it's cold.
Okay.
We're probably around 70 degrees Fahrenheit coming into fall. Still haven't had much rain for 140 days.
Wow. Well, we hit the same temperature.
It's sunny and warm up in the mountains, about 50 degrees, starting to feel like springtime. Snow's melting. Looks good.
So this is the time of the year where the Earth is like equal temperatures?
Just depends where you live.
Well, no, the southern hemisphere is the exact opposite of us.
Yeah.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. What's going on, everybody?
Yo. Lounge.
Morning, evening.
How's everybody's day going?
It's going to be a beautiful day. It's going to be a beautiful day, Dbloc.
Nasty out here, bro. I've been driving around in the rain all morning. Give me a second. I'm just trying to set everything up.
I see a shortage.
All right. CME close day. Got 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Yo, Dbloc. What's up, bro?
Not a whole lot.
Think we got enough pressure to push up? I think the change in momentum is already up now from
It's 2 hours
I'm
to
not
move 1.3%. So it's not out of the question. We need to hold this 50 though. Like we're rejecting off of
I
this
think so
50 on the
too.
15.
Yeah. I think
I
we
mean,
went up, rejected off the 50, came down, and then we pushed past it, and then it came down again. So
Yeah. Yeah, Kane, fear is high for sure.
I mean, if anything, the CME gap, if we do get a CME gap and it's above us,
I don't
that's
worry
more
about those.
positive,
Yeah, I don't worry about.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Yeah, you would want to candle body underneath the invalidation.
Dbloc, I'll keep it really simple. We do not want a wick under 82.
Well, we know the directionality for the next week, at least in my opinion. So the question is, do we get that false move up and then we can get started, or do we get a false move down and our downturn is delayed for 3 days?
I prefer up. And then down.
ETH didn't seem to move much overnight. Oh, actually, take that back. Get a little something, something. Maybe we get dominance back down with a 6-1 in front of it. Out of these 6-2s, that would be nice. Give our alts a little bit of room to breathe. Now, there's significant differences, Kane. Mostly in the higher risk assets. But we know that's because of QT. Yeah, I think so, Frederick. I think so. If we are going to get this retrace on Bitcoin and then sort of a run flat consolidation into April, between April and May, I think that some of these alts do recover their wicks. Which is why I still haven't started biting on alts, guys. I know I sound like a broken record.
I don't mind hearing your opinion over and over and over again, Dbloc. Please be a broken record.
Please stay with that opinion.
Keep repeating it, man. People never listen.
The day that I hear that opinion has ended is the day that I know that my time of accumulating is coming to an end.
I'm running out of patience.
I have patience still.
I'm kidding. It's one of those things you got to let out every once in a while. I'm trying to role play human emotions here.
So every time I hear you say that, I just sit here and smile.
I mean, we've seen it, right? Like we've seen it. We've seen why week after week. Like you get these really nice pumps on alts and everybody gets excited, and then Bitcoin turns down, sentiment shifts.
I'm out.
And you get lower. Yeah, they're just cheating it. You know what it is? Like people. It's a trader's market. We know that already, right? But so many channels are telling people you just don't hold your profits. It goes up, you got to take it. It's a trader's market. So it's really freaking people out, bro. Nobody's holding on to their O's. They're buying them. They're buying the dip. They're like, oh, I love this. This price is amazing. But it's just not sustaining.
I'm not holding or trading alts at the moment. I would be, yeah. Well, I'd trade or hold Bitcoin right now.
Yeah. That being said, I'm super bullish. Like, don't take that to mean that I'm bearish.
I'm more bullish than you, Dbloc.
I'm super bullish about where we're going. It's going to come down to timing. Yeah, that's usually how it works, boss.
On Beam, it hasn't returned to my entries.
Yeah, that's good. There are some strong ones. I'm not gonna lie. And if your alt is holding up well, that is a good sign that you've picked a decent alt.
And I did buy back the bottom of this dip at like 70, whatever that was down there. So now the question for me is, will that hold? I have a feeling not.
Yeah.
We'll see. And that's good. I don't want it to.
Neve, ETH is weak for a couple different reasons, in my opinion. It's being suppressed. You're having severe price suppression, but more important than that, the problems that ETH will run have all come down to QT. Right? We've never had a complete bull run with this degree of quantitative tightening. And with ETH being the father of all risk assets in crypto, it's going to show there first. And being the father of risk assets, until that starts looking strong, a lot of people won't even go into lesser alts. So it's kind of holding the whole market down, right? We get sentiment pumps, right? Coins will move with narrative, but without ETH pumping with them to support price, they just give it all back. Like there's nothing to support total 3.
That's why I asked Clive before, can you see, like, in the short term, any appetite for risk? We'll go into a risk on market, but you also need the appetite for risk. So yeah, it's going to be fun.
It's going to be one of those times where not everything goes, like I've been saying. It's not going to be the type of bull market alt season where every single coin moves just because it's an alt. That's like 2020 vibes, right? But when you look back at quantitative easing during 2020, we were quantitative easing for the entire, at a major level for the entire bull run. So risk assets got a lot of love. We do have major economic, macroeconomic changes coming within the next 2 years when the real estate cycle starts to top off. And that'll affect things, right? That'll be the first time that Bitcoin makes it through a cycle as real estate is collapsing. It came out of the ashes of that, right? Like that's where it was born.
There might be some appetite for risk there.
Well, there's going to be appetite to put your money into shit that's not going to zero, or that doesn't feel like it's going to zero. And there's also going to be a lot of people holding money on the side for when it does touch its bottom. So what do you do with that money? Where do you put it?
Reorganize your real estate assets.
Yeah, you gotta I don't know. I'm looking to buy up some really cheap pieces of earth during those times. But that's why I'm so hyper focused on getting this right. Right? Because the money that you get from this bull market is going to be the major chunk of change that you're able to deploy into a low real estate market. If that's your bag. I'm not a huge real estate investor. Real estate for me is just buying up a bunch of concrete lots in the middle of a city, throwing some parking lots on them and waiting 10 years to sell it to some corporation. I don't like to deal with tenants.
Yeah, car parks. They're a good idea.
You slap
they're horrible.
You slap a laundromat on that shit or something. One of those coin laundries, pay a couple securities, 3 different shifts during the day. That property will pay for itself until it's ready to get sold to some big dog.
Car parks and laundromats. That's where it's at.
Yeah, laundromats are dope.
Interesting.
I've been researching a little bit into that vending machine game too.
That takes a lot of work. My homeboy deals with it, unless you hire people. But my homeboy does it all firsthand. So he's like, he's got his little route. He goes to all his businesses, empties them out, fills them back. Like, it's work. But if you can get in some good locations, then you could lock them down. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've just been interested.
The guy here that was doing all the Bitcoin ATMs got locked up, or he's about to get locked up. They're trying to bring him up on money laundering charges.
Oh wow.
Yeah. But that's a whole different story. That's not just a regular vending machine, right? That's Bitcoin. So I could tell you one thing. I've never passed by a laundromat, like driving through the city. I've never passed by a laundromat that wasn't full. And it seems like the worse things get economically, the more full they get. You know?
You're never going to have a time in the world where a laundromat doesn't exist.
No, but you'll have a time in the world where people's laundry machines break down and they can't necessarily afford to buy them right away.
Yeah.
You know, so it seems like one of those recession-proof sort of businesses.
If you get if you're starting
people
from
on holidays,
scratch, those laundromats can be a bit of work too.
Yeah, best thing is
people
to
on
buy
holidays
one
do
that's
that.
already turnkey, right? Buy one that's already somebody's trying to get out of the business, and it's literally turnkey. You buy it, turn on the lights, and you're good to go.
Even when people are rich, they're traveling, they need laundromats.
Yeah, that's true. But the real money comes from, you know, location, being smack dab in the middle of a big urban area, lots of apartment buildings.
Yep. Holiday tourist hubs.
DJ said his water main broke behind his house because he's going to the laundromat tomorrow. See? Telling you.
Hey, Dbloc, did you ever consider going into the business
Of what?
for the laundromat service?
Nah. I have a couple buddies that did it though.
I used to do hardware servicing for those guys. I had a family friend that owned one, and I did hardware servicing for them. Dude, they make a lot of money, man.
Hand over fist, bro. And the machines get beat up and all that because it's public use, but it really doesn't matter. Like, you're making more than enough money.
You're making way more than enough money. The crazy thing is the income generated. It's because you're not only opening a laundry service. Say, for instance, you're hiring people to watch it for you and manage it for you or whatnot. You open a side service of that where where clients can come in and drop off their clothes and pay you to wash it and fold it for them.
Yeah,
that kind of
upcharge.
covers. Yeah, you charge them for that. That service you kind of covers for your employees that you hire, and then you have the vending machines that you can put in there, generating income. You got the game machines that you can put in there, also generating income. And then there's a trick that the guy that I was working for did, where he puts the coin dozer machine generates like
all those games,
big chunk of money for him.
they're all full of vending machines and little poker games or whatnot.
Yeah, you'll be surprised. Those revenues generate so much money, so much extra money.
Yep. You could either sell something expensive to a small amount of rich people, or you can sell something cheap.
Yeah.
To a bunch of people who can afford it.
I was servicing his facility for maybe, well, for a little while, but I was working off and on with him for a little while. I think within like 6 years time span, he bought two more facilities and ended up owning 3.
Nice. About 2.5 hours to see if the stopping volume candle is going to give us the base that we need.
That would just be for it not to close below the body candle, right?
Yeah, yeah, and to get over that 50 and try to make a move towards CME close before CME opens at 6. Damn, it's pouring again. Let me make sure that I closed up the car. Hold on.
Okay, keep in mind, not only do we have the April 2nd / April 4th aspect of the trade, we have just finished a quarter, so you're going to start seeing reports. I'm not optimistic. That's just my personal opinion. I'm sitting on the sidelines.
I'm
Over.
optimistic there'll be some volatility.
Okay. Yes, there
I'm
will
not saying it's up. I'm just saying
be.
it's going to be
Okay.
volatile. If you could bet on volatility.
And I give you the right to say I called it when a stock moves, or the SPY or the NASDAQ or the Dow moves. I give you free range on that. Over. No, they're calling me in an hour early. Obviously, somebody called off a shift. We've got 12 drivers, and I have, let's see, in 2 years, I have always been half an hour late to my, half an hour early to my shift every single time. And the one time I was 10 minutes late, they sent 2 managers to my house, which is 2 blocks away, to make sure I was okay. They were that worried. So here in about an hour and a half, I have to go to work. So I'm going to get prepared. Then you will not hear from me till 1 in the morning, which I'll sleep for 2 hours and then start in the pre-market. Over.
You out there?
All right. Anybody in Crow for that little push today? Guess I shouldn't call it little. I mean, decent.
What is going on with that thing? Look at that. I'm turning my mic off.
Yeah.
Go downstairs.
Pro is up 50% since Friday. Last Friday.
50%?
Yeah, since last Friday.
Wow. I took a long on Crow a couple of days ago, and I didn't have any conviction, and I didn't reopen it. I took profit, but I don't know enough about its situation at the moment.
It just broke a really strict downtrend it's had since the beginning of December.
Right. I get scared of exchanges.
I mean, they're also burning a shit ton of tokens. I mean, not burning, but releasing a shit ton of tokens. So my theory has been that there was going to be a push into the release, sort of a buy the rumor, sell the news thing.
Mm. Oh, it still was good strength for crypto.com, so it's good for them.
So Twitter's been throwing out a couple numbers. That it's starting to move from the 105 to the 108 to the one. I'm still sticking to the 105. But when you go to the weekly, let me see. People are trying to micromanage this thing, right? They're trying to find like the tightest correlations for the recent move instead of, instead of looking for it in general, but this off.
It's the confidence interval that you're really concerned about than necessarily trying to exactly pinpoint the mean.
That's what I don't, people are really looking for it for like day-to-day sort of, but the 30-day on the 108 does have a 91% correlation. The 60-day has an 89%. These are all very strong recent correlation.
Any statistics has a variance anyway, and it's the confidence on your it's the width of your confidence interval that you're concerned about, not just the actual exact mean.
Yeah.
People love to use statistics to win an argument, but it's not how statistics exactly is supposed to work.
So far, this shit is playing out really nicely.
Yes. Well, even though my trade didn't do well, I'm right because I said I shouldn't touch it, and I did, and it didn't do well. So I'm still right. I
just didn't listen to yourself.
No, yeah, but I mean I wasn't heavy at all. I mean, when I've been trading leverage in the past, it's if I've got a bias up, it generally just holding a position and managing it, but it just takes a lot of management to hold that position. It means that's time in the market, right? So I like to be in the market regardless, but I was not heavy at all. No, not at all. But I mean, if I had have listened to myself, I would have not touched it, and I would have been right. So either way, at least I know not to be heavy, like FOMOing. Being able to not be FOMO or like married to that trade was a huge thing. I can just manage it if I want, or I can put it away and sleep and chat to my friend or whatever. But, you know, there's no FOMO there, so.
Well, let's see. We don't have a lot of time to dilly daddle, so let's get above this 50 ASAP. Start making some moves here.
Is your target still 83, like 800 or whatever, the higher end of 83?
Yeah, the vector right above CME gap.
Right.
And then let me sit on my hands and see what's going on for the rest of this. I mean, unless it's looking, because if the false move is going to be up, right, then these buys down here were great. You know, we'll come up, free the trap longs, and then have our 3-day down. That matches the directionality of global M2 better. But like we just said, it doesn't have to match exactly. You could literally go off correlation for a week and it's not going to change anything. So we have to sort of play it by ear when we get there. But right now, there's more than enough liquidations to get us back up to CME close.
So the plays to be in now, hoping for the fake move to the upside and take profit.
Yeah. If you're long from down here, that would be the best play in my opinion.
Yeah.
What you're hoping is that this was the right side of the W here, and that you're gonna pull off now.
Yeah, it's got a bit low for me. I was hoping to play that, but anyway, that's all cool. That seems to be the play at the moment.
Yeah, small W into bigger W.
You can only really play one play at a time. I mean, it's good to have a bias in a direction, but you're really playing the next play every single time.
Yeah, we came down to invalidate our first W, but we whipped, we bodied over both times. So technically, that W is still valid. But all of this goes to shit if we can't get over the 50 EMA here on the 15.
It might just be a complete broad sell-off.
Yeah. Once that breaks apart, then you lose both. You lose both W's at that point.
It's the 31st of March, and Sydney's about to open shortly. So, most people are thinking about next month already closing out. So, I know it's crypto, but I know how business people think. I know what they're thinking and talking about in the morning in their coffees and trying to finish up stuff, and they're not chatting about altcoins today.
No, we are not. We are delivering pizzas. Over.
We are sure.
The smart guys have already done their business. They're all packed up, and the poor people that are in the office having to do all the hard work. But the bigger guys are actually already packed up and done a day or two before that one hits.
You don't think we work hard?
I know who works hard. I know all people work hard in all sectors, but I know which ones know what time it is, and they have to work very hard a little bit earlier. Generally, the people that are finished early.
We don't work hard. No, I'll just refute that. We work smart. Over.
There you go.
Well, you work smart and hard. But that's how I roll. Early, hit it
I
hard,
understand.
hit it
I
smart,
understand.
hit it
Just
early.
throwing that out there. It's and I've told this joke over and over again. Two old bull and young bull on top of the mountain, looking down at 100 cows, and the young bull says, "Let's go down and get us a cow," and the big one says, "Let's walk down and get them all."
Yeah.
I listen to my wise elders.
I've told you the story about tea tasting. Yeah. They don't even let you say a word in the first 5 years. When you're tasting, you just sit there and nod. Like my wife pointed out one time, a sign that this bull had mated 1,000 times. And he says, "Why can't you be like him?" I said, "It probably wasn't with the same cow."
Yeah, I used to be a hired mercenary contractor. First time when you turn up a new contract, you keep your head down for 6 months. You don't look at anyone. You don't do nothing. You only ask questions. If you're 100% sure of that, you're going to get the right answer. After that, you do whatever you want.
I like finding traders that are wrong every time. That type of consistency I never find in winning.
Damn right. That's what I believe. It's way easier to find a short.
Short can be wrong too.
Yeah, the short, long, it doesn't matter. They make the wrong decision every time. Like, okay, just do the opposite of what they.
Like the long the top.
This is a statistical approach with hypothesis testing anyway. Definitely makes a stronger argument when you can tell someone they're 95% wrong. It's better than saying that.
A person 95% wrong is better than someone that's 60% right.
Okay, let me give you a statistic. What percentage of altcoins are outperforming Bitcoin?
Okay, I always take the thing with statistics is you take 1,000 statisticians and put them in a line, they will all point in different directions.
You have to have strong definition if you're going to ask a statistical question. All mathematics is based on strong definition. Otherwise, you're just changing your sample group. You're just changing your definition. Mathematics works on strong definition, unlike most other, well, unlike anything else on the planet, the universe.
You and I are very much the same. Statistics we hate statistics.
Well, it used to be known as propaganda before World War II.
Right. Mm-hmm.
It's a fun fact. But I don't hate statistics. I just find it annoying that I can't integrate a bell curve, which makes me like empirical analysis better.
Here's the thing: is that 78% of statistics are completely made up.
Yeah, it's 100%. It's 100% right 65% of the time.
Well, statistics gives us
but
correlation.
like 78% of statistics are completely made up. Like
that's an old joke, yeah.
Statistics is useful to find correlations, but causation, that's where you start looking for causation. But you can lose your pathways by constantly looking for easy answers.
That's the difference between fundamentalists and chartists. One of the differences. There's many differences.
Well, sometimes when you've got no choice, you have to use what you've got.
Yeah, I agree.
Every day
I'm faced with some mover, and it's like, what is this? I don't care. Give me 3 seconds on that. Okay, I'm done. Now I'll look into it. But no, normally that only happens 3 or 4 times for a space of about 15 to 17 minutes. Over.
Over.
Fly, what are you doing?
I'm just waking up, Roy, man. It's the morning. It's Monday. It's a beautiful Monday. I'm gonna make some breakfast. I have nothing to do in my whole life except my tax, and they can wait on that, man. That's already overdue. But I've got my life, all the box. I'm out, bro. I'm out.
Oh, you're in the sidelining.
Well, I'm not interested in anything at the moment, and I already made the mistake of not being interested in anything until at least, well, yeah, Friday, the week close will probably tell us a lot, but there's going to be a hangover on the 3rd, so I cannot be. I mean, DCAing at the moment is the only strategy that I can see, or shorting. So neither of those are mine. Yeah, well, you're spot on, my friend. But yeah, I'm not interested in. I'm not interested in shorting and DCAing at the moment. I'm waiting for accumulation and leverage long. So
I DCA'd this morning or afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
That was a pretty good entry. And now I just found a new short right now.
There you go.
Called, let me tell you what it's called. AI, no. What the hell? Where did it go? Dang it. I lost it.
You guys know 4 out of 3 people have added fractions.
Oh, yeah, look at the phone.
I didn't know you can chop people in pieces. What are we, worm?
AGIX. AGIXT. I'm back in that one again. That's the one where I did real good. Remember, I did 3X and did 100%.
Nice. Is that AGIX Singularity or what's the T?
No, I don't got none. It's not them. Something else. But I'm going. It came back up. I'm trying it again. I'm doing pretty good already. 2X this time because my entry is not as high. That's my play. That, and I'm still underwater on East from 1840.
DCA and shorting is pretty good because, like, I usually am a lot more analytical about my shorts, and DCA you can just hope for the best. So it's pretty good. Just hope for the best and be strategical about your risk. It's not a bad strategy you got there, Emad.
Well, the good thing is if your DCA is going down your spot and you're nailing shorts.
Yeah.
I mean, it depends on what you're shorting.
Well, it depends where the market's at. If the market's absolutely ripping up, you're going to miss the opportunity, and then you're going to get wrecked on your short. But so it kind of depends where you're at. But
no, not necessarily. Again, it depends on what you're shorting.
Well, one strategy is never going to always be a winner. That's why we pick patterns.
That's assuming that every alt is moving in exactly the same time, which is the case when you go into certain coins.
If you read about patterns, you really need to match a pattern to the problem. That's how we solve things.
Yeah. If you find a turd coin and it's up 200%.
Yeah, but every turd coin might, in a bullish risk on market, every turd coin might actually rip and destroy you.
But there's a way to prevent that from happening. Don't have all your money in your cross account.
Yeah, strategic.
Again, you've made the assumption. You made the assumption that I put all my money in the cross account when
no, I'm not assuming. I'm not assuming. I'm just saying
anything.
I'm not assuming anything, Emad. I'm pretty sure I understand your strategy.
You said that I could get wrecked.
Well, no, you could miss opportunity. If the whole market goes up and you don't make as much money as everyone else, you can still be wrecked. Just because you're making profit
But
doesn't mean.
how did I miss opportunity when all my money was in the spot position on DCA?
Well, imagine everyone else in the world was super long on a stupidly crazy bull market, and now you're a little bit rich and everyone else is super rich, then you're poor again.
But how did you come to that conclusion?
It's all relative. It's relativity. One bank
that doesn't make any sense.
If one bank is doing really well, but all the other banks are doing extremely well, that bank that's doing relative, like okay,
you said that the market was ripping, but I've been steadily DCAing into the coin.
No,
and it's ripping.
What I'm saying is, if you're DCAing and shorting, but you miss that one huge candle, God candle that goes for a week, then you've missed opportunity for the whole year. It's a missed opportunity.
But how do I miss it when I'm already in position in it?
You could have been extremely more wealthy.
But I've been steadily buying into it. How am I missing?
It's good risk management what you're doing. I'm not criticizing your strategy. I'm just saying you could. The only downside to your risk, like, there's no such thing as best EMAT. It's not like I'm the best, you're the best, this is the best strategy. There's just pros and cons to each strategy. So your strategy at the moment, one of the cons to it is you may risk an opportunity that could be a great wealth changer. But like I said, it's not about better.
But I'm asking you to explain to me how I'm missing that opportunity.
Because you could be already all positioned, like, so this is how it depends if you're long-term or short-term trader, right? If you're a long-term investor, you go to highly risky things and you put lots of money in it, because there'll be 1 or 2 days in 30 years that make you all the money. So if you're DCAing,
there's only one way that I could miss the opportunity, and that's if I don't get enough capital into the investment and it reps on me and goes without.
Correct. There you go. That's what I'm saying. I'm just telling you the pros and cons. I'm not saying best or whatever. You're currently practicing risk management, which is generally considered to be the best approach. But for someone that's super young, that's willing and got plenty of dry powder, that's willing to keep throwing it at the wind, at the wall, they might end up a lot more richer.
And the short definitely can't wreck me, because I don't have enough money in the account to get wrecked in the futures account.
If you're only allocating, it all can go to zero, but I'm assuming you've got other assets, so it can't wreck you even if you lose all your crypto positions.
Well, I'm doing cross, and it can't wreck me because I only use a few $100 in that account, so that's all that could wreck.
It goes back to strong definition. It depends what time horizon we're talking about, EMAD. Today, tomorrow, next week.
Long term. Yeah. Long term, all the way till this is said and done.
Well, long term is 10 years.
Oh no, not that long term. October is long term then. This year.
That's short term.
End of bull market term there.
Well, you've just made a definition based on something that we don't understand. We're predicting a prediction that's you need to, yeah. But anyway, I'm not criticizing.
If that's the case, then what's your game plan then?
My game plan is to pay my mortgage and save up for a holiday, and then try and speculate on this.
That is not a cryptocurrency game plan.
I have a life plan.
No, I asked you what your cryptocurrency game plan was.
My cryptocurrency plan is to start leveraging more after the 25th of April and slowly think about accumulating if I have money to do that. And I'll probably accumulate into alts after maybe May. I'm probably more interested in alts in August, to be honest. I don't really want to get caught up in I need to close everything out before tax year, because I'm not looking for 12 month tax. Like I'm not going to do tax harvesting and stuff, and I want all my stuff closed out at the end of the year, so I don't have to worry about other tax implications.
Right. Fair enough. Fair enough.
But
you plan to just trade and then trade now, and then once we get to that point, then you'll be putting your cards on the table, and then you'll be playing for the run.
I already put my myself against the wall a year ago, and I'm not in the position to expect anything large out of crypto. But as a leverage trader and coming into a bull run that I expect at some point, I do have an opportunity to capitalize on it. So it's not a make or break for me, EMAD. It's keeping my eye out for opportunity and just playing the game that way, which is what I've learned from trading. Is I always keep my eye out for opportunity. I don't expect to be a Bitcoin billionaire.
A millionaire would have been nice. That's what I was hoping for.
Yeah, I don't actually need any more money than I have, so I don't.
Need one, and I don't even need a damn million. Like 300, I'd be good. 300K, I'd be good.
Yeah, if you have a target and a goal, that's good. But in my life, every time I've had more money, things go wrong. So I get scared of money.
For my lifestyle, that's all I need. And some people will laugh at that.
Yeah, America's a different country than Australia, and everyone lives in a different situation. But and everyone has their own goals. And if you write down your goals and they're realistic, and then you put your investment and trading strategies towards those goals, that's part of good financial education. So all of those things are just as important as your trade each day. I've already got everything locked in, EMAD. I already got it all locked in, bro, and it's got nothing to do with crypto.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, outside of crypto, I'm not worried. I'm not even worried here. I could fail, and it wouldn't matter. But I'm just here to talk about crypto, really.
Yeah, my crypto strategy is to completely capitalize on the big run, and at the moment, I don't see any. Like DCAing and shorting is not my strategy. My strategy is high risk leverage. So
yeah, yes, you want to do high risk leverage. I get it. Yeah, I don't want to do all my money on that.
Yeah, you're planning on putting more money into it than I am as well. So I would prefer to risk a small amount at high risk on leverage. But I'm not suggesting anyone do that. But I've played this game long enough to know what suits me and what I want to do. And I don't have the kind of dry powder to play the game at the moment. So I have to take high risk.
You'd be surprised though if you were putting in, you know, 300-400 a week.
You don't know the difference between. I've already got my life locked in. I'm very happy with my life, and I have my life planned out, and I have my goals, but there's not a lot of fat on it. So I like to stay with very small amount of outgoings in my life, and I have modest expectations. So I'm happy with that. Money's not going to make my life any better, man. Not like I've got enough money.
That's fine. Well, we got to stop saying that because that's what we're here to do.
I am here to make money, sir. I'm here to make a lot
of money. We're here to make money, not say we don't care about money and don't need it.
I didn't say I don't care about money.
We're here to make money, so we're here.
Everybody, EMAD, if you read any financial education material, it's about sustainability, risk management, and realistic expectations. If I'm going to say at the end of the year, I'm going to buy a yacht, and I'm not going to buy, that's bad financial education.
No, man, you don't even got to tell me my expectations are probably lower than yours.
So don't say that I'm here. I'm not here because I'm not trying to make money.
I'm definitely never going to come out here and say I don't care about making money.
I didn't say that, EMAD.
Or say that I don't care about money because I definitely care.
Making a value judgment whether I should be here or not. I respect you being here more than you'd imagine, man.
I'm just saying, bro. I think it would be smart to start building a portfolio.
I don't have the money to build a spot DCA portfolio, Emad. I don't have it. It does not exist.
All right.
It got stolen from me. It got taken from me.
All right. We'll be there. We're going to get there. Time's coming.
I can keep repeating what KRS-One told me. But I don't need to. Visualize wealth, my friend, and put yourself in the picture. But I'm not gonna be on the bad side of life, man. Rich do get richer and the poor do get poorer, man. That's extremely important to me.
I guess I don't really, depends, define. I don't, like I said, my expectations are, I would be happy with like 200 or 300.
Right now, I'd be happy with $20. So.
Oh, come on now.
Yeah, I read an article this morning when I woke up, Charlie Munger talking about one of the keys to his success was not gaining wealth, but maintaining sanity. And that he stayed in his modest house in Pasadena, California, because he said more times than not, almost all the time, those who go for a big house will end up unhappy.
Yeah,
it just makes you unhappy. He said a big house makes you unhappy. Like that's crazy.
Well, I must be doing the right thing because
I think people getting a driver's license and driving cars makes them unhappy, but like, yeah.
Hey, I did that too. I don't drive anywhere.
Are you more happy now?
Yeah, I don't got to deal with getting pulled over anymore.
See?
Or paying insurance. Or
a lot of people.
I'm riding the free bus. I'm riding a free bus into town. I can buy any car in a parking lot or at any dealership, and I ride a free bus into town.
You could call an Uber. They'll show you. They'll pick you right up. And I got a car and I got a license.
In the summer, I don't even take the bus. I ride my bike into town. I have like an electric bike. Get some exercise, some miles.
There you go.
Yeah, a lot of people live their whole life based on assumptions. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, I'm doing all those things.
That's just human nature.
I'm not driving anywhere. I'm not buying an expensive house. Big, yes, not expensive. That's the misconception you made with that statement, thinking that your house can't be big and cheap. That's not true.
Me?
Yes.
No, I was saying that's what Charlie Munger said, and he didn't say that. He said having a big fancy house will make you unhappy versus like having a nice modest house. And like I said, it's kind of crazy to me, but it made me think. I was
But
like,
there
yo,
we go. He said big. It can be big.
He said big fancy house. Like, you know what? You got to understand someone. You got to understand.
It could be big and it could be big and fancy and cheap.
You know what
he's there.
When Emad, when someone says something, you have to understand what they're trying to say, not the words that explicitly. The English language is not so well defined like that. You know what he's saying, man.
You got to also understand who's saying it.
You also got to understand there's gunshots. There's gunshots out of the house the other day too. So
exactly. See, the modest, but it's what it is. You're dealing with rich talk here, so that's what it is.
Yeah, he was saying like those big fancy houses are nice if you're gonna host like 100 people or something like that. He said, yeah, that's cool, but that's not gonna make you happy. In fact, it'll make you unhappy. He said sanity is the biggest thing that he tries to maintain.
You could look in Stoic philosophy where a king rich and took him to the street and just ate soup and put himself in modest clothes and learned a lot about it. But, you know, he came to the realization we don't own anything in this world, we borrow it.
It made me think, like, because, you know, like I said, I had to wrap my head around it, but it made me think, like, if I had a $300 million yacht right now, like, you know, not to say I have more money or anything, but you just gave it to me, I can see how that'd make me a little unhappy. I'd probably freak out a little bit, you know what I mean?
Yeah, new money is not always good as old money. Old money, people already knew this stuff. New money, people have to work it out for themselves, man. I mean, it's the thing. Old money already figured this out a long time ago.
Come on,
When
Bighorn.
when you have a lot of money, your duty is to look after people, and old money knew that. New money doesn't always realize. They think it's about buying Louis Vuitton and gold chains, and people forgot.
What up, Woody?
What we're talking about really is, what does your rich life look like? And I think the point of that statement was that things aren't going to make you happy. Whether it's a big house, big car, big yacht, whatever it is. Now, if you're super into architecture and interior design, and then yeah, maybe a big house, you know, maybe a big sprawling mansion with tons of rooms that you can just go nuts in. Maybe that's your thing. Maybe if you love fast cars, if you just got a need for speed, you're an adrenaline junkie, maybe the Lambo is the right thing for you to buy. But if you're buying it because 15-year-old you said, when I'm rich, I'm going to have a 20-bedroom house and I'm going to have 4 Lambos and a yacht, then that's not going to make you happy. It's actually going to be the opposite, because you're trying to fill a hole and you're spending money to do it, and you're going to be sitting in your house and you're still going to be sad as shit because you haven't fixed whatever's going on with you. Or you're spending money just to impress other people or impress a preteen you that had no idea what life was going to be when he made those decisions. But for some people, it is a big house. You know, some people it is a big car. For some people, it is a big yacht.
Yeah, for a Formula One driver or a yachtsman or someone, you know, an architect, yeah, that's always dreamt to be able to have the space. 100% agree with your statements there.
I personally think it's just like having all your shit figured out completely, and then having more than enough to the point where like you have everything you need, plus you have enough to get everything you want. Like that just brings a level of confidence to you where you're so confident about everything. There's not much to have to worry about because you've got to figure it out, and that's less stressful. And if you're less stressed and more confident, then I feel like you put yourself in a position where you can figure out life, and life just seems easier and you're happier about your life just because you're confident and less stressed out. Like I think that's really the power that money brings people, not the stuff, just the security.
There's a certain amount of money. Money does bring happiness up to the poverty level, right? Meaning, if you're homeless, a house is what you pray and dream for, right? If you have a 7-bedroom house, a 9-bedroom house is going to do absolutely nothing for you. Just not. Unless you have 2 more kids and you need extra room, you know? The 150-foot yacht isn't going to make you feel better than the 125-foot yacht did. Unless you're in it to flex, right? Unless you get your value from other people thinking, wow, I wish I had what he had. And there's nothing wrong with that. If that's the type of person you are, then that's the route that you go, right? But if that's not going to do anything for you, then people just end up making a ton of money and building a golden prison that they can't escape.
It does nothing for me. I've been in the situation. I have never been one of those big super yachts, but I've had more disgustingly amount of money, and it doesn't make you more of a attractive person.
ABC, the vectors are imbalances that tend to be filled. They're order book imbalances left by the market maker.
What I want is what every trader wants, and that's Bitcoin to get over to 50.
That's a fact.
Yes, sir.
There's really nothing wrong with being materialistic. Like, this is no judgment at all. What I'm saying is everybody within your own self, in a quiet room, ignore the 15-year-old you in your head, ignore all the, what would make you happy. What's crazy is some people do that experiment and realize, damn, like, if I just cut out the things that aren't serving me, then I can afford to do the things that I imagine doing in my rich life, and I can do this before I'm even rich.
Oh boy.
Some people just want to travel. Some people want to spend more time with family. Some people, they're very simple things. You don't need $1 million, $2 million, $3 million to be able to do it if you plan your life correctly. But some people do need it all. Like, some people want to swim around in a pool of gold like Scrooge McDuck, and but they're gonna have to work harder for that. So
You're selling your time.
yeah, what's going on, White? Bro, I guarantee you, there's people here that you can knock. If you make a list of what your rich life looks like, there's 3 or 4 things that you can knock off that list right now and immediately start doing if you cut out 2 or 3 things that you're wasting money on or that you're wasting time on.
The biggest thing I ever learned in my life is to cut to the chase, cut out the rest, and just get to the point. Like, why am I doing all this other stuff to get to the point where I can already do that? Just cut to the chase.
There you go. Galactic wants to get rich so he can go dig up dinosaur bones. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't even need to be rich.
All rich means really at that, when you ask people, I've asked a lot of people this question. When you ask people what their rich life looks like, the main answer you get is, I want to be able to do whatever I want.
That'll work.
The problem is that they don't have an answer to what that is. And what I'm saying is, if you look a little bit deeper and you break it down, okay, do whatever you want, but what is that exactly? Some of those things you can do now and be happier than you are, instead of sitting on the sidelines waiting for some magical dollar amount that's going to give you the freedom to knock everything off the list.
Yeah, I couldn't.
My question is,
I want to sit under. I don't want to sit by the mangroves under a hut and eat barbecue with friends.
I'll give you an example. I love to help people. Coming up, I always thought that I was going to have to make millions and millions and billions of dollars so that I can then be a philanthropist and then go out but I've found a way to help people now. And then my help will then get better and better and better. Obviously, your sphere of influence will grow and you'll be able to affect more things. But so many people are sitting on the sidelines waiting for their life to start with some sort of magical thing. If I just get to this point in life, everything will be okay, and then I'm going to start the life that I've always wanted to live. But that's sort of like being on pause.
A little bit different.
A lot of those hard problems we've tried throwing money at. You can't just throw bodies on a fire, and put it out. It's just not necessarily the way to fix things. I've gone through those thoughts myself a number of times, but there are hard problems out there that require time, not money.
Yeah, we too. Eid Mubarak to all our Muslim brothers and sisters out there. One more day, baby. One more day.
Congrats, man. Hell yeah. I wanted to add to that though. So I have this whiteboard, and it's like this idea that you do the hard thing, the thing you might not want to do with your time, like a job. You stack that bread, and then you have something else that you're building on, but you use that bread to buy your freedom as much as you can, piece by piece. And then you get to something that it could be stupid, not stupid, but like something small that you would think no one wants to do, like model trains, right? There's a guy on my route that I used to do, and this guy had a train company, and it was a cool little spot. But then he got to a big warehouse, bro, and he must be living the life. But on my whiteboard it says this: efficiency plus effectiveness plus effort equals exceptional execution. And you can apply that to anything that you want, and you become a master, and you can market that mastery. That's how I see it. But sometimes you got to do the hard thing first.
Well, simple things are hard. The easy things are hard. Like when they say it's easy, that's not simple, but simple things aren't easy. So
I just mean the things you don't want to do.
Yeah, but it depends what you want to do. The first thing in trading, in any financial education, is to work out what your goals are. I mean, it really depends on what your goals. If your goal is to have that big, huge warehouse, yeah. But it really depends. For me, it's quality of time, and my time was paid very, very well. But I realized that my time is worth more than that, and my time with people and being able to sustain that is really where I'm at. And it depends. Everybody has to have that goal. Like for some people, it is having a big wealth thing. It just depends what your goals are. And that's the good thing about everybody being different, that we can have different goals. We don't have to be the same. That's the beauty of diversity.
You got time. Anybody like me and you that can sit here all day has time.
I have more time because I've made it. I can go and use my time for something else. I can go get a job at the biggest bank tomorrow.
That's what I'm working towards, is buying back that time. Because I have other things I want to do aside from trading and my job.
You think about it, right? You don't even have the time to think about what you want. I've had the time to think about what I want. And what I want is more time and more friendship and more education. But I'm not giving you advice. I'm not giving you advice, E-Man. I'm just rebutting. I'm not trying to tell you.
You got plenty of time.
I have time because I've made time. Like I said, I can go get a job at the biggest bank tomorrow if I want to sell my time. I have the qualifications to get a job anywhere.
So I'm just saying, it sounds like a guy like you and a guy like me have solved the problem of having enough time.
Yeah, and that time gives me space to be able to slowly absorb the things I do want. Like I still need to set stuff up. I am setting stuff up. I've been putting brick by brick every day, man.
I just need some more money.
Amen. That's cool.
I don't know, man. I think people just need to break it down to the daily. Everybody's got these big goals and dreams, but like, what do we do on the daily to sort of get there? There has to be some sort of structure, some sort of plan. Small things. A little, not mantra, but a little something that, hold on, someone's knocking on my door. Give me a second.
And what Dbloc's saying there is exactly what I believe in. It's like, it's incremental and iterative. We have small goals and we keep working on them. That's called consistency. So
I like to call it building on small wins.
Yeah. Well, some of us has kind of got to that point already. You know, that we busted and hustled our asses off for so many years just to get to the point where we can have this time now.
Yeah.
However which way you did it, you did what you had to do. I did what I had to do. So I'm here. I'm in this position now. I'm devoting my time to this. I'm trying to be successful at it.
You work smart, not hard. But you know, even the greatest philosophers said one step at a time. Every great journey starts with one step.
You want to work smart, work real estate, because you can make one sale a year and be done.
Well, I work smart. I'm a software engineer by profession. I think that's smart enough.
Yeah, but you got to put a lot more hours in.
Oh, look at the richest people around, man. Bill Gates, Steve Jobs, Elon Musk. All of it's based on software, my friend.
Oh, I'm not disagreeing. I know it's high paying.
Bezos,
I'm
Amazon.
just saying, as far as like what you're gonna have to do is you're gonna have to put a lot more into it than versus if you just bought one property and flipped it.
My brother built over 600 houses last year. I understand real estate.
Different worlds, man. You know the deal.
Yeah, I know.
I'm at the bottom, man.
The right thing for one person isn't the right thing for another person.
It's hard to compare. It's like two different things.
It's moot to compare, like Dbloc said. Like, and that's what I said before. Like, diversity is the beauty of things, that we all are different. Imagine we're all the same.
It all
Imagine
comes down to
drove
passion, though. Like, how much fun is real estate for somebody who absolutely does not like it at all and is just trying to make money, right? Just like a job. It's like anything else. Like, how hard is coding for somebody who might know how to code but hates it? It's about doing what you love, right? Doing what makes you happy to some extent. Every day I wake up, I try to do something. This is gonna sound super corny. I try to do something for me tomorrow. Try to do something for me yesterday. Then I try to do something for me today. And then I do something I don't want to do. Every day I knock those 4 things out. Meaning, do something for yourself tomorrow. Meaning, like, do something that's not gonna help you today, but in 5 years you'll be like, damn, I'm glad Fly did that 5 years ago. You know what I mean? And then do something for you yesterday, meaning keep that kid of you alive. We're not going to buy him Lambos. We're not going to buy him mansions, but keep him alive. Keep that 15-year-old you looking at the future you and not being like, what a corny asshole this guy grew up to be. Make sure that 15-year-old kid likes you still, you know? And then do something for you today, right? Something that you want to do. And then after you're done doing all of that, do something you don't want to do. There's a million things on your list that you don't want to do that you've been pushing back. But you just took care of future you, past you, and you. Now it's time to do something you don't want to do. And then you get to work.
I've got one thing I don't want to do, and that's my tax. But the other thing I don't really like doing is cleaning, and I do that every day. I like to eat, so I go eat something nice. For me, for my older me, I'm working on my music studio, and for my future me, I'm saving for my holiday. So I totally get.
Even cleaning the house is doing your future you a favor, right? In 2 days, when you come in the room and it's all clean and you don't got to clean it, you're gonna be like, damn, I'm glad, I'm glad I did that 2 days ago.
It's all clean now. That's what I'm saying. People, get your house in order, man. Everything here is clean, and like I just do the daily maintenance. It's so much easier. But yeah.
Yep, I'm over here picking up things around the house. I'm about to go hit the garage. Yes, sir. Yeah, and I was gonna say about that real estate thing, man. My homeboy, his family was real big into real estate. Like his mom was like, I wouldn't say mega wealthy. I don't know how much she had, but he sold me my house, and I think he was only in the game for maybe a year or whatever. Maybe he did a couple houses before me, but I was the last house he did. After that, he got out the game and just went to go work for Pepsi.
It don't take long to succeed once you get it going. You can be done quick.
I don't think he enjoyed it. I don't think he enjoyed it, and I know that my house wasn't difficult. I didn't make it hard on him. I think it just wasn't his passion.
It's fine. That's what it is. Whether you enjoyed it or not, it's going to be an easy way to make it.
Are you building a house? Are you selling houses, or you're building you're making stability in the home you live in? Because the home you live in should be one of your most biggest priorities that you have in life.
But the home I live in was one of them.
Emad, you've already got it sorted out, bro, man. I can't. I'm not trying to give you advice, my friend. You've already got it sorted, and you know it. So.
Yeah,
well, I'm here for advice, just not financial advice.
That's what it is. Like you said, you wanted time, you got it. I got time, you got time, so we got that. So, as to what Dbloc said, not going and buying a Lambo, that kind of backfired on me. I could have went and bought a damn Lambo.
Porsche would have been.
You said at least I'd still have the Lambo.
And I went and bought big time.
A Porsche would have depreciated less than my condo. So there you go for making.
You could do like my cousin and spend everything on the Lambo, then figure out what a big mistake it was, and then pivot into a foreign car rental service, which is now booming. That's one of the best pivots of all time, bro. He went from looking like the biggest idiot in my eyes to like really having some respect for him.
It's what it is. Who knows what would have happened if I would have bought it? Somebody could have shot me.
Wrap yourself around the tree or something. I think about that all the time, bro. There's a reason I didn't come into money early.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's
my
a reason.
idea was that I didn't want to buy it because I wanted to do better for my family.
Yeah.
Invest into this.
There's a reason why.
Goal.
There's a reason why I wasn't allowed to have a twin turbo RX-7 R2 2002 RX-7. Man, there's a reason why, because I would have been wrapped around a tree for sure. I know who I am.
I love those. That's a nice, nice one right there.
You would have seen me on the news wrapped around a tree, man.
That's the Fast and the Furious red one.
I love that car.
It's the last RX-7. Yeah, sports edition. Yeah.
Then they came out with the crap, the RX-8. Oh my god.
I like the RX-8, but I'm a family man now. You can put a baby seat in. You can put a baby seat in the back of the RX-8. Man, try sitting in the back of an RX-7. Not fun.
The RX-7 will always be superior to the RX-8. No matter how you
but not for a baby seat. Not for a baby seat. So I said I'm a family guy now.
But it's a heaps better car.
Of course, there's nothing better than an RX. RX-7's the best car ever invented, my friend.
Oh, well, I wouldn't go that far. Have you ever seen a Toyota Supra?
Yeah, no. Listen, that rotary motor is hell fly.
The Toyota Supra probably takes the cake for me. As far as
yeah, Supra, you've got me. It's pretty nice.
In a straight line, I think I'd take the RX-7 around corners.
I wouldn't take it on reliability though.
Okay, I got to tell this story. So my grandmother, she was probably over 80. She bought herself a Toyota or an RX-7 turbo and a brand new one when they came out. I couldn't believe it. My grandma. It was powder blue. And she drove that car like she was a race car driver.
Was it the old? It was the old one, the little small body.
Yep. Yep.
90, 80,
Beautiful,
80 something.
beautiful car. Yep.
Beautiful, yeah.
Holy buckets. She was
Holy
something
bucket
else.
seat. Holy bucket seat.
Yep.
We want that 90s model.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to remember the date and see if I can find a picture of it because it was really something. Imagine your grandmother buying a car like that.
Oh, my mum would love a little old-fashioned red MG convertible. I did promise I'd buy one, but I never managed to. So, I mean, yeah, just because you're a lady doesn't mean you don't have taste.
I know it. Yep.
Yeah, everybody wants a Lambo. Screw a Lambo, dude. Give me a 1992 Toyota Supra 2JZ twin turbo. That's the best car ever.
Yes, sir.
I think somebody I know has a Supra too. I don't. Anyway.
I am a hot Fords and rotary freak though, but I would like a big truck if it's a Ford, like a big Ford truck, man. If you're gonna have a big car, just get a really big truck and have a fast sports car. I mean, I could go on about the cars I love, but it'd be a long talk.
I'm gonna get a 2JZ, and I'm gonna get an Aston Martin. and up all the day. Aston Martin Vanquish. I would love to have that car. I don't want a Lambo. Maybe a Ferrari, but I mean, you know, because it's hard to beat. It's hard to beat
Ferrari's worked on though.
Or even a 7 vibe.
I'm saying if I have money and I even know what to do with, and my family is set, forever.
I know a forex trader that has an Aston Martin, but I have also seen the repairs on those things. They are not pretty irreparable.
Lotus.
If I have
Amira.
If I have that car, I've made it. I've made it in life. Like I don't need to do anything else.
I can give you the best of both worlds, Lotus Amira. It's a Lotus with a Toyota powertrain.
Those are cool. They're fast. Otherwise, they're fast and they're cheap for a supercar, but they're not like they're not comfortable. Like they're not.
I've been in plenty of supercars, and the closest I've ever been to death was in a 1984 Toyota Corolla 2.1 with a rotary swap.
Yes, sir.
That was that's the closest that I ever felt. Okay, this is it. This is where it all ends.
Was it a was it an AE86?
It wasn't mine. It wasn't mine. That thing was a wild horse.
So I'm with you. I like a Suburban. This is my kind of car.
Yeah, that's my speed. That's my speed too. That's my speed too. Nice and slow and comfy. I want to feel like I'm in a living room.
Me too.
My friend had a Monster Extend port, so you don't usually extend Monster ports. So it lasted 15,000 kilometers per rebuild and about 15 minutes per tank.
Eid Mubarak, Jonas.
Those like extended Hummers that have like a freaking hot tub in the back.
Yeah.
I've never seen something like that. That's just like outrageous to another degree.
You call that a party bus?
Yeah, it's like you got more money than God. You're just like, all right, yeah, I'm flexing.
You remember those excursions?
Yep.
Oh my God.
I sure do.
What a beautiful piece of machine that was.
I've had 2 conversion vans in my time, and 3 Suburbans.
Yeah,
and a minivan.
Way to go.
If I was gonna go for like something bigger, like a bigger like floaty type thing, like probably like a Cadillac Escalade.
Oh, that's what my son's at. You know what? They don't have as much room.
I had to go with that Excursion. That's a giant. Screw the Navigator.
Yeah, the Navigator didn't have much for room.
The Excursion is a tank. And you can get it cheap now. Would you get one for $5,000?
The Excursion was built on the 2500 frame. It was built on like the bigger truck frame, so it was a much bigger, heavier duty, everything about it.
I agree on that. That's the one for cheap.
Realistically, all I really want is just a really nice mobile home.
Yeah. But like, do you want like a mobile, like a mobile home or a trailer? Like you want to be able to go places with it, right?
So you want a tiny home?
Well, that
or a motor home.
I don't mean like an RV, but like one that you could take and move, like an actual like a home that you could actually like take him somewhere, like if you wanted.
I mean, I've just never seen anybody. I know you can, but I've never seen any because I've seen some of those big like double wides that are super like luxurious or whatever. But I've never seen anybody take them anywhere. Like they're always just sitting in a Yeah, they're always just sitting
Well, my
stationary
my
somewhere.
neighbors went everywhere all the time in theirs. They went everywhere,
That's
and
cool.
they really liked it.
Class
I mean,
C camper van. That's the one right
yeah,
there.
Yes, you're right.
just
The ones that you can drive through town with, but still you can still go to sleep in them.
The F-350 front end, yeah.
That Mercedes one is really nice.
Or the
a nice
sprinters.
cheap,
Mm-hmm.
a nice cheap
Oh,
trailer
yeah.
like that, like in a good area that's enough for your home base, and then having like a really nice RV, like a super nice RV that you could take on trips like across the country. That would be sweet.
I
The
want a
thing is,
hot.
you got to have reservations in a lot of places to park them.
Yeah, you got to
And
pre-plan.
like the national parks are booked up like 2 years in advance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you see people like camping.
End up staying at truck stops,
Walmart parking lot.
dodging lot lizards, trying to take your kids to the bathroom.
Yeah, but you could sleep in that thing. It doesn't matter where you park it.
Yeah,
As
yeah,
long as
yeah.
you can like sleep in it, and you have a TV with a laptop straight on, maybe an Xbox.
There's a RV problem in New York because for some reason they thought it'd be smart to not make people get a permit to park RVs on the side of the road. So there's like spots in the Bronx that are just blocks and blocks and blocks of mobile homes. People have just set up shop like we live here now.
That's what they say skid rows are looking like across the country.
I was about to say, I guess it's better than Tent City.
Yeah, I mean, whatever works. People got to live somewhere. But it just goes to show, like what BJ was saying, there's not many places that you can just legally park a mobile home, especially not a big one, for an extended period of time without some sort of reservation or.
See, what happens too is like a lot of those people who are like that ain't got nowhere else to go, they'll be riding them things and they break down and then they never move them and they just sit there in that spot.
That's a good point, Gloomy. Gloomy said the problem is if they steal it, then you got your car and your house stolen.
Oh wow, yeah.
That's bad. That's a bad hit.
You're gonna need a bazooka. You can shoot out the window.
Gleamy's he's a very smart man. He's a very smart thinker.
Batu, just think about it for a second. Excuse me. Batu asked, listening to someone say that the 5-day money flow indicating the end and how it unmistakably predicts bear markets. Is that a bunch of bull? I mean, yeah, our bull market and our bear market, we're talking about a 4-year cycle, right? This is a macro cycle. A 5-day money flow isn't going to show me anything that makes me change my mind on a 5-year cycle now. Maybe they're just saying that it seems like we're coming to a pivot. You know, that would be more of a short term, like 2-week, 3-week indicator. But no, I don't think I can. The 5-day money flow can tell me anything when it comes to a cycle this large. I mean, we could look at it right here, right? We'll go to the 5-day. So this is our money flow. The green and red. Right? Now, could it signal a multi-week pivot? Yeah. You know, if we start losing on the 5-day, we need to get confirmation. But we are expecting money flow to go down in general, right? Because global liquidity, we've seen that drop off that it has. Remember, that already happened. When we look at global liquidity, this drop off in the green line, this isn't predictive. This happened already. We just moved it forward, right, to the tightest correlation. So, yeah, if global liquidity is bleeding out, then you would expect most money flows to sort of go red for a bit. So I'll throw him a bone on that one. You're both right, in a way. Since you're sitting next to each other, I don't want to start any fights.
Hey, Dbloc, you
Yeah.
think the Tokyo market's gonna be able to close the CME gap today?
I mean, there's not much of one now. What time is it? We've got 1 hour and 15 minutes left. But that'll be, in my opinion, when they come in, that'll be the goal. They come in at 8:30. If it's not full, that'll be the motivation. As of right now, it's sitting right inside of the closest vector gap that would be the target regardless. And you don't even need the full pattern to play out to close CME, so I'm not really too worried about that.
I think the move afterwards is probably free the trap longs, huh? For the week to play a downtrend.
I mean, that would be the cleanest play out. Yeah. Yeah. Anything else, if we get a false move down instead and then a 3-day up, it's just gonna delay. It's gonna delay us getting into this actual section, which is where I plan on accumulating. Right, like we might as well just call this accumulation.
That move towards the end of April down to beginning of May. You're saying like it depends all on sentiment. Altcoins might drop lower if sentiment is pretty bad. Am I right?
Yeah, it
Might drop
depends.
lower.
April 1st is gonna tell us a lot. So that's when officially, QT is gonna come to a slowdown. If we see a big inflow of money at that point, then, and it seems like by looking at this, you at least have a bit of a turn up. But if we see a big inflow of money from people willing to take more risks, then yeah, the alts won't be as bad. But if people wait, if people say, this is QT light, I'm gonna wait until they end QT completely,
Bottom out.
then yeah, we could be in some danger. Right? We just gotta watch dominance. That's really gonna be the important thing here. Dominance, and we need to watch USDT dominance. We need the dollar to come down, right? We need the Dixie to come down. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Well, Back in the trap we go, to the trap house. So I'm playing. It seems like an easy play to me. Anybody not doing that? And it's Sunday. I predict by the end of the night, sometime tonight, between 8 and midnight, that we're in the middle of that trap up there.
Oh, really?
Yes.
What, close to 84?
I had to look at the number it's at. Let me see. Wherever his target is right there.
Yeah, 83.6.
84. I mean, it's so easy to see. That's the trap. Middle.
Yeah, that's
All
how
of them.
that's how I'm kind of playing it. Yeah, I'm in it right now, trying to go to the upside.
And if you wanted to look at it even deeper, look at that W he has down there. Look, it's a higher low. I left my long on ETH open. It's a little down. So
Yeah, looking at it now, it was a taste early, but yeah, I'm with it.
And that's just the first target. Where's target 2 and 3? That's trap longs up there, so at least that's where I don't know though. We'll see. What do I know? I'm just following him.
Me too.
But I just make my own assertions off of I see from the big dog. Hold on, I gotta turn my mic off. My God, it's so laggy. You ever have that? You try to turn your mic off and it just does nothing?
Oh, yeah.
The hell?
Discord is very buggy software.
Oh my God. This is like the third time I'm pressing it.
How many times
again.
have they updated and changed the way it works and it bugs out in a different way? You think someone would take it seriously and figure this one out down at Discord Central? $2025 and we can't even make a button? Software's hard, but not that hard.
Let's go, Sydney.
Come on, bounce like a kangaroo.
Wanker.
I take that as a compliment.
Yes, sir.
But we're in election mode here now anyway. The election's been called, so yep, you can imagine the riots.
Yeah, I would take 84. I would take it. I'd be happy.
That's a realistic expectation.
Well, hopefully I can believe in the charts and myself that write it up there, right? That's what it boils down to.
Yeah, I remember trading Bitcoin much lower, and these movements were nothing. You'd be like hardly blinking at it. It seems like a bigger amount if you look at it in a dollar value, but a percentage shift. We're playing with small percentages in such a volatile asset.
Oh, 100%.
Need 10% moves, otherwise I'm not interested. I want to multiply 10 by 200.
Damn.
As a starting point. Then we can start talking.
Like we popped and then got slapped.
It's 8:05 in the morning in Sydney. I think our election's on May 9th. We're in full campaign mode at the moment, end of the month, end of the quarter. So I don't know how much volatility we'll get coming into market open of Sydney. But obviously you've got to look at Tokyo because I don't know their economic climate and political climate today. So obviously over to Hong Kong. So certainly there'll be some volatility coming through.
You like Newcastle?
No, but I have personal. I don't like Sydney, to be honest. I don't like to be tribal, but I'm not a big fan of New South Wales for.
No, the beer.
Newcastle beer. I don't drink it. Is it draft? It's probably a draft beer anyway. I'm not a fan of draft.
It's a brown ale.
I would probably like it then. I like ales.
It's from Scotland. I just bought a 6-pack. I love it. Pretty good, I must say. I'm gonna go have one here in a second.
Yeah, I haven't drank any much beer for a minute, but I think the last one I must have drank was probably a Corona. Last ale I had was
Mexican.
Was free beer. It was free beer at the restaurant. I was still, I'm not gonna not drink it. It was a hot day and the beer was cold.
Yeah, it's alright. Watery.
Well, it's funny because over here, not maybe now, but for a while, Coronas were the thing, right? It's like, oh my gosh. Oh
yeah,
my God.
Fast and the Furious and all that was the thing.
Probably.
I guess they're alright with a lime piece in it. Cool. So I would prefer that to have Modelo Negro.
Yeah, I like session ales and dark ales, and I like all ales.
Yes.
And like IPAs.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Yeah.
We're on mine. The one I like out here in the States is Samuel Adams.
XPA, American IPA.
It's not an IPA. It's a ale. Samuel Adams.
Sounds delicious.
It's really good. That's my favorite. The regular one.
My favorite.
The second. Go ahead.
My favorite is the hazy IPA from Bolter in Queensland. I visited the brewery and the hazy.
IPA. I'll try that. What brand is that?
Well, there are many, but hazy IPA.
Oh, it's a home brewed type thing.
Hazy IPA is a mid-strength ale.
Oh, okay. Yeah, IPAs are good. They're cool. They're not my favorite though. They're kind of, they get that strong.
Yeah, I like the tropical session ales, but I like all ales. There's not an ale I don't like really. So.
Oh, you'll love Newcastle.
Yeah, Pirate Life Mosaic. Oh my gosh.
Haven't had that.
We've got a few brewers here, but now the craft. Yeah, well, the craft brewing's done pretty well in the last 14 years here. People I know, they started probably one of the most popular craft brewers here called Prancing Pony. But I got spoiled on ales when I traveled through Europe and spent time in Austria, so I found out what good ale is.
Yes, sir. Love them.
I think Austria has the best ale in the world.
What's a brand I can buy in the store here?
I don't know what Australian ales. I don't know about imported ales are never as good, I think. So you generally want to drink them close to the source. But I don't find any Australian ales there. If you can find an Australian ale, I can tell you whether it's good or not.
Well, what's a major brand one? The one that I can find here.
Well, I don't know about Bolter, but they sold out to one of the big Japanese brewers because they all got bought out. They sold it for like $500 million.
Never seen it.
Yeah, there's so many craft beers now. Go down to the shop, you'll see hundreds of craft beers.
Yeah, but is it here? I don't see it here. I only see Foster's.
Oh my gosh, we don't drink that here. We only export it, but we do not drink. I don't think I've even drank a Foster's.
There's two types. There's a bitter one.
There's not two types of Foster's. There's just Foster's, and that's it.
There's a blue can and a green can here.
One type of Foster's, and it's the Foster's I don't drink.
Oh, okay, joking.
Yeah, they love that in Britain, man. I couldn't believe it in London. Every bar Foster's, but no,
really?
Australian, yeah, it's their favorite.
It's not that horrible. There's American beers that are far worse than that. Like Milwaukee's Beast.
Isn't the worst beer I've ever had? It was called Amsterdam, but what's Foster's?
Miller sucks.
Yeah, I've had worse than Miller, but is Foster's?
Bud Light sucks.
Is Foster? I think it's draft anyway. It's not an ale.
Yeah, it's a draft. Let me tell you what I like. Bonington's Pub Ale. Fire.
Yeah, when I was drinking ales in Austria, like the pubs you go to, they're like 400 years old, and they've got their own like spring under the pub, so they've been brewing the same beer. And then you go to a different town, and you can't find it. I mean, it's just an actual ale for the pub. So like ales that's why they're a craft, really.
I like stouts too.
Yep, stout is a thick drink. Do you drink it like what, Guinness, or do you mix it, or what?
No, I just drink. I only have one Guinness stout, just one. I only drink one.
If you go to
dinner.
If you go to Ireland, the Guinness representatives go around to the pubs and they check all the taps and make sure everything's perfect. Like they get quality checked everywhere.
Although the draught is okay. I don't hate it. It just seems like the Guinness draught seems like it's flat, like it doesn't have carbonation.
Yeah, I could drink a Guinness once in a while, I guess. It's okay. It's pretty heavy drink.
Another one I like is Dunkel. German. Warsteiner Dunkel.
Like Gussa and Otterkringer.
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, there's so many beers, man. There's so many. They're in Germany and Australia.
Do you have Warsteiner?
I haven't drank that before.
Oh, it's different over there.
Well,
we
even
got Heineken. That ain't nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's better at the Heineken factory.
Everybody has that.
Even the Belgian beer bars here, the beer's not the same as it is in Belgium.
Oh, there's a Belgian one I like. What's that Belgian one that comes with a plastic little cork with the metal thing to pop it off? It's Belgium. What is it called? You must know.
Not sure, man. There's so many beers. There's so many beers. There's just so many.
I was just trying to relate to you on stuff that we could both enjoy.
Ale, I can relate. But I don't drink.
Actually get.
I don't know the American. Even if I go to the shop here, I get confused. There's so many beers, man. Vale, I don't know if you get Vale Ale, but
Vale, nope. Can't get it.
If you just Google Australian ale and not find Foster's, because it's neither an ale or a beer that anyone in Australia drinks, then maybe we can talk.
Show me Australian beers. Let's see if I know any of these. Nope, 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 nope. Man, they're hating over here.
This wasn't famous beer. It was famous for Foster's, West End, and Victoria Bitter, and Emu Bitter, and 4X, and horrible tasting beer until craft beer came in. And craft beers are always small runs, like they sell out immediately.
Nope. I know none of these. Looking at them, I don't know what they are.
Oh, I wish you could have a Bolter Hazy, man.
Can't. Sucks.
I think you guys have got some pretty good ales in the US now, anyway. I'd just stay with local beers if I was drinking ales.
Yeah, we got this brand over here called Boulevard Pale Ale. It's pretty good.
Have you had a Cooper's beer? Maybe you got Cooper's over there.
Nope. Never heard of it. Never seen it. I kind of know what's in the freezer. What was that other one I liked? It was strong. I don't remember. Old Rasputin. Where's Old Rasputin beer from? Russian.
Now we have to talk vodka.
Strong. Oh my God, that's a strong beer. Old Rasputin.
Probably got vodka in it.
I don't know. The thing is to stay away. It's all right. It's just too damn strong. Yeah, it's Russian for sure. Look at that guy.
What's the strongest beer you've ever had?
I'll tell you.
Percent.
What is it called? Henny Pen or something like that.
What was its percentage?
Henny Pen beer. Let me look it up. I'll tell you. That's the only one I'm willing to drink because I can't deal with it. They're disgusting. There's plenty of trash you can buy out here that's strong. Usually I don't like them like that. They don't taste good.
Well, the strongest beer you can get is about 15.5%. Anything after that's not called beer anymore.
Ah. Here's one right here. What's the percentage in it? Let me look. Henny Pen Ale. You could only buy it one bottle at a time. Where is it? Henny Pen Ale. Let's see. Sorry. 8%.
Oh man, that's not strong. It started like around 12% to start being strong.
Yeah, it's too much for me. I'm good. I don't think it's there. I don't want it. Yeah, my limit is 8. Other than that, it starts tasting like liquor.
Yeah, it depends on the brewer. They can make 12% drinkable, but yeah, usually after 8, it's not.
8,
Not really.
That's it. I'm done. Seriously, 8. I'm done.
Yeah, I prefer something between 4 and 6.
Yeah, that's fine. Actually, that's normal towards 6, 5, 5. 6 is fine.
Yeah. If
push it to 8.
If it's a hot day, I would rather drink the 4s because the session ales are tropical sessions. A bit easier to actually sit around and not be stupefied from them.
Actually, 8 is plenty, man.
Yeah. Well,
this one, Tank 7, I've had that. That's an 8. Yeah, I prefer beer. I don't drink any liquor. I don't even drink beer hardly. But since I quit smoking, now I just have my beer drinking has gone up a little bit.
I basically don't drink anymore. But if I do, I mean, I'll have any beer if it's a hot day, a cold one. But
I like it with food.
Yeah, red wine with some steak, white wine with some fish, dessert wines with some ice cream.
I treat it like a soda, which I don't drink.
Yeah. Gin and tonic GTs are good, but I like the flavor, not to actually get drunk. I just get dizzy.
I did like martinis. Those are fire.
Yeah, I like mojitos and pina coladas.
Oh God, they're good too. Damn margarita. Leave the damn things alone. I could get addicted to them.
Have you ever had an ashtray?
What's that?
Drambuie and Black Sambuca.
Hell no. I don't do that. I don't do hard stuff really. The only time I don't even take a shot. I don't do nothing. Only time I would have some hard stuff is in a martini. That's about it. Or a margarita.
No, I'll have a scotch on the rocks.
I don't even do that.
Well, neat, just one.
Yeah, I don't do that. But them dirty martinis with that Grey Goose and that brown mousse, I think mixer it was called. Oh my God, with the olives in it.
Yep.
Fire.
I was about no headache, so I was Crown Roll on the rocks or straight tequila. That's it.
You know what? I don't mind that little Hennessy and Coke though. I don't need it.
Yep. Cognac XO.
But I don't mess with none of that no more.
No, I get it. I get dizzy and a headache after one or two, so that's absolutely. I don't even get drunk. It just makes me feel giddy. So because I don't drink anymore. So, but I do like the taste with food or just having a glass with my friend or something. You know, when you're having a chat, that's about it. I'll cut it at that immediately. It's quality over quantity these days.
I didn't mind it though. I tell you, when you got a lot of pain, you know, 3, 4 shots, you know, you kind of relax, take the edge off. So I understand.
Oh, if I don't have a problem with it anymore, so it's not a big deal. If it was a wedding or something like that, you can have a couple or whatever. But just yeah. My parents or whatever used to tell you, you know, you have one for the taste, it would be, but when you're young, you don't realize you just want to get blasted, and it's not really the point of it.
I don't know. Oh yeah, well, for a while I liked being plastered. Yeah, but
Plastered
it
on
does.
expensive liquor. It catches up with you pretty quickly, though.
Yes, it does. It can. That's for sure. And even if
Don't
it
do
don't,
it.
other people around you that go too crazy, you see it. You know what I mean. Anything you do, overdo it, it's bad. But with moderation, there's nothing wrong. But it takes a responsible person, right? Just like a responsible trader. Same thing.
I don't drink when I travel really anymore. If I'm traveling and stuff, or like I can go to a bar or club and just have orange juice. I don't need to drink to have fun. That's you know, just drink it for the taste of it, some food or a friend.
I don't no more now since in crypto, right? You know, like nothing. Like you see all kind of crazy stuff, and you're like, oh really? Okay. But yeah, before then, yeah, you know, take the edge off.
Got me some chocolate.
Now, do you get Cadbury's chocolate? Do you ever heard of Cadbury's chocolate?
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's the best chocolate there.
Have you had a Hershey's chocolate?
Yeah, it's okay. Because I've heard so much about it. I had it and I was like, oh yeah, okay. It was when I was in Switzerland. I was expecting there to be amazing chocolate in Switzerland. Went in the shop and just Nestle's everywhere. I'm like, man, Switzerland. I mean, it is Swiss chocolate.
I heard Dubai chocolate's where it's at.
Well, if you want to get chocolate, you go to a chocolate, like a chocolate, a proper chocolate specialist. Like, yeah, can't say the word, chocolateria or something like that. You know, boutique chocolates. That's the way to do it.
I'm trying to find the one that has the pistachio nuts
Yeah.
in it.
Chocolatier.
Chocolatier, thank you. I was having, I wanted to say it. Thank you. That's where you get the real chocolate.
Yeah, there's one in the States called Kill Ones. They're pretty good. I think they're a franchise.
I heard of that.
Yeah, kill ones. They're like chocolatiers.
The Milka chocolate, I never really liked. It's sort of like Lindt and all that. It's like a European style chocolate. But I was in Austria and I got this huge block of Milka cookies and cream. It would cost me like less than €2. It was probably like at least like a pound block of Milka with cookies and cream inside of it. Man, that was good. That was good stuff. But I don't know. Try and look up Cadbury's. It's Australian. It's the best chocolate, man. So good.
I'm looking.
Cadbury is dank.
It is pretty mad stuff.
The caramel inside. Oh my god.
Yeah, fruit and nut, almond, scorched almond.
We have them here, man. We get the eggs, the Cadbury eggs for
Yeah,
Easter.
Easter.
All
Oh man.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
Cadbury. Okay.
Sure.
Well,
The
you said
factory
it.
was down the road, but from me before. I don't know how many factories they had, but
No, but we get a shit ton of those eggs, man, around Easter time. We get so many of them that they end up selling them like year round. Like they'll get such a big shipment that it's like they'll still be on the shelves months later after Easter.
oh man, like yeah, because I can go to the chocolatier and get these boutique chocolates, and I traveled all the world looking for chocolate. But man, you give me a block of Cadbury's chocolate, yikes! I can't even keep it in the house, man. It won't last 5 minutes.
Yeah, like I'll get one of the bigger Cadbury bars, or like I'll get a bag of the individual wrapped ones, and I'm like, oh,
Yeah.
I'll just come around. I'll have like one or two each night, and I just eat the entire bag, the whole like in like 20 minutes. Like
They always have 2-for-1 blocks. Like I'll just get 2 and put 1 away, and then by about an hour later, I've eaten 2 massive blocks of chocolate. I can't do it.
I have to just get the smaller amounts, like the smaller bars that are like,
Yeah.
a single serving bar. Because I'm like, all right, that's all I'm allowed to eat. I know I'm going to eat the whole thing, and that's all I'm allowed to eat. Like, I cannot have more than this, like, within arm's reach.
Yeah. It was definitely my weakness. When I was younger, my parents would hide it, and I could smell it from the other side of the house. They could not hide it. Then they would hide in the corner trying to unwrap it. I'm like, I can hear it. It's like they would like think I was terrible.
Yeah, bro. If you put me in a factory of that shit, I would eat the whole factory.
Oh yeah, I would be like a cat. I'd be rolling around until I can't move. That's definitely my weakness. My number one weakness is Big Cadbury's chocolate. I can't keep it in the house, man.
Yeah, I've literally eaten so much, and I got like acid indigestion. Like got full and like ended up like throwing up, and then I still ate more of it afterwards.
Yeah, because the only way to feel better, you feel sick, but you know the only way to feel better is to eat more of it. It makes you feel better for a little while.
Yeah, there got to be drugs in there or something, man.
I think so.
I had to just stop buying it because I just don't trust myself.
No, I can't. Every time I walk past the shelf, I'm like, I ain't getting it. No, I ain't.
You walk past, like, oh, and you almost reach out to grab it. You're like, oh, no.
Be strong. Maybe once every 3 months, I'll be like, nah, I'm heading straight for the pack.
It only lasts a few seconds. Debbie? Well, you get the dogs.
Open mic, Debbie.
Pistachio. Yeah. That's the ones I want to try. This Dubai chocolate with the pistachio in it.
Never mind, Grammy. Go dog. You go out on the front.
Someone's got open mic. Someone's got open mic. Debbie or Debbie, man.
Who is this?
I don't know.
Scary.
All good. Sounds like it's gone now. You know what's even better than Cadbury's? Cadbury's and Dorito chips.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So weird mix.
Allen snake lollies, and then you wrap your Cadbury's chocolate in
That's
snakes.
Are all American. Let me ask you if you know this brand, Russell Stover.
Nah.
Damn, you don't know about Russell Stover?
You guys have got
They're
so
bigger
much.
than that.
They're iconic over here.
I figured they thought they would be worldwide. I guess not.
It could be. I may just not have heard of it, man. But you guys have got so much stuff, man. You
It's
guys
like
have
the
got
good
stuff
they give
and
you
more.
chocolates for your
You
girl.
want another piece of this chocolate here? 'Cause I'm starting to eat too much of it. Here.
Here, grab your food while it's hot, or else it's gonna get cold.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Russell Stover, bro, don't sleep.
What the fuck?
You're not eating chocolate before your proper food, are you, man?
Yeah, I'm eating it before spaghetti. I'm doing horrible over here.
Nice. Sweet then savory. Then eat some more sweet. Then go back to the savory.
I'm tripping. I'm gonna go to sleep after this. Damn, this spaghetti is dry as hell. Where's the sauce at? Take it away.
Hey, if you want something done properly, do it yourself.
All the sauce got used up yesterday. This is the leftovers. Mixed it all together. Damn, this is dry.
You don't have cheese?
No.
Oh, what, man? The whole reason for pasta is to eat cheese.
Yeah, I need to get some of that powdered cheese.
Parmesan?
What?
Yeah.
You get 4 cheeses, man. Get all of it. Mozzarella, cheddar, Parmesan. The mix.
I think I got some more sauce in the fridge in a can that I didn't use, but I don't want to go get it. Oh well. Eat it dry.
Come on. What the fuck?
I know. Are we gonna move or what?
Language, please.
Oh, I didn't know my mic was open. I'm sitting at a red light, dude. It's taking forever. I'm sorry, guys. I thought I was muted.
I thought he was talking about Bitcoin,
Ooh,
not the red light.
you're grounded.
You're quite gone. Quite, he's gone.
Man, as soon as you said that, the chart started moving downwards.
That's fine.
Leverage trading is kind of like traffic. Frustrating and dangerous.
If it moves down, all my shorts can print, and then I can have more
And
money.
a lot of drivers not knowing how to drive. Just like leverage. I do agree. That's a good analogy right there. That's funny.
They should never have got their license. Green light, red light. Go, 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 go.
Why they took my coin off of crypto bubbles. It moved out of the top 1,000 or something. AI GXT. I'm shorting it, but it's my bubble disappeared.
Can't you customize that to the ones you want?
They only allow you to have up to the top 1,000 coins. Once you out of the 1,000, you get removed. Your bubble disappears.
That might be telling you something.
I'm shorting. What do I care? That's good. If my bubble disappeared, it went down in rank. It was in the 900s. Now it's gone. No, I just need my tut bubble to disappear. What's that rank? Let's look. Where's your rank, tut? 570. Ah, sorry. More to go down. Go to rank 900. And then the bubble will pop. And then it gets took off crypto bubble. Is Ethereum going to do anything? Or will you just sit here at this price? I guess I better put Ethereum on here since I have a long on it. $400x fly.
Oh yeah. Let's talk about how much your margin is, bro.
The average.
You're on cross though. That just depends how much margin you got on it.
Yeah, I'm on cross. It's only
what is it? Tell me your margin.
5. I don't care. It's only $5
on it.
No, I'm supposed to do that. Dbloc told me to.
To disclose your margin?
He said if I'm talking about that crazy leverage like that, to disclose that it's a small amount of money.
Oh yeah. Most of the time, mine could be like 17 cents on 200x, but yeah.
Oh damn! I don't ever go that little.
I'm just saying, some of the time I might just have a tracer on it. But it's more sensational to say 10,000% up, 400x leverage. Woo!
Yeah, fun. It works too. You just got to know how to do it right.
Oh, you can really talk position size, but margin and leverage, you need to state both of them really to explain what your risk and position is.
Yeah, really. I agree. You can't come out here and say you're doing 400x and you got like a penny on it. You got to say that it's a penny. I agree.
It's pretty gangster if you're doing 400x isolated.
That doesn't work. I already learned that a long time ago.
Of course not.
They'll never give that to you. But they'll allow you to do it though.
Yeah, some people were doing 200x isolated, and I'm like, whoa, loco. Because
well, I know how they're doing it. What they do is one of two things: either they keep on trying until it sticks and taking the loss, and just keep getting liquidated on that smaller amount, whatever they're willing to do, or they turn on the add margin button and they wait until it gets into the profits and gets away, and then they take the add margin button off.
I mean, you also enter on lower leverage, and then just as it gets further away from your entry, you just increase your leverage.
Yeah. Well, that's
you can
that.
Yeah, you can increase your leverage after on not every exchange, but on a lot of exchanges, you can increase your leverage after you've already entered the trade. So you could enter the trade on 5x, and then
yeah,
boost it up to like 100x or 200x, and then just pull out the extra margin that's left in the trade.
Yeah, it's the same as on cross. You can just add margin, and it's like
Yeah,
a
that's what it did.
adjustable leverage.
Yeah, but this
I
is
thought
like
I did that.
you pull the
When
margin.
I did it, but
This isn't like adding margin. It's like your leverage is reduced to begin with, and then you increase the leverage and you reduce the margin.
Yeah,
that's right. Is it automatically reduced my margin after I did that? I didn't like that.
Yeah, some of
I
them
want the
it reduces your margin automatically. Some of them it will leave it in there, and you have to actually pull it yourself, because you can leave it like some exchanges you can leave it in there, and your liquidation price won't move. But if you pull the extra margin out, then your liquidation will go higher. Or
the
like
same on cross. If you open 10x, but then you get a lot of unrealized gains, essentially you're not 10x anymore. You might be 5x if you've gone up. So it's adjustable, variable. But if you can open up a 200x position straight off on isolated and stick it, I mean, good luck to you.
But cross and isolated are completely different animals, though. Thanks.
Yeah.
Isolated is only for low leverage. That's it. That's what you're gonna do. Or you're gonna turn on the damn auto margin.
Yeah, or increase your leverage as you get into it.
Or increase it, as you said.
But all the different exchanges have different features. So unless you're on the same exchange, people get confused which button you're pressing because different setups.
I mean, even if you increase it, you're still in danger, though, because you're isolated. It can come and get you out. Unless you got tons of, well, you're isolated, it ain't gonna matter what you got in your account. Unless you have auto margin turned on. That's why I like cross better.
Yeah, and if you want separate cross positions, you open up sub accounts.
But say I enter a position with $100 on 10x, right? And then it moves away from my entry. Like say it moves like 5% away from my entry. I can then put a stop loss in the profit and increase my leverage to 100x, and then pull out $90. So I only have $10 in the trade, and my stop loss is in the profit, and I still have the
That's
same.
exactly, yeah. And I've done that before, and I can just keep pulling margin out. It's like an unlimited money machine at that point. You just keep pulling it out and pulling it out and reducing you reduce your risk on your cross. So you don't want to have too much margin, because you could end up with so much like margin sitting there, or you've already got it there, you've risked it, and then you want to de-risk, and you just start, like, say you had 1,000 in your margin and you're way up and your stop loss is up, then you just pull 900 of your margin out, or pull 100 out at a time, and then you just start like collecting it back into your spot account. So man, that's when you start making bank.
Yeah. Also, isolated, like, it doesn't always automatically pull the margin out if you increase leverage, but if you're on cross, it should always automatically pull the margin out if you're on cross.
Yeah, you transfer it out into your spot, and then it's not at risk anymore. So you're reducing your exposure and then increasing your leverage and pushing up your stop loss. Yeah.
That difference between isolated and cross, like you can, if you so with isolated, you can just, like, if you increase your leverage, you can leave the extra margin in the trade, and your liquidation is still, so like, say I increase my leverage from, like, I have $100 on 10x, and then I put my, like, it goes above my entry, I put my stop loss on the profit. If I increase my leverage to 100x, I can either pull out $90 and my liquidation gets closer to my entry, or I can leave the extra $90 in there and my liquidation doesn't move. That's what isolated allows you to do. But you still, like, with cross, it doesn't let you do that. If you increase your leverage if you open a 10x on cross and then you increase your leverage to 100x, it will automatically pull the margin out and it will put it back into your cross.
Yeah, that's why I start off with 200, because you can't. Yeah, exactly. I just start at 200 and start pulling my margin out. But you can change from 100x to 200x, but it doesn't change your margin allocation on cross. So you can go up if you're starting to max out because you don't have any more available margin. On Bybit, you can put unrealized gains into your you can spend it. So often I've been like fully 200x allocated and I'm maxing out and winning, but then I have to sell positions to open up more. But on Bybit, you can actually spend your unrealized gains. You don't even need to close your positions, man. It's wild. It's so risky.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty sick if it goes in your favor, but that's so much extra stuff to have to keep track of.
Yeah, well, if it doesn't go in, just leverage. If it doesn't go in your favor, it's just as unsick. It's very unsick. It depends. You can be in the market on leverage and managing it and keeping low risk, and then the market can rip off if you don't have your take profits. You can be in a very, very wealthy position, but probably should think about it at that point. Think about your family and take some of that out.
Playing with leverage is like playing with fire. Leverage on cross margin is like playing with fire inside of a forest that's really dry and it hasn't rained in a long time. And then playing with multiple different positions on cross margin on high leverage is like playing with fire in a dry forest while you're on a ton of drugs.
That's why I like it so much. That's the kind of that's my type of fun. If you're on cross and you're on 200x, it does mean if you see an opportunity, you have your finger on the trigger. You will never miss an opportunity of losing or winning. Just depends if you're a bare metal guy or a safety rails guy.
I'm a guy who's sick of being liquidated and will not do it anymore.
You gotta do it right.
Even on leverage, you won't, like 200x cross, you won't get liquidated if you don't sleep. You can sit there and pull out of the position unless it's very quick move. But
either it's a really quick move or there's a lot of slippage and you can't get out of the position, or if you just are not willing to press the button. Like if you're not willing to have the discipline to sit there and like actually press the button, be like, I'm taking this loss, then.
Well, yeah, when I wasn't willing to press the button, I lost. As soon as I actually just chose not to sleep and manage my positions, it became a lot more profitable.
Why are you putting your liquidation so close?
Well, the biggest trade I ever made, I didn't. I feathered right into it, feathered into it, and I saw it bouncing off of support. It was at 28K, and my belief at the time is it wasn't going to go below. And just right before that, I went all in, and I was fully 200x allocated, and it swung like I expected, and it did exactly what I wanted it to do. And it was ripping and ripping and ripping. But I mean, this is once off, but one win can knock out thousands of losses.
If you're on leverage, as long as your leverage is reasonable, like you're not using an outrageous amount of leverage and you have a reasonable amount of leverage, then you don't need to worry about where your liquidation is, because you should have a stop loss that protects you from ever being liquidated in the first place. If you're on really high leverage, your liquidation is basically your stop loss. So whatever you're putting into the trade, expect to lose if it goes wrong.
And you also have to factor in what coin you're in.
So if you're doing 50x leverage and it goes your way, you're doing really, really, really well. You don't have anything more available, so you have to up it to 200 just to be able to even take any more positions, and your stop losses are way in the profit unless you can spend your unrealized gains.
Yeah, well, that's how you do it. It's by increasing your leverage.
That's
on the trade that's already winning.
correct. That's why I can't believe anyone would open up a position on cross at 200 full leverage. Every time you do that, it just flickers and then liquidates you within about 3 seconds. I've accidentally done it before 4 times when I was tired and I managed not to get liquidated, but I did $4 million worth of volume in about 5 minutes. And it was, yeah, it's a bit scary. It was not on purpose. If you're a leverage trader and you even ever contemplate putting 200x there, you have to know that if you press the wrong button, your money will go. So if you lose all your money and you get upset about it, you should never have ever gone on that 200x. You can lose your money instantly just by one tiny little touch. Or your dog can come up and press the confirmation button. If you're willing to open up a 200x position, any money in that margin, you cannot be upset if that disappears. So you want to take less than 1% of what you're happy to be trading. So you had $100, you wouldn't really want to be putting more than $1 in that margin, opening at 200x on cross. If you did and you lost $1, then you lost $1. But if you put all your money into margin and you have it exposed to 200 on cross, and you lose it and you're upset about that, then that was a very, very silly thing that you did. Very, very silly.
I'm back. What's going on, gang? See if we can invalidate this W and do something now. What happened?
No, we're just talking about traffic, how traffic's like leverage trading. You got like it's dangerous and you got red light, green light, and it's frustrating.
Let's make that move then, my G. I'm ready.
Black, thanks for the sub. W sub.
I guess that wasn't the short trap.
Looks like we're gonna invalidate here for the most part. We've only got, yeah, we'll leave a CME gap up to 83.8 from wherever this candle closes.
Lackluster.
Yeah, I'm really not expecting too much exciting trading, guys, for the next couple of days. I have to be completely honest with you.
So they don't want the weekend. They don't want to go back in the trap.
Well, they might want to. What you want and what you can pull off is a different story.
Oh my God! Usually they always accomplish that.
Well, they do until they don't, which is what we watch for, right?
Until it's the 31st of March.
I'm prepared. DCA tomorrow. Shorts in.
Smart money's at lunch right now.
For me, it would seem like a downtrend from here until Asian market makers get on tonight. As soon as Asian market makers get on tonight, I'll be longing towards CME close. Hopefully, I'll get to add some of that from my leftover that isn't in yet. But I'm not expecting it to happen in a hurry. Right? We've got hours, so.
That's what I like about you, Dbloc. You always know what the next move is. Always.
Yeah,
There's never a minute you don't know the next move, bro.
At least my next move, I have it, yeah. And then it has its invalidations and it has its confirmation.
And you don't miss a minute, man.
He's like a compass. He's always pointing in the right direction.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, I have been very wrong before.
It's just like, the way to look, I guess.
No, yeah,
Where you
yeah,
should
yeah,
look.
yeah.
You're not making assumptions, Dbloc. You're making presumptions. So being wrong is not wrong. It's just not as right as you'd like to be.
when Jack Sparrow was wrong with his compass, he always manages to find a way out of it.
Start looking towards the stars. Please help me, stars.
Don't forget about the Simpsons prediction that's coming.
There's been so many episodes, man. The broken clock's right twice a day.
The Simpsons are predicting that Donald Trump will die on April the 12th.
That's dark.
That is dark, bro.
I'm not making it up.
No, I know. I know you are.
Too dark.
Simpsons has had some dark shit, like that one with Kobe crashing in the helicopter, crashing into a mountain in a helicopter. I think that one was made. The problem is there's a lot of, until I get the actual episode and go back and can see it on the episode, I don't believe him, because it's one of the most like commonly faked sort of cartoons. So what happens is people run when things happen. People run to make the to make the cartoon and then show the clip. But some of them have been real. Sure, South Park too.
Well, real quick on that Simpsons episode, it has that date written on it. So
Might want to up the Secret Service just in case. Can't hurt, right? A couple extra guys on duty.
I'm predicting that the restaurant will be open in about 3 hours, and I'll be able to get some soup.
Oh, and another thing, did you see the Kobe Bryant remote control helicopter that came out before he died?
No.
Yeah, it was for sale at Walmart. It was Kobe Bryant.
Was there some Bitcoin prediction, like what it will be next week?
Simpson, Krusty the Clown, early Simpsons was telling people to buy Bitcoin when it was under $100. It was like on a shopping list or something on the wall. I can't remember exactly. It's been so long. But yeah, there was a metric that we used to follow. If you would have listened to Krusty the Clown, how much money would you have right now? I can't remember what the price point was.
You'd have also you would have also stepped on a few rakes.
You've also done a bunch of horrible things in your life, yeah.
Stepping on rakes and hitting yourself in the face.
Yeah, this one we're gonna have to play by momentum, guys. In my opinion, we didn't stay in the trap long enough. We didn't close. Market makers showing weakness, so I'm not gonna take weakness on top of weakness and then call something a false move and just assume that they've regained control. Right? They're gonna have to prove it to me. If we come down and then end up, then yeah, but I'm not gonna pre-call it. Right? There's not enough of a setup here for my liking, right, to meet my metrics. Nah, it's probably gonna invalidate it here. I think we've got too much liquidity underneath us, and I think whales understand that when Asia comes in, they're gonna want to close that CME gap that we just left. So if they're gonna want lower prices, they're gonna have to do it now. There's a bit of a gap between now and when Asia opens, so I would expect this liquidity to sweep.
Can I ask you, Dbloc, because you don't go short, if you're saying there's no setup, the opposite to no setup isn't short is a setup, but would this be a short setup?
No, I mean, well, yeah. If you're gonna break down, but I mean, very short term, right? Like you would have had to already, in my opinion, take the short when you broke momentum on the, on the 15. If you were looking at this time frame, your short setup was right here when your 13 crossed your 50 and you retested, and you'd already be in the short.
Okay, cool.
But
I'm not.
I am
I'm not
expecting
taking.
down. You know, I'm expecting a down bias for at least the next couple weeks, personally. Whether that means we pump up, you know, and come back down, whatever. That's on the macro. It doesn't matter. But yeah, we'll
You know what?
just run to momentum trading. You know, that's where I was born.
Chasing price action.
Yeah, I love that shit.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's nice to be spoiled and have a good weekly setup, you know, starting on Sunday that you can sort of count on, but there are parts of the market where market maker loses control, and if you don't have a good grasp on momentum trading, or at
It's
the
been
very
good.
least, like, you know, structure.
It's been good for me because I haven't traded much in a long time, and so many of the things that I learned have sort of come back to me a little bit. Like I did do a structured setup, and that worked out well, and then I had to chase the momentum, and that gives me a better understanding of what indicators I should be looking at what part of the market. But yes, you forget a lot of things when you haven't traded for a while.
Yeah.
I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just doing my push-ups, make sure I'm ready for whatever comes next.
Galactic, I don't have a grid right now. I'm gonna manual the last 20%. The big difference between dynamic DCAing and just flat DCA is that you never hesitate to buy low because you're just bringing your average way down. You know, you're bringing your average down within a dead cat bounce's grasp of being above water.
But you might miss a big run.
Yeah. Yeah. You can't be scared to average up in those situations.
We never know. I mean, some people, well, we do predict, but some people say, I'm not getting in because it's going up, and then they miss that. It just runs for days and days and days.
Mm-hmm.
So everything. There's two sides to every coin.
Yeah, the don't chase rule is the finicky mistress. It saved me a lot of money, but it has also cost me a lot of money. I would say net, it's probably saved me, not definitely saved me more than it's lost me. And by loss, it's just opportunity loss that we're talking about.
Yeah, but that's the opportunity lost is the thing. Like you say, you've got 4 big banks, right? And 3 of them done really well, and then the fourth bank didn't do as well. The fourth bank can get ruined from that, even though they showed profit. They lose credibility, and then everyone leaves the bank, and it gets liquidated. So, you know, it's all relative at the end of the day.
It's about what makes you feel worse. Do you lose more sleep over getting left behind, or do you lose more sleep over being underwater? And then you adjust your strategy accordingly, you know?
Yeah, that's why you have to set your goals and expectations, risk tolerance, and where you're at, because you may be way above water already. So it's just.
Zach, I trade heavy bags on spot. I don't trade leverage anymore, brother. Sweep those licks, baby.
Oh.
Yeah, we've got liquidations all the way to 808. That are pretty easy money, but we do have a demand zone at 811. We're already leaving red vectors behind, so this could be a good setup. I just want to see some nice stopping volume candles in these areas. Two and a half hours, so
I need Zusi back. I'm tired of being the contrarian. Sorry, Dbloc.
Nah, you're good.
I'm apologizing because I'm not. That's because I'm a contrarian. Where's Zusi at?
Trade spot now.
I think, I don't know, but if you're a real small person that wants to do something with their time, then there could be more reason for leverage. But if you're really big, there could be more reason. But if you got big bags, I don't see why you would be trading leverage at all. I don't really see it.
You got it, Giga? Nice. I mean, you got it, Parabolic? Yeah, Food Lab. My gold position is over a year old right now. And I keep changing my take profit. Don't do that, by the way. But when presented with new data, you've got to be able to pivot on the run. And the world is not calm enough for me to sell my gold position yet.
Well, notification. 7-day low, BTC.
That's the 50 EMA, Zach. It just has a deviation cloud on it. Basically, just look at it like volatility, right? Expands and contracts, but it's just a 50 EMA.
Man, we are low on BTC now. All right. Didn't realize we were that low.
What's ETH down to? Damn, 1772.
Stop looking at ETH. Stop looking at ETH.
Damn. We'll have to add more to that.
OV, thanks for the sub, brother. Welcome. All right, so our W is invalid. We can clear this chart up.
Oh, I was wrong. At least I was properly wrong, not just a little bit wrong.
So when you're wrong, you want to be
full wrong, 100% wrong. I don't want to be a little bit wrong. A little bit wrong. I should have been a little bit more risky if I was a little bit wrong. But if I'm fully wrong, I'm glad I wasn't risky at all. I wasn't, to be fair. I'm just warming up my fingers.
Yeah.
And I don't like to keep my eye off the price because, yeah, I like looking at Bitcoin.
Who's getting hit the most? Let's go see.
I'm not even going to look at ETH again until it's at like 16.4. I'm lying. I'm about to look at it right now.
Yeah,
I'm not even going to look at it till it's 1500. Maybe I should get some spot right now.
On High Street, 50 cent.
Just wait, bro. It'll be free soon. We're almost done with this wick recovery on we've been looking at this wick recovery on ETH for a while. We're almost all the way through it. The bottom of the wick is 17.5. That breaks, we break structure.
That, I'm willing to bet they don't. I'm about to add. I'm ready to play.
Yeah, that's the measured move if everything goes bad there from that flag that we're sitting in.
It's already bounced.
That would be 13.8.
19 minutes till Sydney opens. We're in pre-market.
What's that bottom number on that wick recovery?
Can't see. Where we at?
On ETH.
17.5. Basically 17.6 flat.
All right, thank you. 1766 bounced off of here.
ETH hasn't been below 1500 since before the real bull run. I guess since right before this or at the
Yeah, I
start
know.
of the bull run in
It's like if
October.
I see it, I didn't think it would go back there. Last time it went near to it, I was so close to jumping in. As it got close to it, I chickened out until it got to 15, and I didn't jump. But let's if it hit that again, we can talk.
Do you guys think that the tokenomics and the merge have caused its value to be different now in dollar terms?
No, I think that they are suppressing the hell out of the price so that they can accumulate massive amounts. Is what I think.
I agree.
Check my look at my screen real quick. This is what I keep coming back to. You can go to rwa.xyz. Tokenized real world assets, sort of like an analytical page, right? Platform. Come down to where is it? There is funds. Where was this? There we go. BlackRock USD Institutional Digital Liquidity Fund. Look at the action that we've had on ETH since the 9th of this month. BlackRock went from holding 489 million to basically 1 billion, 1.2 billion, 1.7 billion in less than a month. And price hasn't
Yeah, it's
moved.
been growing at a crazy.
Yeah.
What?
Ignore what they say and watch what they do. No, it doesn't, but it does show interest, and they're not the only ones that are loading up. You know, but
100%.
that sort of
both
attention.
Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Yeah.
So that would mean Dbloc, that Bybit hack really was insequential then. Like it might have.
The Bybit hack figured itself. It figured itself. I mean, Bybit did an amazing job of handling that. They literally got all of it back. They didn't lose any customer funds. The problem was that CZ was licking his chops over being able to buy the dip that was supposed to cause, and it didn't. So they had to make it happen. That's the week that Binance sent all that Bitcoin, all that Solana, all that Ethereum to Wintermute and had them basically sell off.
So, but some of that Ethereum ended up being laundered out. They didn't get all the Ethereum back.
They got everything. I mean, they didn't get it back, the specific Ethereum, but they got everything back that they were missing. Yeah. Some of it was borrowed. They made deals for some of it.
Yeah, they filled the gap.
With
but
other
that
exchanges.
Ethereum still ended up on the market to be sold.
Well, that's the thing.
They've
not in the market.
Yeah, they haven't sold.
Ethereum that got stolen and got laundered out, but after that, the exchanges just liquidated a bunch of people, and that's how they got the
It
money
hasn't been
back
sold. That
from the
Ethereum hasn't been sold. They still have the
these are
Ethereum.
theories.
Yeah, just because it's moved into a
North
million
Korea does not
wallets
sell.
doesn't mean it's sold. The Lazarus Group has never sold.
Yeah, they stack Bitcoin and Ethereum like crazy.
That's the North Korean Ethereum strategic reserve, basically.
Yep. Lazarus has never dumped on the market ever. They've dumped altcoins, but they've never dumped Bitcoin or Ethereum, and they've been doing this for 5-6 years now.
Yeah, I think it's a long-term game for them for sure.
Yep.
Dump it when no one's remembering it and forgot.
I think they understand the game where it's headed. They're see, I don't know if you guys remember, but I was talking about software and how Bitcoin is the new frontier for war. And Lazarus is obviously a state-backed group. They're the first force, if you will, that's fighting on Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Yeah.
Well, they definitely are state backed, but we know that.
Yep.
It's not like BlackRock's doing it. It's definitely North Korea.
I can't freaking hear that guy. Was he low to anybody else?
Nah, your mic is kind of off though.
Yeah, obviously. I'm just saying. I don't know if I have him turned down, if I need to turn him up or whatever. I just wanted to know if he was low to anyone.
Nah, it sounded regular.
Fine for me.
I might be for some people because my mic is a bit sensitive, so I've turned it down a little. So you'll have to turn me up if you can't hear me. Also, to add more to the Lazarus lore, they use Bitcoin and Ethereum for transactions, so they're never really dumping on the market. They're using it to fund their operations because they can't spend dollars or stables, but they can spend XMR and they can spend Bitcoin, they can spend Ethereum, as long as Ethereum lets them. That's also a debate right now in the Ethereum community. A lot of people or I don't know what's happened yet. They were supposed to vote on it. I haven't followed up because it's holidays for me. It's Eid. But there were a lot of calls within the community to fork the Bybit hack to essentially make the 1.4 billion that was stolen. Like,
yeah, that's
ineffective.
exactly how Charles and Vitalik broke up in the first place.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm two ways about it. I understand Charles's argument. Code is law. And if it happened, it happened. It's immutable. There's no rolling it back. There's no, you know. But I do understand and want to be able to make people whole if you can too. I guess it's just an ideological stance, right? It depends how
it's
strict you're going to
academic.
be about it.
It's academic versus real world. Like the same thing happens with software. You've got your academic programmers, and then you've got your developers. Programmers will never get much done other than argue and develop new things. Developers get the job done. It's the difference.
Yeah, I agree, Fly, but it's also like an ideological debate between two sides, right?
I realize, but
there are two different debates here: centralization and also protecting investors.
Yeah,
there's an
users.
ideological debate between programmers and developers as well. It's the same ideological debate.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry to break up y'all conversation.
No, you're
y'all
good, bro.
Go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Absolutely good.
What you think about this this engulfing blue vector down here? It swept yesterday's low, Dbloc. You think we might get a little bounce up out of here?
What time frame you on?
5 minute. It's the 5 minute, kind of short term, you know.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I got a blue vector down here engulfed our red vector.
What chart are you on?
I'm on BTC, just USDT on Binance.
Okay. On BTC perp, that never became a vector.
See, yeah, you use Trader's Reality
Yeah.
indicator for it. Yeah, I did the same thing. I got a blue one on mine.
It's because you're not on perpetuals. I'm on BTC USD.P. So what you want to do is, you don't have to look at the perpetual chart, but what you want to do for the best one is go to your TR main and then come down to where it says, where is it?
Let's see, let me hop in here.
It's around here somewhere. Right here, when you come to PVSRA override. If you're
Okay.
not going to be on perp, just click on this and then put in BTC USDT.p
Gotcha.
and then
Gotcha.
click
Okay.
override, and then it'll give you the proper vectors on whatever chart you're on.
So that's
All
always
it
like.
means is there was slightly more pressure over there than over here. This one didn't turn blue.
Ooh, yeah. So when I go over to the index, just the USD
Mhm.
version, yeah, I got purple, and then just I guess it's just like your normal candle,
Yeah, for the
like volume candle.
for the best accuracy, you want to be on perpetuals, on Bitcoin
Okay.
perpetual chart.
Yeah, that's the USDT chart, and all right. Well, let me just put a ticker in then, because it automatically switches over,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
yeah. So let me just throw that ticker in here then. Do you ever go through and look at like maybe just the USD and the the USDT? Do you ever
I look at different ones, but I
you
mean,
know?
the market maker really has his hand the heaviest when it comes to leverage and perps. So like, you want to be paying attention to.
Perpetual. Do you use Bybit? That's USDC.
For the most part, I'm always on perp, on Binance perp.
USDT, Binance, okay.
Yeah, so it's just BTC USDT
Perpetual.
.p. Yep.
Yeah, .p got you. Perpetual contract. All right. Add that in. 'Cause I'm long, cause I saw that. I'm like, oh, bet. Let me long this real quick.
I mean, it's still
So let
decent, right?
me.
You still do have a bullish engulfing. It just didn't happen to
Yeah.
turn
Right
into a
now, it's
vector.
like yeah, it's kind of. I'm like, so let me go check. Let's see what I got. Yeah, you're right. You just got a couple red vector candles downwards, and then
Mm-hmm.
yeah, pretty much engulfing right there. Pretty much. At least a body next to it, the bottom one. I see what you're saying.
So far, we're looking at a bit of a double bottom scenario, but
Yeah.
we'll see if
Hey,
it
I
holds
was
up.
listening to, what was it, yesterday? Yeah, it was last night. Dude, you were getting it. You were talking, I can't even remember now. You're talking about some just people are asking you a couple questions and you just like, you caught fire and then your stream straight up froze. I'm like,
Yeah, it
no.
was so tight. That happened to me twice, bro. Caught
You
me
were
mid
spitting straight like
sentence.
a fire, man. I was like, hell, no. I was like, hell no. Why did you do this?
Market maker, man, trying to slow me down.
Yo, it was just flowing, man. I was like, damn, he's like in the zone, and it just string straight up froze.
Be right back.
All right. Yeah, Ryan Smith. I just hopped in a couple minutes ago, right when I hopped on Discord there. Okay.
There we go. A little action.
It's trying to. Yeah, it's trying.
Let's go down and micromanage this thing.
Hey, Dbloc, you got echo?
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
No, it's fine for me.
Yeah, it
No echo
echoes
on my side.
for when I talk and when you talk, Dbloc.
Are you listening to the stream?
It's
You might be
yeah.
listening to the YouTube or something, or have the YouTube open on your PC.
That's what it was. My bad. I totally forgot.
It's all good,
I
bro.
just went in to light the video. Just to hit the light, bro.
Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
Like, damn it. I was like, hold up. All right, we good now. Come on. Little bumpity bump.
Senior Live is called Market Sessions. So you're talking about the session indicator? The one that had US, UK, and Asia? Yeah, it's called Market Sessions by TTC, I believe.
Get a little uptrend going.
A little tiny little 15-second uptrend.
Yeah. Gotta start somewhere, right?
Let's do some 15-second charting here. To show you guys that time frames really don't matter a lot. Speed is the important thing. This shit is fun to do for exercise sometimes, but especially when you're down on the 1 second, it has to be quick.
Your purple top line there, is that you got your 50? Is the white the 2 or the 100?
The white's the 200 and the purple is the 800.
800. Okay.
Yeah, the one with the blue cloud is the 50 EMA.
Yeah.
Two moves here. Either we break the bullish trigger, eat through these liquidations and get rejected off the 800, or we come back, clear this green vector, put in the right side of the W, and that gives us a bigger chance to get up through these liquidations.
Ooh, yeah. Yeah, a little 15 second.
Look something like this.
Yep. Maybe what time is it here? Set it up. Kind of set it up for Asia to come on through in the nighttime here.
Yeah, 2 more hours.
Mm-hmm. Give enough time to mess around. Yeah, that's like they swept yesterday. Just yesterday's low, so I was like, man, maybe this might be a good little short long opportunity here. Just the time that they're doing it too.
Yeah, you've got top line resistance here also.
Yep. Dbloc, you've been doing good, man. Just steady, slowly growing.
Yeah, channel's doing good, man.
Yeah, it's been just slow, steady. I'll see more and more people watching, than some, several months ago,
Yeah, at a time where we really lost a lot of interest in crypto too. So
Yeah.
usually you would
know,
expect the numbers to be going down around these times.
Yeah, you know how that kind of goes. When it gets boring, ain't nobody want to show up and watch.
It's gonna be dead during the bear market. Watch.
What? Yeah. I learned on the backside of last cycle. I was like, it just got deader and deader and deader. Like it's like, man, ain't nobody like. Everybody's like, the hell with it.
I
Go do
get it
something
though.
else.
I get it.
Yeah.
Just us
Especially if you
like
ain't shorting,
career.
especially if you ain't shorting,
Yeah.
or anything else. That's like, but you learn now. That's almost when you want to be the most engaged is when it's completely dead. Now, that's your your bottoms are being marked by that.
Yeah. All right, we're about to.
I
hit
learned
this
that. I've
magic
learned
move.
that. I've learned that now, and I learned the power of a spot bag too. That's damn sure. I definitely learned the power of a spot bag. Come on up. Oh, this would be nice if we can get up on this daily open here.
They should be able to clear this vector no problem, and then we're gonna have to
Green
build
little-
bullish pattern.
Yeah. Get a little.
Hey Dbloc, quick question. What are your thoughts on dominance? What would that percentage have to be for like starting to think about going into bear market?
I'd like to see a 5 in front of it. I don't care if it's 599999999. I would just like to see us out of these sixes.
Yeah. Yeah.
By the way, Dbloc, about dominance, I have a theory, and I mean, this is just a random theory with no real backing data behind it, except the sentiment, right? But I think that eventually Bitcoin dominance might climb up to like 70-80% as nation states adopt.
It's possible. Some of the big money that comes in only to Bitcoin, most likely will be pension funds and retirement firms. But yeah, that has a lot to do with why we're where we are now. Like we're already seeing that.
Yeah.
Like, there's no reason for us to be at 62 at these levels at this time. The only thing that's got me kind of looking against that is the fact that as we've seen, dominance turns down as soon as QT is over. And we're starting to get to the end of that, sort of cycle already. So
I think it's just a little bit more drawn out. It seems.
Like, look, if you turn on Bitcoin dominance and you turn on so this is the end of QT, right? In 2019. So right as we came to the end of QT, dominance took its hit. And we're at that level now, right? April 1st is a couple days away. We should at least start the plateau, which means we should at least start the plateau up top. But we'll see how that plays out.
Well, that makes sense, huh?
Yeah. I mean, it just makes sense that until the Feds are done tightening, the interest for high risk assets isn't there yet.
Yeah, yep.
How low do you think dominance could go in this cycle, next cycle?
Maybe 46. I don't think we see it in the 30s again. The days of being able to just wait for it to get down to 36 and flip the Bitcoin, I think you run the danger of getting front run by institutions at that point. My biggest fear, right? That we get to the bear market and we start getting to some of the real juicy numbers for Bitcoin. And then the institutions say, okay, this is low enough for us. And boom, and we keep waiting for those lower numbers. So I'm definitely going to be hands-on during this bear market, even though I don't short. I will be riding some nice legacy shorts down on IBIT and MicroStrategy, though. All right, so we got that vector. That target's gone.
Yep.
Now we need to build some sort of bullish structure here that's going to get us into the next level. Right, so you're going to want to see a bull flag.
That you said you don't think about it. Dominance will probably get back into the 30% because that low of last was what, 38, just under 39%.
Yeah, it's just I think we're going to get diminishing returns to both sides.
Yeah, I would be surprised if it gets back into the 30 percentile. Yeah, because that's pretty much the low of last cycle, literally, right into the 30s.
Yeah, if you're just jumping in, guys, this is Bitcoin on the 15-second. Let's not get too excited. And this is what we're looking like on the 5-minute.
That 15 seconds my favorite small time frame.
What I would like to see for continuation is a nice bullish structure here. Give us some lower highs, lower lows, get these bears excited, have them start shorting, but keep it within a bullish structure, clear these vectors so that retail stays involved, and then make the next run up.
You personally think we've gotten the second slide down based on the M2 supply?
No, I don't think we're at the bottom of it at all. So I think for the next 2 weeks we still drop a little bit lower. But I do think we have some exhaustion on this current move. That should be the bottom of the flag. Or the bottom of the W, or the bottom of whatever bullish structure we try to paint here. Keep an eye on volume. Pretty sure we're volume divergent right now. Yeah. This move up was ordered by spot though. And you see the move up, and then you look at your volume, and you see increased volume all the way up, right? Volume didn't die down until you got to the top. keep a close eye on these shorters. We want them to come down into this black zone. We want them to fill this entire gap for us. I mean, ICT is fine, senior. It gives people structure, right? Smart money concept. I don't know if it's necessarily a specific trading. I guess you could call it a trading style, but it's really just market structure, order blocks, fair value gaps, liquidity, premium and
ICT just
discount
like renamed?
zones. SMC. Yeah.
I feel like a lot of that's just repackaged legacy stuff.
Most of it. Yeah. It does leave, in my opinion, it leaves a lot out of it leaves a lot when it comes to liquidity. Like they pay attention to large orders and small orders, but liquidity goes a lot deeper than that. I feel like they don't pay enough attention to money flow. I don't know. There is no one true way, you know.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like a lot of these things are just data points that you can use to create a
Try to strengthen your
sort of a
case.
guide for you.
I can tell you from experience,
Rather than
from doing this for a while, that a lot of the SMC ICT traders that we get in here have personally told me that what we do here fills in a lot of the gaps that they had, right? Answered sort of a lot of quick. And I think that's really the way you should do it. Like, I really do think you should go through all schools and then pull what works.
Yeah.
For me, my main thing
it's the
is that
wise thing to do.
Yeah, for me, my main thing that I try to teach people is that this does not have to be complicated. It's really not. It's really not. These people overcomplicate the concepts, overcomplicate the strategies, because deep down inside, they really don't want you to understand it. They want to show you that they're providing some value, right? Because you have to pay your $3,000 for the course or whatever it is that they're charging.
What?
But they don't really want you to understand it, right? They want you to have to go take the Inner Circle premium course now that answers all the questions that you know, it's like, come on.
Then they want you to join the sub-based group.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid. A lot of it is just people trying to make themselves seem smarter than they really are, or try to make it seem more complicated than it really is, so you can give up and say, well, I'm never going to understand this, but this guy seems to have it figured out, so I'm going to just, you know, stick to him, sort of thing.
Follow him, yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly what you're talking about too. You froze out yesterday. Like you were like, you kept it basic as far as just candle patterns. When y'all were talking like about patterns and everything.
Yeah.
You were just straight up as far as like, is it like bullish or bearish engulfing? Because you go back through the charts and you look at those setups, you know.
Yeah, it's about boiling it down to actionable TA. Right? There's one thing to be like, let me look at this chart and I can show you every single thing that it says You know, I can pull every analysis that I can possibly find in a million different ways and talk about it for 3 hours. Or I could point out the 3 things that actually matter to you making a decision on whether you should buy now or not. All the other stuff is cool. You want that base, right? You want that base of knowledge for sure, especially when you're talking to other TA guys, right? It just makes it easier to communicate. But when you're in front of your computer and it's just you and the screen and you're trying to figure out when to get in and when to get out, yeah, it's just really a couple basic things. Slowly still putting in this flag here. Haven't seen too much interest from the bears underneath 82.9 though. We really need them to step up to the plate here. Our market maker will get tempted. We still have to come down to this we still have to come down to this vector gap in my opinion. No, it's too close. Too much money to be made there. Let's see if we can keep it within the channel though. That way we don't scare retail away.
You think we're gonna clear that 64%, that wick on dominance? You think we clear that Dbloc?
Oh no. Dominance is a fickle beast.
Yeah, I think we can at least hit this liquidation block here on the 45-minute. It's from like 62.5 to almost 63, 62.95. Fill that in. I mean, it looks good. Look like it wants to rip up, you know.
Just too much. Too much depends on dominance moving, right? We have to look at USDT dominance. We've got to look at ETH, Sol, XRP, all the high market cap stuff. See if that's set up.
Sugar just been on a steady march for several years, so it's just been steady marching up. I'll linger in there.
CC, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're starting to get bears are starting to drop down here.
And move my stop loss up into the green there just in case. See.
Why are you confused, Saeed? We're on the 15-second chart, by the way. Yes, but everything can't go just in one direction, right? You got seller exhaustion, so you're gonna have these relief rallies. The trick is to play into the relief rallies, peel a little bit of money off, and get out before it goes to shit, which is why we're sitting watching it on the 15-second. That's why I made sure and said we're on the 15-second, because when you go to like the 15-minute, it's not as big of a... And all we did was hold support and clear these vectors. Retest the 50 EMA. Bearishly retest.
No, I'm not too worried. I think Monday or Tuesday we're about to see a huge leap up. I think with April coming now, I'm about to buy a shit out of vaults, and it's gonna fucking moon. Sorry for my language.
Yeah.
Dbloc, you been peeking at Galley any lately?
Nah, I haven't looked at Gala for a while, actually.
Man, you down the bottom.
Bad.
Oof. Yeah.
Imagine.
It's just like, it looks juicy as hell, though. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, yo. Let dominance slip. Let Bitcoin dominance slip. Especially where Galley is right now. It's just like, it's off the floor. As far as just history we got so far, you know?
Yeah. Ugh. Yeah, that is
there.
ugly.
Because Gala was like that late runner, like last cycle.
It's insane to say that after all of this, Gala is literally still in this accumulation zone here.
Yeah. But if you got some conviction on the deal, now's the time to buy. Yeah, like I said, this Gala ran after Gala ran after on the second peak of last cycle that Bitcoin put in. That's when it started actually, I think, doing crazy numbers. I believe it was like a late runner of the very back end of that cycle, kind of, sort of. See.
Space Cat, I think you can stake your virtuals. I'm not sure though. I don't. I just hold mine. If I'm not mistaken, I think there is staking available.
That was in November 21. Let's see, what was actually Bitcoin at that time?
What time is it? 7? I'll be right back. Let me order my food. That way it's here in time.
My order went through at 81,600 for Bitcoin. I just noticed that notification. I was like, oh yeah, deal, take it.
Oh yeah, that's a good little swipe. Nice swipe, right at the low, the daily. Yeah, you did right at yesterday's daily low, right? 81,600.
Pretty much. Yep.
That was literally yesterday's daily low, right to the penny.
But I said it just below that. So I was like, all right, deal.
Yeah, good place to put it. Yeah, if you're just kind of sniping a little bit, that was good snipe because you could have saw right back up to the daily open. Well, let's see here if you wanted to do a little quickie. Just a little bit over 1%, depending on if you're using some leverage. There you go. Make an easy little 10, 15%. Yeah, I just kind of
Yeah,
hopped
it was
in.
81,595 is where it went through.
Oh, nice. Yeah, right up underneath. Yeah, I hopped in right at 81.7. I was just kind of waiting because last week's low is right below that at 81.15, 81.116 is last week's low. I wouldn't be surprised if he swiped that. Was that leverage or just like playing with spot money?
Just spot.
Okay. Yeah, good entry though.
Yo, Dbloc, Tokyo's about to open, right?
Dbloc, he popped off. He'll be back in a minute. But yeah, Tokyo will be.
I think they just.
Yep.
I think they just opened, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh. Let me check real quick. If they did. Oh. Ain't popped up. Screen yet.
Dbloc, what's that green line that you're comparing it to there?
What happened?
I was just wondering what that
Oh, that's
green line.
that's global M2, but that's on a different. That's on the
Time
4
frame.
hour. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're in the same sort of scenario that we are whenever you get both flags at the bottom, right? The question is, are we looking at a full bull flag play out that would take you down to like 68, which obviously you guys know how I feel about that. Not 68, it would take you to 71. How I feel about that happening. Or two, we're on the right side of our W, which means any any higher low or double bottom would still give us bullish pattern. All comes down to seasonality, guys. And then when you overlay what we're expecting from M2, it definitely fits the W scenario better than the 70K scenario. Nah, it always starts as 50-50, Isnar, but your skills and your tools can change those averages. Everything starts at 50-50. A baby comes in here brand new and has a 50-50 chance. Right? It can either go up or down.
Hey, Dbloc, if it's a double bottom, is it gonna be like a big wick like it was on that first bottom, or is it gonna be like a couple candles down there?
You would hope to see a big wick. You wouldn't want to see candles closing underneath, right? Because it would show less. It would show less interest than the last time the price was down in that price range. So I can't tell you what it's going to be, but I can tell you what it means, you know, if it's not. You would want to see a wick there for sure. More than anything, you want to see a higher low.
I appreciate that, bro.
Yep, yep. What are we doing for dinner tonight, chat? And all our brothers and sisters celebrating eating well tonight. Sure.
Yeah, I had my dinner right before I hopped on. Had my salmon and Brussels sprouts for the night.
And we swept. If we can hold that resistance.
Come on, put in just a higher low here.
Yeah, I want to see vectors all the way down to that support resistance. Clear this out, give us a nice red vector on the way down, something to launch off of.
All right, let's get down a minute here. Boom. Putting in a couple little red and violets.
Chrome, thanks for the sub. Welcome. Welcome to my little band of misfits. I'll be right back.
Coming down, coming down. It's a big old vector gap on a 15-minute. It's a 15-second. That makes sense.
All right, we're at that SR flip, y'all. My food just got here, so I'm about to tear that up. And let's see. Let's see if we can avoid too much damage until Asia takes over. If we hold this SR flip and Asia comes in session, I think we go up and get that CME gap sooner than later. But breaking this support is gonna create a little ditch in sentiment, which is gonna take market maker a couple hours to fight, in my opinion. So let's just hope we hold this ground. Get this shit over with. I don't want to wait 3 days to fill a gap again like we did last week, right? Let's rip the band-aid.
Let's see if we can fill that vector gap to maintain support here.
didn't say don't rip it too hard, market maker. Don't leave in gaps. Go nice and easy from here. Cruise it.
Feels like they're gonna just flush it till morning, till maybe the market's open, and then fill the gaps on a pump.
Let her rip, Tater Chip. Let's see it. You gonna hold? Do you make support or you get turned back into resistance? What we got?
S&P futures are down almost 1%.
I kind of like that. Let it rip, potato chip. That got me excited when you said that, man.
I'm saying if it's gonna hold here, it's like either do it or not. So I'm saying like, what's that movie? Was it? We drive the fast car.
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah, I know. I heard it before. God, I can't put it.
It's from a Disney movie where it's like the fast car and he drives around and it's his buddy that's kind of the beat up truck.
Yeah.
It's called Cars.
Oh, man.
Let's see what this market wants to do.
Hard if y'all talking about Larry the Cable Guy.
Yeah, like Larry the Cable Guy is the guy that plays that voice in the movie.
Okay, plays the truck.
Yep. It is Larry the Cable Guy. Let it rip, tater chip. That little laugh that comes after with it's great.
He's a goofball now. I like it.
One of those people I wish I knew when we were like kids or growing up. See how far he's come in life. Still the same exact person he ever was.
I got a feeling he might have got bullied. I don't know. He's funny. Probably get out of anything.
I want Bitcoin to go up and dominance to fall down. That would be
Yeah,
my goal
buddy.
here. That would be the overall goal here.
I just like how it's taking its time, not really leaving any vectors.
Yeah, if you S&P futures like he wants to come down lower.
Yeah, I think I've seen this before, man. Like usually when the futures are down like this, they may just like dump all the way till market opens tomorrow, like 9:30. And if we get a bounce, everything will rip.
Yeah. Could be
But
some
if
yeah, could be some action during the night. Yeah.
I think it just keeps going lower.
A lot of movement happens during the night, like especially like you like East Coast time or really anywhere in the U.S. for the most part. When it gets like 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning, there's a lot of movement that happens during that time. You know, you guys got Europe and Asia wide awake. But yeah, that's not looking too good there, though. See if the future don't hold. Like, so I'm on a 14 hour, and it's just like we had that drop down, we had that little bounce, but that little bounce is looking kind of weak right now.
And I want it to look weak. They don't want it to take off too strong and leave vectors. I'd like it just steady, consistent buys. Nothing
It
crazy.
wasn't like a strong. So at this point, it was not a strong bounce at all. I'm looking at a hike and ashy on a 14 hour. Yeah, that was a weak little bounce. Had no strength in it. Come down now. Yeah.
I kind of like the rip of the tater chip. I got a taste of it and got a little excited. And yeah.
I always mumble random stuff. You never know what I'm going to throw out. But most of the time, you know what I mean or what I'm trying to get to with it.
Oh, yeah. 100%. Okay. I tell you that 50, it's something else. Great time of day.
So on Dbloc's screen, there's the orders coming in. The greens are buys, the red are sells. What are the black ones?
Delta neutral.
They're equal buyers and sellers. It was an even exchange, so the price didn't move.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank
the,
you.
the black ones are the orders that come in at the same time, but they even out.
Is it me or that order book just been moving a little faster for like last 20 minutes?
Yeah, things are opening up for the week. So we're starting a new, weekly cycle with, what markets and everything. So that's probably, if you notice that, that's probably why.
Yeah, I've been watching it all day and it's been slow. And I just noticed that lately, like last half an hour, it's just been going a little
Yep.
faster.
Yeah, remember we're about to be April 1st. April's a big month, man. We're coming in to April, May. Like markets generally, we get good movement around these times of the year in, year out.
Just to guesstimate, do you guys think we're going higher in April? Because the Feds are the good news on Feds, right? So we should be going up, but then again, you never know really.
Yeah, should be or whatever. That's I don't know.
There's a lot of macroeconomic issues to get over.
My thing is news. We got any good news coming out for Biddy right now? Everything's been kind of used, strategic reserve and all that. I think it's more of it might be a news play that comes out.
We're kind of hoping for Ethereum to go up. Forget the Biddy right now.
It might be a news play.
How dare you talk about Biddy like that?
Oh, if you
No, but
like
you're
ETH,
right.
that's cool. Yeah. Hopefully ETH does its thing.
Yeah,
He's
it'd be
been
good for
dead.
alts.
Dead as it gets. I'm just saying. So we're waiting pretty much for ETH to move up, so the altcoin market could move up. But what if ETH is not no more as needed, and we have like Solana and other craps that could.
Well, you just got you get a big shift within just the cryptocurrency space. If that happens, then that's.
I see. I'm no expert, man. I just
Hey,
watched his
no,
YouTube
there'd be
channel
people who
and
they wouldn't even know what to think about that. They'll probably crash out, to be honest. Like, yeah, that'd be like a pretty decent sized shift as far as like viewpoints, I guess. Maybe that's what I'm saying, right? You know, just people how view things. You know, Bitcoin, Ethereum. You know, I mean, for the most part, ETH is doing what it probably should be doing. Just one in part of the cycle, it takes off. It varies.
is ETH American made?
Is ETH American made?
Would it be considered like, let's say Trump does that American crypto tax thing, and you know what I mean? Like, would that be considered as a American made crypto where you don't got to pay taxes on it, or not really?
Yeah, no, that's just gonna be like crypto in general, I would think. Like, I mean, who knows what kind of language they would try to put in that bill, you know, in that, you know, you never know. They could probably put some crazy language, but nah, it's probably, yeah, it's like, if they can tax it, they tax it, they won't care. Yeah, we might have to hang out here for a minute until Asia opens. Yeah, which is I think about to happen here. What, in a couple minutes?
I wish we would go for that CME gap.
We'll see if we get some more some bigger movement here in a couple minutes.
You have a little blue vector there, so want to read down, tap off the 50, retest it, fill that vector gap. Let's go.
So that order book that Dbloc has there, what exchange is it? Do you guys know?
It might be Binance.
Is that
Yeah,
like
if
an
I was
order
gonna
book?
guess, Binance.
Did they have all the orders? Probably not, right?
I'm gonna say no on that one.
Market makers got that data sitting in front of them.
That's the thing. Somebody has them. It's just not for us, for the
No,
dying people. You know, that's for the kings.
Yeah, like there's still going on. We don't see. We don't get to see on our screens.
Yeah, they can see the whole herd, which way the wind's blowing, which way the herd's following it, which way they're eating grass, everything.
But who would that be?
The ones that make sure they don't want you to come and eat their grass or poop on their field, I guess. I don't know.
Right.
The creators.
Who is it? CIA?
Whoever the creators are.
I remember back in the day when the Silk Road was all that was happening. One of my friends was like, "Yeah, man, nobody can trace Bitcoin. Nobody can trace Bitcoin." I didn't know much about it. I was like, "Nah, man, it can't be true." And then we found out later on that everything's traceable.
Yeah, man.
Must be the CIA though.
Yeah, man. Maybe we'll find out down not too far. Maybe down the line. You know, who knows? Maybe.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know, eventually, truth
Maybe.
comes out. Sometimes it might be 10 years or 5 years.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. Who knows? Who
Tokyo's
knows?
market just kicked in.
I'll put my money on CIA.
Yeah, I'll put my money on like a like not like a solo person, but like a just a
It's
group
got to
of
be government
minds.
agency.
A group of minds of some type. Yeah, something like that. Like really some kind of agency. I'm not going to believe in the fairy tale side of it. It's just they can just drum this stuff up so easy. They try to make people believe something, and they do it. They do it every day. So why is this different?
Exactly.
They make people believe all kind of shit every single day. So this is just another glitch in the matrix, right?
Yep.
But whoever that is, I would like to. Yeah, that would be my number one thing I would like to know. Yeah, all this like, yo, who's
And I
behind this?
bet they don't even like all these buys. I mean, that's just a stretch, but I feel like all it is just numbers. There really isn't like I don't know. I don't even believe in order books.
It's just
I mean,
robots running this thing. To be honest, most of the
certain
time,
level,
right now, it's just robots running this crap for the most part. I mean, that's all the stock market and everything is now. It's mostly just it's all digital and robots running things. It's not nearly as much as human influence.
That's what I believe. I don't think it's actually us buying in. They just literally make up numbers and make a narrative and
Set
just make it
parameters.
computer.
Exactly. Yeah. They have all their narratives that they have in a Rolodex. What we going to tell the people today? And they already got stuff planned years down the road. So it's just.
But hey, if it can give me 20% return, I don't care what to buy.
Hey, see, now you're talking, brother. See, senor.
I'll buy a bag of shit if they say it's Caesar's.
Hey, I don't care about that crap coin, shit coin. If it's moving and I can trade off of it, let's do it.
That's exactly how I feel about it.
Keep that money in Biddy, man.
But I wasn't like that before. I used to like, oh yeah, this project sounds good, so I'll put my money in for 2 years, and it's like eventually, after a while, they're just screwing me.
My thing is, apparently, there's all these deals that are being done out here, and here, but in hell, we even got a party here, here in the U.S. that's very pro crypto. So it's just like, when we gonna really? I mean, are we really seeing any of this stuff take effect in real world use for the most? I mean, other countries we'll take it. You know, it's just not. It's not in any kind of heavy adoption at all.
What blew my mind is that China is the biggest Bitcoin holder.
You never. Yeah, and they'll do their FUD too about that they're cracking down on it. It's like what? Like, man, they're just trying to be trying to scare people all the time. It's making people money, man. However you see the money system, you know.
Oh, yeah. That's exactly yeah.
And it's taking a lot of money at the same time, you know. That's for sure. I know it's took a mine. I know it's took a mine. Takes a lot of
It
money.
took everything from me in December. I was.
It takes a lot of people's money, man.
In beginning of December, I could have quit my job and not work for half a year, and now I'm man, I'm screwed. Took everything back.
I feel like the market is like, especially in like charts, is like the graphical representation of the actual matrix that we all live in. Like
I like that.
down to it.
I like that. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, get down with stuff like that.
Has anybody traded Forex?
No, sir. No, sir. I have never
Is there any other market that goes as crazy as crypto? I don't think so, right? Because I mean,
Come on, fill this vector gap here. See this 5 and the 13. See if it wants to tap off the 50 here.
I don't know.
If not, heads up.
Yeah, we're just getting pinched in, a little triangle down here at the bottom. So
big buys rolling through.
Let's see.
Yeah, the whoever it is, they like to let it dip under and get that extra little bit of liquidity. I've noticed, like, you know, the last year, man, they like that turtle soup. Like they turtle soup everything. They always go for like the invalidation point, like they wick it and then they come back up. Like
Yeah. It's all about running and taking people's money, man. Especially with the whole futures game, you know, like they're running to zones, you know. Go grab it, reverse it. It's when we range where you can get messed up when they range, because they're just popping it between range. If you're trying to trade it. All right, well, come back down. We're gonna tap this trend line on the 1 minute. Just trying to see if we can hold this structure. What's S&P futures at right now? What's it doing? Half percent, just over 0.5% now. Ooh. Doing like a little double bottom deal down there. Okay.
I mean, if the S&P flushes here, I think we're gonna flush pretty hard.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. We pop back on over here. Tokyo, Tokyo. Mhm. Tokyo's dumping that futures. S&P. Gee. All right, I want it to be breaking lower. What do you think about the slip?
Bet it's going to be an interesting April Fool's Day coming up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. We about to be in April, bro. Hell yeah.
Are you trying to tell me it's not April Fool's Day? Man.
Oh, I'm saying is it could be pretty interesting one. You never know what type of April Fool's shit might come out.
Wait for all the jokes. Wait for all the shenanigans.
Bitcoin. Bitcoin.
What's funny is that it's April Fool's Day for Fly tomorrow, but not for us.
Yeah, that's why I'm so confused right now.
You think they're just gonna pump for 420? Or another nothing burger?
Nothing burger.
I think the biggest nothing burger of my entire life has been that Bitcoin conference at the White House.
The one I just had recently here?
Yeah, like 3 weeks ago. That was probably the biggest nothing
Dude.
burger of my entire
Bro,
existence.
I didn't even bother to watch that because I was like, I just knew. I was like, they're not really like. That's what I'm saying. They ain't real. I don't think they're really for real about this. Man, just said some stuff to try to get people's votes, man. And they gonna string this thing all along.
Yeah, all you had was Trump saying, they say never sell your Bitcoin. I think that's what they say. Who the hell knows? That's all he said.
This is
Like,
what
come
these.
on, Trump, come on.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, it's not. But to me, it's just not. I don't know, man. They just breadcrumbs, man.
Bro, all I got from that meeting was the FIFA president pitching all those guys for a FIFA coin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's going. I mean, that's going to be huge next year in the States here, man. Jeez, the World Cup coming here, Lord.
Yeah,
You got
they're
a lot.
coming here to
You got a
Dallas, man.
lot
I'm
of
excited.
people. Yeah, you got a lot of people from around the world who's going to be coming into this country.
Yeah, and those people probably got a lot of money. There's a lot of money gonna be flowing in.
Yeah. There's going to be people who are just average. You're just your average streetwalker who has a okay little job, and he's going to travel to come see some games. Just do it. Yeah, you got money coming through. That's a huge tournament, man. So you
Yeah,
got the
that association's huge. Lots of money in that.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of billionaires that
real
love that.
quick. All the lead up to it, and it's about a month, just a shape past a month. Boom. All these games that gonna be being played. We already have the infrastructure, so we don't have to build stadiums.
Is it going to happen in Dallas?
It's happening all over. I think Dallas is one of the spots. Yeah, for sure. What I think it's like 30. So group stage is the first stage of the World Cup. I think it's like 30, and they've added more teams in this year. I think there's like an extra 12 or 15 teams this year. So there's gonna be like 35 group stage games in the U.S., and then they're gonna split the rest of them up in Canada and Mexico.
Huh.
Yeah, so there's games that gonna be held in like Toronto, Ontario, probably right up that area, Montreal, and then you gonna have places down like in Mexico City, down in Mexico, who are gonna be hosting games. So they're not gonna all be in the U.S., but our major
couldn't pay
cities in the
me enough.
U.S. for sure, definitely the major
You
cities.
couldn't. You couldn't pay me enough to go to Mexico.
You said couldn't pay you enough?
No, man. I work out here in Houston, and I have
Okay.
quite a bit of Mexican buddies, and there's no way I'm going to that country.
Well, they tell you about it.
Well, no, I mean they're from there. They go every week on weekends over there, and
Yeah,
it's not a good place to be, especially if you're white.
I hear you on that, man.
It's not what it used to be. I used to live in
Yeah.
San Diego. We used to go party down there all the time, and then I remember it just was not safe.
10-4 on that.
Yeah, everybody stopped going there.
We're breaking this little trend line. Well, we've already broken it on the 1 minute, so. Just see if it's just kind of messing with people.
Yeah, I'd be looking for it to like wick to the 786 when it does this stuff. And then after that, I give up hope.
Anyone catch that wick down?
Oh,
Not the
what
wick.
nah. I was close. Not on the money. I was a couple $100 off, just getting in.
Nice. I was hoping it would come Monday because that's when my check hits.
It scared me out of a long-term position I had. I was pretty mad about that.
Like how long? We're talking about like a couple of weeks or something?
Just a couple weeks. Just a couple weeks.
Oh,
it was at
yeah.
80, it was at 81.4. Not quite the wick of the W, but like right above.
Did you take some profit?
Yeah,
on that upswing, and of course it came back to man.
But I missed a lot of the profit though. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, you had it though, man. Hey, you made the play. Yeah, you know.
I'm just taking lower take profits now.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, man.
Yeah. Still made me sad though. Really made me sad.
No, I mean it shouldn't. Hell, if you played the good play, because we had a good little bounce, that people could have played, and it sounded like you. Yeah.
The idea was right. The execution was off.
Exactly. Yeah, no. Prop yourself up for you had. Yeah. You saw what you saw. Boom. Yeah, man. Don't. You like to think they're all going to be runners. They're not. You like to think you're going to make some trades, and you think they're going to be the runner. They're that crazy runner, but it's just like, nah.
I'd be trying to like practice detachment with this.
Yeah. Nah, I feel you on that for sure. Yeah, I've had to force myself into that. So I don't mess around as much as I was. I'm really waiting for this bear market to get popping, man. Because there's just several things I'm gonna do totally different this go around.
Oh, try to get set up all nice and cozy.
Yeah, man. I'm like, I did okay this year, but I didn't have as much now the way, when we hit the 15, 16, 17, 18, 20K on Bitcoin, like I was like, now in house, I'm like, dang, okay, I should have just went in a lot harder. I would have been, I'd be chilling right now, you know. So I'm gonna look for certain percentages off the top. You know what I'm saying? To where I want to start DCAing in, and just be chilling and just chill, and just let the chart and just let these Bitcoin and crypto and I guess the 4-year cycle let it do its thing at this point.
Yeah, do it the right way. The long game.
Yeah, the spot bag, man. That's futures is cool
You
and
know,
everything, like shorting and longing, but man, that spot bag is like when you're just buying the cheap stuff, buying it when it's dirt cheap. Nobody wants it. It's just seeing the bags go up 600, 1,000%. It's just like, man.
Yeah, start using BTC like a bank account. That's what I'm gonna start doing on the next go around.
Yep, and rotate it out, and you'll know when to rotate. For me, I was like, I want to go through a whole a legit 4 years of this, seeing this. So, yeah, it's just kind of letting Bitcoin letting Bitcoin be that bank, really, man. Buy some cheap alts when they're, on the floor. When your RSIs, on your weeklies and monthlies are like, low, stuff like that. You chip in, if you want. But I can get there with Bitcoin, man.
It really is gonna get crazy. Like when when the nations really start, like like what they did with Korea, man. If you got these guys doing that and like they don't even dump it, like this, it's gonna be
Yeah,
something.
and I still have them in the back of my mind. This whole thing's gonna go to shit. But
it's just gonna be a whole different type of ball game when like it's a global fiesta of just commerce and nation states.
Yeah, man.
Acting funny over it.
I don't know. Trust me, I still have my reserves about it, man. Like just the whole thing. I'm like, man, like they're just gonna pull the rug on this thing, like just a random time. 10 years down the road, breadcrumb a bunch of people. It's gonna do this. It's gonna do that. Doesn't do nothing.
Oh, we're getting dicey. I might have to look at the fit.
Well, futures S&P is no. That's starting to look a little.
Look at that thing. See, what did it wick down to? Is that the 786? I don't have my chart here. Let me-
Man, alts have gotten wrecked here lately, man. Gee. You see Bitcoin hitting 70, 80, 90K, 100K. People think altcoin season's matter of time. And then these are going back to their range lows. Like, nope.
Now, if it does something here, that's cool. But yeah, they like to play games. They took it to the 786. They wicked past it, but we'll see.
All right, S&P futures is making a new low. See, they just come to sweep this to come to reverse this, but I don't know. It could look like a little triple bottom. Kind of pulling down Bitcoin a little bit with it.
These guys, man.
Oh, yep. Well,
Hey, gentlemen.
kick me out of my position, but it's all good.
It's too quiet today, huh?
Mm. Man. Well, this future is dumping right now.
Let's see.
Let's see. We might be coming down. Well, yeah, we're gonna come down and.
Let's see if it will hold the line, the white line.
Let's see. It can hold 5508.
Yeah.
That's about to take that. It's about to take that gap right here.
Happy Eid, by the way, if we have anyone who was fasting.
For Ramadan?
Yeah, Ramadan is just done. Today is last day.
I've been intermittent fasting for the last 2 weeks.
You've been fasting for 2 weeks?
Yeah, and intermittent, I guess you could say. I'm just eating between 4 and 7 o'clock.
Yeah. Actually, I love fasting. I just do it on regular basis. Like, it's really good for the guts.
Yes, yeah. And right now I'm doing like a low carb, kind of more you're really like a carnivore diet, but still fasting on that.
Yeah, just cut carbs from life. I just like literally I lost around, I don't know, 20 pounds in a matter of a month just by cutting carbs.
Yeah.
How does your mind feel when you do that 4 to 7? You feel better, weaker?
Well, when you start it and if you can't, like, my thing is like not slipping up. Like, I'm keeping sugar out for the most part because even fruit is high in fructose, right? It's sugary. I mean, one apple is the same as like one Coke. So, but it's more natural. It's more of a natural sugar. So if you're gonna do it, do fruits, not like process. It's the processed crap, and it's so much of it out here. But if you stick with it, just do water. The first couple of days, 2-3 days, it's like, man, it's kind of, but your body adjusts to it. It really does. Your body really adjusts very quickly to it, and
How is yourself feeling though? You now that you've been 2 weeks
good.
in?
It's good. You feel good. You have to go through like the initial wall, almost like a fog, and
Yeah, in the beginning, actually, it's a bit of like feeling like you're just don't want to do anything. But after like a couple of days, 3 days, you just feel like you have a power boost. Like, oof, like you just want to break a wall. You want to carry the heaviest weight on the gym. Like, oh, it's nice. I don't know. There's something actually, especially with bread.
that's another thing. I'm not doing bread. I'm not doing no bread. Yeah, exactly. I'm trying to keep away
Whenever
from
you
all
take
that.
bread, actually, you just feel depressed even.
Yeah. I'm keeping all that out. I'm just very low intake of any kind of carbs.
Yeah. Just keep it low. Actually, the best carbs which you can take because your digesting system needs some carbs. You can take it out of potato, like baked potato.
Yep, and that's what I do, and that's what and it gets me that feeling up when I eat too, so I don't like go crazy with eating in that 4 to 7 period. I'm not trying to go nuts and have like 3,000 calories or something, So
And the only way which you can eat bread, actually, you need to freeze it. Then you need to just heat it on a high fire, and
Okay,
then
okay.
once it's heated, you just break the hard carbs which inside it, so you can just take a little bit out of it. That's not gonna give you that feeling which you're just your colon is just too inflated, you know.
But no, fasting has been it's been interesting. I try to like actually stick with it, and something about it, man.
Yeah,
You just
fasting is.
I think you realize like your body now. If you're exerting a lot of energy, you're gonna want the calories,
Yeah,
because
but you just don't want to go into starvation mode because your body can.
exactly, yeah. You know, but
Mm.
if you're exerting, like if you're working out and you're exercising, or your job is demanding, labor intensive, yeah, you're gonna want to keep up with calories, because yeah, you'll fall out. But it's been interesting for sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. Actually, we're just this like we're starting to exploring new stuff which we never knew
But we're
before.
not. But we're not. That's the thing. None of this is new. Fasting is
Yeah,
nothing new about that. It's like we
yeah,
forgot it. It's like we
we
forgot
forgot it.
about
Yeah,
it. I mean, ancestors did that when they had a legit hunt. When our ancestors had legitimate hunt for their food, going days without eating anything.
days exactly. Yeah, used to live on water.
Yes.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's the reality of our body, actually. Used to adapt for not eating for like two days on a row,
mhm.
and you're good. That's why whenever you like nowadays, if anyone just go to the doctor and just do those cholesterol tests and I don't know which other stuff like vitamins and blah 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 blah, you see like something fucked up there, and most of the people are taking those Crostor and I don't know which kind of medicine just to lower the cholesterol levels because they just eat a lot.
Yeah.
UK's dropping like it's hot. CME. I'm kidding. But yeah, it's doing its thing. But look, it's even a ton of vectors on the way down here, which is a good thing.
I went into the depression phase actually 2 years ago, and I used to eat like crazy, man. I like lost my father, and I was like, oh man, the best place is just to eat. And I was like, blah blah blah, eating like crazy. And then when I went and I had this blood test, I was like checking like my triglyceride was very high, and
Yeah. Well, that's on the clock was the glyceride index. Yeah, really watch out those foods. It's the insulin. It's trying to keep a low insulin level.
yeah.
That high insulin, when you can't get rid of it, that now they've getting the the science behind it. Now that has a lot to do with diabetes and whatnot, having high insulin. So
Yeah, true. And especially actually when you have high triglyceride, you just start have low vitamin D because vitamin D it cannot get absorbed in the body very well because you have high triglyceride. So your body start to have this kind of chain of problems.
now I know one thing, when I do I've experimented with fasting and it entering in like sugars, like a Coke or candy. Like when I haven't been doing it for days, it definitely makes me feel definitely not it makes me feel worse. So I know
Yeah,
my body's like, don't put this in your body.
yeah, true. Absolutely true. Yeah. I'm with you with that.
And the body can just run off. It can just run off its natural self. It doesn't need a whole lot to run. Um, Dang, Bitcoin, yeah. Whee!
We're falling.
Yep.
Like it's hot.
Yeah, that futures, S&P futures. I was like, yeah, this ain't looking good. So I think we're gonna at least swipe 81, 140 area, 140, 81, 140. That's last week's low.
If
We
we
we,
did
we
not,
might tap that and pop up,
if we
but we'll
did not
see.
if we did not held the 81 200, let's say, then I believe then our next level it's the low ADR, which gonna be 79 789.
Okay, let's see here. Let me back out a little bit. Oh yeah, I see. Okay, I got you. Yep. Yeah, I got vector zone starts right there pretty much.
Yeah. So this is the one which I'm hoping that we're gonna just really keep holding this area. Yeah, exactly. Because this is what I was talking about the other day with DG, with BJ. Yeah, BJ. So I told her that I have a very strong feeling that we're reaching 81 200.
Reaching a what?
81 200.
81 200. Oh well, yeah, we're right there at it.
Yeah, we're almost there.
I'm not seeing exactly what I want to see right now. I don't want
Yesterday, I did something really strange, which I don't know what's the explanation of it. Like, it was for me something really weird. I had this to do this trend lines, I was experimenting something. And I saw this one here, which was really interesting to me. Okay, if you just can watch my chart, I saw we were here at this point, okay, in this area. If you're watching my chart, so when we broke this dotted line, the blue one, and then we retested it, then we start to go up here.
Okay.
So this line was drawn already, and we were here, so it was too far. This area was empty, okay, and then I had to draw this blue line, which I was hoping that the price will spike. So I followed my guts, and I was like, I opened a long position at that area. And literally we hit exactly this cross with this blue dot, if you see it.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. And then we reversed. Then we went to that trend line. And then we start like testing it, and this now we're falling. Yeah. But that timing was too interesting to me. Like literally, if there's a way, if there's a way to tell that we're gonna reach at exactly this area.
Like a point in destination in time kind of thing. Like you just
exactly. So it was literally like for me, wow! Like how accurate was that?
it's like it was pixel perfect. Like
exactly. So
it works out like that sometimes. Sometimes it overshoots. Sometimes it undershoots. And, I mean.
But not this accuracy. Like that was wow for me. Wow, that's amazing. So what I closed actually here. I closed here, but I didn't short because I don't know whether we're gonna keep moving up.
Where did you close? Go back. Where did you close again? Point it out to me.
This area. This exact area. This one.
You took your trade and boom.
Yeah, I took it here because I broke this line. We retested this dotted line. So I took it exactly here.
Yeah, gotcha. It took up
okay, and we moved here, and I closed at this area because I didn't know, because I don't trust my technical analysis yet. Okay, this is the problem. So if we did shoot up, that indicates to me that this is the area which we're gonna be shooting from, or that's gonna be the area which gonna be dropping from.
I hear.
So it did show me something like we're gonna move slightly down, then trying to test again. Then this is appear to be a resistance line. Then if we can see that that's supply zone. If you see here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we tested here, then we retested there in this area, and then we start to fall down slowly. So I'm just like wondering what kind of thing is that? Like I tried to do it while going down today. I didn't succeed to do it.
Gotcha.
Like, yeah, I had it somewhere over here or there. I don't know, somewhere here, but I deleted that because I was not like, no, it's not accurate. Because I missed all of this movement. I don't know what was that, but it was really interesting, and that's why I kept it because I want to see what I did something which showed me that area. So I had to revise something from what I was doing.
There you go. What was in your mind? What were you thinking to even mark that area right through there with those two lines? Like what was the reasoning behind that?
Exactly.
Check SPY real quick. Futures there again. It's just still dipping downwards. It looks ugly, man.
Yeah, and actually, if you see my chart, it's literally touched the white line, respected it, and now it's trying to spike up.
Yep. Well, we need SPY to chill out a little bit here.
I'm doing something good, but I don't know what it is. You know that feeling?
Nothing volume candles here.
Get a little group of candles on Betty. Look, it's weird looking too. Huh. Okay.
I feel myself like BJ in a way or another, but in a much clear view of a chart.
Oh, hey, no one, no. BJ starts. I can't. Props to
I
her for
can't
being able.
read her charts.
Props to her for being able to analyze all her stuff, but I can't. It's a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot for me. And I'm especially color blind, so I cannot see the color in the
Hey, but you know that's the good thing about it, though. It's like everybody's got their own little ways, and the things about them.
Yeah.
Their own little fingerprint. She's definitely authentic with her stuff.
Yeah. She's doing a very amazing job, by the way.
And it works for her. All right, so we're getting trying to get a little green vector down here on the 5 minute. What's
vector, yeah. Gonna get a lighter. I'll be back in a second.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what kind of retest we get here. I'm not trusting much. Yeah, restart me. That's a stopping volume candle for now, though. Was this 5 minute? Okay.
Definitely like grouping it up, grouping these candles up. Mm.
The chart is too zoomed out, too zoomed in today.
Yeah, this looks good.
Just one more trade, and I can make it all right.
I heard that some technical analysts today on the YouTube, they are stating that tomorrow is gonna be a bloody day. I don't know for what they're referring and why they think that. They think so. It's because of Sunday or um,
Okay. Are you trying to bounce up a little bit? Ramadan Mubarak. Is anybody buying any alts here last couple days or anything?
No, I'm shorting also. I think.
Okay, okay.
Actually, dominance of BTC is high. So that's why I'm shorting everything. Like if BTC is moving down with such dominance, the best thing to do is just follow BTC. That's not on memes, on the alts.
Scorched
Do you have
earth trading.
Go ahead, sir.
No, I'm done.
No, go ahead, go ahead.
No, that was it. I was, describing his trading strategy, which is scorched earth trading.
Oh, I got you. Any spot bags?
Oh yeah, I'm
Okay.
a little early, but but anyway, I mean, as you know, some of these prices, it's like, hey, why not, right?
That's what I'm saying, especially of late here. Like, yeah. Well, you can come back and grab ADA for 65 cents. What, Litecoin easily still under $100, and that hasn't done its thing yet.
Well, I do remember 40, so I wish I'd have jumped on the train at 40.
Like on Litecoin?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's looking good. Drew might show up.
Okay. I don't know. Is this just like another little, another little bounce into a more, a farther dump?
Yeah, possible. We'll know here shortly. We close to
Ex-
VWAP on the 5.
Yep.
So.
Hopefully this gets up a little bit higher though. I'm gonna take a little bit of profit this time. Try to take me like 10, 12 bucks.
Heck yeah. I'm 2 for 2. But it is what it is. Well, 2 losses, 2 wins today. But
I got 2 for 2. Yeah.
Break even or on profit?
Break even.
even, yeah, even.
Hey, I could still consider that. I almost consider that a win.
Oh yeah,
In
because
this game,
if you gave up, you'd have been at a loss.
yeah, in this game, that's not that bad. If you have like a day or two where you just kind of go even, hey, this game's meant to take people's money.
The 81.4 was juicy though. I missed that. I was at the store. I should have told everybody I was going to the store, but nasty dump I missed.
Yeah, I hopped in at 81.522. So let's see what see if we got some legs in this one, hopefully. Futures is trying to perk up a little bit. When this move, man, these moves be playing off in the nighttime, man. When people we asleep up over here.
Yeah, I'm definitely getting excuse me, adjusted to the schedule and all that. It's nice when you kind of got an idea of the schedule.
Feels like a coordinated hit.
It's always coordinated.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, like coordinated for the Americans, man. Like they know we're sleeping at 3:30 in the morning for sure.
Hey, man. Hey, we do it to them too. Let's be for real. We know we don't see some crazy plays, some crazy movement during the U.S. markets. We do the same thing.
Bro,
It's
it
like
used to be like midnight, 1 o'clock. Now it's 3:30, 4:30, 5. It's all good though. It's all fun and games. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, man. I know. Yeah, it's.
Ugh.
Hey, but nah, it's like that, man. It's like, yo, hey, Tokyo Opens, yo, them jokers they've been dumping like 5 nights in a row. Probably gonna be a 6. They get in we get in these streaks where it just is this. When they wake up and their market start, they're dumping every like for days, weeks.
They need to stop.
We can get on their pattern though. Take advantage of it. It's just recognizing the pattern. Come on, Betty, do your thing. Pop up. Come on. Let's see here.
Actually, we're respecting that downtrend very well.
Yeah, we
For any
There
of
we
y'all
go.
here, oh, never mind.
What's that now?
Hold on a second. Okay, yeah, sorry. I was gonna say something off topic real quick, but I don't know if any of y'all were here when we were having like a conversation about like what works for ADHD. It's probably been a conversation that's happened dozens of
What
times.
works for ADHD?
Yeah, that's a topic that comes up quite often. But somebody suggested NAD plus. I don't know if y'all heard of that.
You said NAD plus?
Yeah.
NAD plus?
Yeah, I was like, okay. I finally tried some after like doing a little bit of research. I must say, right now I am in my garage clearing it out, turning it into a man cave. Got my trading setup and everything. I'm like, yo, this kind of works.
But isn't that ADHD? You just like I mean, to a degree.
What do you mean?
Oh, have you guys heard of the magic mushroom little shot drink?
Nah, man. What store can I go to catch this
No.
at?
I already do the medicinal mushrooms.
Word.
Oh, actually, I
what are
think
you
it's called
speaking of, sir?
Magical Mind.
Magical
Not Magical
Mind.
Mind.
I have to look out for that one.
But yeah, I finally got some of that NAD plus that they were talking about that they suggested in this chat, and I must say,
Interesting.
might be
I'm
something.
gonna have to look into it.
They say you gotta, after 3 days, you start to see significant, results. It's pretty much like for cellular repair, but it helps like cognitively and like,
Okay.
the immune
I hear
system.
you.
Yeah, it's on Amazon and a bunch of different brands. But I finally pulled the trigger, and today's the first day. But I'm like, wow, there's something here. We'll see after day 3.
It's called Magic Mind.
That's
expensive,
not,
bro.
That's not off topic. That's off tap.
Like they come like a little vial. You gotta inject yourself.
No, dude, it's just a little shot, like a booster
No, I'm talking about the
shot.
NAD plus.
Oh.
This little vial is like
No,
they're expensive.
Nah, I just got the little capsules.
Oh, okay. It's really expensive though, man. You get
It's like what? I
supplements.
think I spent 20. I think it was $20 for like, what was it, 90 capsules?
Bro, you can get the injection. That's $235. How big is this bottle?
Yep. I think they were talking about the injection in here. Actually,
Man, someone tying off to an injection of some NAD plus. What?
People
they
are
saying
trying to
this
get
thing's
something
a
out of
fountain
it.
of youth.
They try to get something out of it if people are shooting it.
Dude, no lie. That took us
There's something
$235 for that vial. Oh my god. Yeah, get the injection home kit. How you want it? Deliver right to you. Get the patches too? Oh man. Hey, get the patches.
Oh, I know, right? I didn't even know. You have to send me the link, bro.
What was that magical? Oh,
He said magical
mind.
Magic Mind.
Magic Mind. Yeah. I mean, I'll give out some good content right now, man. Dang.
Yeah. What's up with the magic mind? What's that about?
Motivation in a bottle for me, hands down the best tool for helping me to get into a deep creative flow state. I'm here for it. Man. I might have to, yeah.
Scrolling through the mic.
Right.
So if we read
brain.
streaming 200 likes, I'm gonna drop a 5 membership. So let's see if our YouTubers will just like this like button.
Hey. That's what's up.
Banger, banger, banger. Smash.
Yeah, first and foremost.
Smash this like button,
Don't
YouTube.
forget that. Don't forget that big thumb. Go and thumb that video, y'all.
Smash it like a close all of, like a leverage trader.
I just did. I forgot to hit the like. I'm actually 100 on the like. Hundo. I got to get me some Mondo.
I'm gonna make it 101 now.
Yeah.
Hey, that Magic Mind looks like the stuff though. It looks legit.
Yeah, I'm about to see about.
Yeah, man, I've heard really good things about it.
Does it make you smarter?
Yeah, bro.
Because I need some of that.
Yeah, I tell you. Yeah, it does. It's supposed to mental performance. Get that nice flow state. I'm here for it. Sharper mind, lower stress, and better energy.
I want that bullet speed type.
It's so magic. It don't tell you the ingredients. It just tells you 12 magical ingredients.
God damn! What the hell is this?
Yeah. They just tell you 12 magical ingredients on the bottom.
These shots? Oh my god!
But yeah, they rolling off
the same thing.
Organic mushrooms. Probably. I'm on their their website. Got a little turmeric. Okay. Organic agave. Yeah.
Is what you looking at? Energy shots? I'm on Amazon. I'm just looking at Amazon.
No, I'm on their website, Magic Mind's website. It's just kind of their home, their front page and everything.
Flow state awaits you. Oh.
Yep. Same stuff.
That NAD plus vitamin, like you can just buy the vitamin and take it as a pill, but there's a lot of places like those IV places where you can go get a shot or get it like infused in an IV. But that doesn't. I mean, it's kind of. I don't want to like offend anyone if they do it that way, but it's like extra money that you don't need to spend.
Are you talking about the NAD Plus?
Yeah.
I hear you.
It's
Okay.
not, I heard some people saying like, is that a shot?
Yeah, I saw the pill form. Yeah, I saw the pill form. Yeah, they got injection bottles. Like you can just literally just needle up right through the top, hit yourself up. Like what?
Yeah, she's the one that introduced me to this. You were the one that brought it up in that conversation we all had.
Me?
I thought so. It sounds like you. I don't be catching the names in time. Oh, it wasn't you? I could have sworn it was you. Maybe it was somebody.
No, I just know about it. I know a lot about vitamins, but I definitely I didn't introduce anyone here to it. And yeah, I know a lot about vitamins, but I don't like push them
No,
anymore.
yeah. You put.
You're a pusher.
Yeah, I'm gonna say.
I don't know.
Man,
some of us are desperate though.
Pushing the
You
good
know,
stuff
some of
though.
us
You're
are
just pushing
fiending.
some good stuff. That's all.
Yeah,
But
you know.
I don't really. It's just not like it doesn't really matter if you if you find it necessary to like take that vitamin. Like, there's just no reason to go get it injected. Like, that's a lot of extra money.
Oh, definitely.
Like just safe. That's already an expensive vitamin.
Yes, man, you're right.
Yeah, I'm not
So
injecting
like
much in.
just and yeah, just so like just buy the regular vitamin and take it that way. Like I'm pretty sure that's pretty pricey as it is.
I brought it up, but I brought it up because I was just saying Tana May. I think that's how you say her name. She's the one that recommended it to me, and I was just giving feedback that it's actually working for me. I wasn't trying to push it or anything. I just was giving feedback.
So you personally, it's helped. It's worked for you.
Oh,
It was a great
oh
conversation. That's why
I've
I
never
started it
actually
today.
taken it, so I can't really I've never taken it myself, but
Yeah.
I've known about it for a long time. I think a lot of people take it for heart health, I believe, and I mean the people take it for multiple different
Yeah.
reasons.
Cellular repair, apparently. I don't know much about it, but
So
yeah, all the
where
way
it
across.
helped me is I have a lot of projects, and sometimes instead of finishing to a milestone, I will get distracted and get bored, and I will move on to another project that reboosts that dopamine, and then I trace back and realize, why did I stop this? Well, when I was taking the NAD, I don't do that now. Like I finish my goal and then move on to the next milestone on another project. If that makes sense.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like a
Absolutely.
beneficial vitamin. Like it's not gonna hurt it. I mean, I can't think of a reason for it to be hurting anyone.
Is it giving you things that you can just get purely from food?
Um,
You know,
I mean,
like
I don't know. Like
Probably if you switch up the diet, you know what I'm saying? Because like you know,
Yeah.
like you guys
this
are
is
saying,
that's what I'm
bread,
saying. Like it's like a
Americans
It's
don't
kidney.
need
really
more
only
food.
beneficial
that
as
brain
you're
fog.
because
What?
it's really only beneficial as you're aging because the your NAD, which is involved in cellular repair and creating like making food and cellular energy and all that. It's basically
it can directly and indirectly influence many
levels.
key
You're talking
cellular
very
functions, including metabolic pathways, DNA repair, chromatin remodeling,
I find
cellular
you very rude, Kelly.
senescence, and immune cell function.
So far, I feel that it helps me lock in.
And yes, I'm old, so it helps me.
Foods rich in vitamin B3, such as chicken breast, cow's milk, and certain types of fish, are beneficial in boosting it naturally,
Wild caught salmon, especially.
including fermented foods, green vegetables, whole grains. Sorry, Aeon was saying something too.
No, we appreciate it.
Nah, you good.
Yeah, I'm done. I can't talk when she's talking.
Oh.
I'm not trying to argue with you. We have I'm not trying to.
It's not that you were
We have some
arguing with her. You
disagreements.
were literally talking over her.
We have some disagreements. I studied dietetics in school, and she disagrees with dietetics. So
That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. You have disagreements, but you didn't let her finish.
I'm sorry.
So guys, Bitcoin is holding right now. We flagging.
What you call me? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, we on VWAP, you know, we get in the wick, but yeah, still it's been crazy price action in the last 4 or 5 hours. I mean, nasty,
Actually,
but
we bounced like around 700 points already from the last dip.
the stochastic RSI, all that's kind of been the tell. I mean, it's definitely helped. The 2 trades I lost, it was telling me I needed to get out, but I was like, you know, it's time. We're going after that CME gap. It's time. But yet the stochastics early in the day between 3, 4, 5 was telling me, you know, we got more to the downside. But silly me, I wasn't listening to it because I was thinking we was going to go up But we went to the downside first before we made an attempt. But anyway, you win, you lose, right?
Isn't there something with the debt ceiling that needs to be finalized here very soon? Does anyone know about that here in the U.S.?
You mean what? So, oh wait, no. I thought you were talking about like that whole thing about avoiding government shutdown.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I guess that's probably part into it, but I think it's something they've pushed out here, kind of postponed, but it's coming up to where that's why I'm thinking, we could be in we might be kind of in a range to a degree until this debt ceiling gets cleared out. If they're going to raise it or not, then like you said, we might go in like a government shutdown. ETH BTC trying to move up.
Really? Now you gonna try? Really? You gonna do it now, huh? Really?
You talking about BTC?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Just studying as
it's
I go.
yeah. Bitcoin always hides its hand. That's what I've noticed, especially on the weekend. You can't trust nothing. It's like you just gotta set up the trade and then leave it and just watch it die. If that's what you're gonna do.
Ooh, Bitcoin dominance kind of tipping over a little bit.
I keep buying the dip and it keeps dipping.
Where we
Keep doing it.
Yeah, I got a mental number in my head where like I'm just gonna like take a little mental break and we are dancing around that number.
Dang, did the ladies y'all left?
I'm still here. I just don't want to lose my temper.
Oh, okay. It's okay, hon.
You want to fight about something?
Quite the opposite. Thank you for offering.
I want to be there for you. I want to be there to support. So if you need somebody to fight with, you know what I mean? Like I am here.
XRP debate.
I was.
Yes.
Yes, there you go. Good XRP debate. That would be epic.
Tell all these beta corn testers who's king.
XRP to the moon.
Here we go. Look, green vector on the 3 minute. We go kick over to 5 here. Nope. Come on, man. Yeah, we popping back up again. Let's see if we can go through here.
You looking at the 3-minute? What, you a scalper?
Tonight I am.
I heard that.
Now I wonder if we recover for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Like going into the new week, like we're about to have the turn. We got a monthly close coming up. Like it's just
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I'm like,
right?
it should be interesting. Either it's going to be good or bad. But
It's April, man.
This month has been, May has not been good for the old like Ethereum and everything else. Like this first quarter, not a good look.
Nah.
Yeah, I think we released the trap shorts from the weekend trap.
Now this was something Dbloc was talking about, I believe, right? What was it, last night? About if we would have ran up Sunday night, kind of thing, to get set up to dump it for them to rip that thing back. But here's the other scenario he talked about: like we're dipping down like this to set up for the rip up going into the the trading week.
I think it's all going to depend, to be honest, right now, because it's all market sentiment driven. I think is going to be the tariff stuff on the 2nd or 4th or whatever.
Yep. It's just the second.
And then
it's the second. Yep, you're right.
New month and everything else. I mean, all we need is some positivity in the, or I mean, it can go both ways, but like, being how bad the first quarter was, it's like.
Well, we have the biggest tax drain coming up anyways, right? And to be honest, you might as well just start, now the markets are going to pull back like ahead, like price it in like now, which they might be, maybe. But yeah, this could get rocky for a couple weeks. Now the tariff thing, I don't know. It's like it seems like a lot of people are focused on the tariffs. Like,
Actually, take a look at my chart in an inverted way. Like, it seems like we're just having a very high, like, I don't know, a strong rebound from the higher high. And then, I don't know, I feel like we're just going up because that's inverted. Like if we break this blue line, we just can keep going up.
I'm really trying to focus and not trying to predict too much no more, and just trying to react.
Oh yeah. Well, I love seeing as I predicted.
See, I told you so. Let to tell you so.
I mean, every
told
major
y'all.
catalyst though has been driven off of news, so it's like I'm more of I guess you could consider like swing trade than more than daily and leverage and stuff. So it's like
that's where I'm at now.
I'll
I'm in more
chart
like
stuff.
weekly stuff, maybe like several 2-3 week trades, a month trade. I'm more into that now these days, and just the real quick trading now. It's just
I was having a little fun with Doge there for a minute, just with that pump the other day to like 20 cents or whatever from 14. So it's like, you do that run, but that's not like in and out in a day. Like there was a lot of people that got in and out in a day or two, and it's like sometimes you got to take the microscope off there and just look at the big picture. And it's like, when you're looking for those nice little gains, a little extra patience helps, but not taking away anything from scalpers and day traders, stuff like that. But everything is like news. 1 minute the news is positive, we go up, and then something else hits and news is negative and it goes down. And all these major things have caused You know, I mean, we've been in a gradual decline, but that stuff doesn't really scare me. I mean, even the new stuff doesn't really scare me. It's those are like things you want to take advantage of.
Exactly. They're giving you a reason why to do it. Oh well, S&P dumped 10% because of this.
I threw a little into
And
Doge. I threw a little, yeah, and then it bounced back. I threw a little in the Doge at like, I think I was there that night, 18 cents, and then it went to like 24, and then back in after it went below 18 cents again. I was like, let's see. I wonder if it's going to drop. Went down to that 16, then pegged that 14.5 or whatever it was, and I was like, well, that's the time to make a move again. Then it went to 20 randomly again. I don't know. It's just like, but it's not happening in like a day. Like it's happening over a week or 2 weeks or whatever, and trying to bank on that. So I'm trying not to get too caught up on this little pullback here, because
yeah, don't at all.
Tomorrow could be all different. You know, tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know,
I've been liking those trades a lot more over the last probably 6-8 months here. I'm trying. I'm like trying to find trades that I can. Looking for patterns that are getting exhausted to the upside or to the downside, and being in a position for a week or two. It served me way better than when I was getting in trying to do the quick trading. I come to find out after losing enough money, that's not for me.
it's not the strong suit, right? Yeah, that's like XRP's on its third or fourth. Hi, buddy. I'll be right back up. XRP's on its third or fourth run now. You know, that 190, 170, 190, whatever, back up to 260, and then back down, and it might look tasty again, and if it goes down to 190, but I'm not buying it at 210. You know, like I'm just like try to do that same run again. But that was,
look at it. Yeah, you look at that thing. I wouldn't want to touch that thing right now. Not for like a. I don't trust that. I don't trust that coin like that. But what a move it made, though.
I mean, I'm still heavy in XRP, but at the same time, let's see here. 1, 2,
Congrats
3.
on who was buying that up at the bottoms there.
Actually, I have a very nice relationship with XRP because back in 2017, like when I was introduced to cryptocurrency by a friend of mine here in my country, and I was like, "What coin do you suggest?" He's like, "Yeah, you know what? You can research the coins." And that was like the first one came in front of me. It was Ripple. And I was like, "Oh, what is that?" And that's like I was reading the use case about like what they are looking to do. It was something like convincing, you know, that they want to work within the system, not outside the system. So logically, like trying to do something new is something good if you're within the system. But when you're just talking outside the system, it was something weird to my brain. So I did jump into XRP, and I was like looking for a trading platform which they have XRP in. And I literally jumped in with 21,000 XRP. I do remember that day. And like after 11 days from investing, it starts spiking slowly. From 19 cents, it reached up to $3.40, as I remember.
Yeah, around that time. Yes, you would be right.
Yeah, it was in 2017, and I was like, "Wow, what an amazing investment! In a matter of a month, you're making a fortune." It was like nice, man.
And the candle to follow that candle. Whew, them candles
Yeah,
after
but
the
there was a
$3.30
reason,
spike.
actually. Yeah, there was a reason actually, because at that day, I do remember like Facebook just announced that there will be no more advertisements for any cryptocurrency in their platform. And then we have seen that bloodbath, especially for BTC. Especially BTC like hit 20,000, 20 KT. I remember, sorry, 20K at that day. Yeah, and I was like, wow, I'm falling. No, I have to sell, pop, pop, pop. I closed all positions. And like I got out with around 37, if I remember. And my initial investment was like minimal. So it was like for me, wow, what an amazing word is that. Then
And so that was
apparently that case against Ripple just started to pop up and pop up and so all coins start to spike expect XRP and they stayed there in the bottom. But I don't know why I have a feeling that XRP might see some really significant good move, especially this season, because they want to pick up with other coins, and the hype around it was really high at that time. So I believe after winning the case, I think it will get this FOMO. So I believe it's gonna have its move, which gonna be significant this year. But then afterwards, it will be following the other coins because the supply is really high. It's not gonna reach significantly high numbers like
I mean, they
Ethereum.
did just pull another like, hey, you could have got it for like 45, 50 cents all day, and they went to all-time high. They did just pull that move again, you know.
I don't know. Yeah, but if you see now, XRP is at 211, and it was like 3 months ago was traded around 60 cents. So you have a significantly big like profits here.
Now, I will give you this. Now, we can definitely see this on the chart now. This is, you know, if you go on like the weekly or something, it's definitely hanging up here because it ain't never hung up here like this before.
What do you mean?
The price I'm saying.
Ah, okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like we're hanging up in this.
Guys, what has for a long time been considered the third largest cryptocurrency on the market did a 5x. So a 6x actually. You could say if you got it around the 30-cent range, it did more than a 10x. So it basically did a 10x. I mean, it's got a large market cap. My question is, how much are you really expecting? How much more are you really expecting out of it? Like, maybe it could do another 2x from here, maybe another 3x, like maybe even a 5x. Like if it goes really wild, but I wouldn't expect too much more out of XRP. It's already done quite a bit this cycle.
Yeah, check my chart. Now I'm just reviewing XRP chart, okay? Actually, if you see that it's holding really well the support line, okay, since the last bull run they had from the 60 cents till today. But I can see if XRP really performed well, like I believe BTC will just go up. I'm not. I just don't have the feeling that we're gonna fall below those kind of levels. Maybe another 5K, and that's the maximum for BTC. So if we just held this support on XRP, I believe we can see $5.
Oh, I agree with you. If XRP can hold this support that it's made over the last like on your chart, but we do go up like Bitcoin does go up. Yeah. I agree.
Well, the reason it seems to be naturally holding support there is because it was the top of the last bull run that it had, not its previous all-time high, but its previous high in the last cycle. So it's naturally trying to hold support there. The thing is that support has been tested so many times, and there's just a lot of hot air beneath it. Where
You ain't lying. You ain't lying.
if it falls through that support, it's a
Yeah,
goner.
you ain't lying. It really is. I mean,
Like, especially with the supply, like I don't know how much of the supply they're going to be locking up or whatever. Tokenomics definitely does play a role in that and the demand factor for it. But all I'm saying is, if you look at that chart and you see that it's tested that same support a lot of times, like the more times you test support, the more buy orders that you absorb. Eventually, it will run out of buyers at that level, and it could fall through. Like, and
And
you're also, it's accompanied by a series of lower highs. That, like,
it
these
is.
relative equal lows with lower highs. That's a descending triangle. It's a bearish chart pattern. So I mean,
It is a
I
bearish
would
chart.
temper your expectations with XRP. And like that would be my recommendation. If it does go down a lot,
You know what? I have a limit order for XRP at $1.4.
yeah. So I mean, there's going to be levels that it will bounce from. It won't if it drops to support. I don't think it will just go straight back down to 50 cents. But it might work. It might try to grind its way down there and bounce off of supports on the way. And so like it could bounce off of support, trade in a lower range, to return this support into resistance, and then trade in a lower range until the next support breaks. And then you trade in a lower range and it will probably grind its way down slowly if it does lose the support. But I mean, and it could, the bright side of that is, and I'm not an XRP fan, by the way, I hate XRP, but the bright side of that is that if it does go down a significant amount, if it does lose the support and it fills like those pretty much those big price gaps that it left behind, and it does go down significantly lower, it would then present a lot more potential percentage gains to the upside because it's gotten its percentage potential back. You know what I mean in terms of how many X's it can do. So
Yeah.
I don't think it would be a bad thing if it got cheaper again. It's just the question is how many people are gonna try to FOMO into it before that happens, and then anyone that FOMOs in and is holding a bag, they're gonna like inevitably probably create sell pressure when it does come back up to retest that level again. So
Yeah, but in the recent days, like if you recall, actually, like I don't know, 2 weeks ago, UAE just announced that XRP is gonna be like you can deal with XRP and buying and selling stuff in UAE, which is really something big, actually.
But wouldn't it make sense that it'd be more stable doing that?
Actually, do you know why Ripple actually works within the system? What I do mean, what I mean by working within the system is they want to implement the idea of. I'm pretty sure that most of you guys are familiar with the case of what they want to do actually with Ripple. So the thing is, what they want to do actually, they want to have a coin, a token, let's say, which gonna move across the borders between all countries in the world, and you have no zero debit and credit between banks. So that, like, let's assume that you have a company in the States and they have a company in Jordan, which gonna be using my company, my bank to settle payment for your bank in the States. So I just pay you with XRP. Also, I pay you with Jordanian JD, Jordanian dinar, okay? And then I send it across the borders through the banks with XRP system or Ripple network. So they receive it and then they convert it to USD and then you have it as a USD dollar. So the whole thing actually transfers already instantly from Jordan to the US in a matter of 3 seconds. Then you have zero debit and credit. So the idea about having zero debit and credit between banks, that's what grabbed my attention. Because this is like I have lots of bankers which I'm dealing with. This is the most like really big problem nowadays between banks, which they want to settle. Sometimes you need a corresponding bank in order to do the transaction between banks.
Yes, and this is behind everything behind the XRP here, and you're right. This is about because it's slow compared to what they can get it to. It's very that's their systems moves very slow.
Yeah, so that's the point. They're trying to solve a very big issue, which gonna make everything settles in a second, in a matter of seconds. Like, yeah, Bank B does not own Bank C anything. It's just like done. So the point of it, it's really the contract between the banks. Like, let's consider that this token actually is not an actual token. It's if we want to think about it in realistic way, it's actually it's a contract which I own. So I just give you this contract. The contract that I'm owning 1 BTC, and I'm giving you a contract. So that's the point. You're just finalizing a settlement in a matter of seconds. So that's the point why I'm thinking XRP can reach to a certain point. Unless if we have another company which will come and compete against Ripple. I'm not a fan of a name, actually. I'm a fan of a technology.
I think they
Yeah.
do have tech, but I just don't like what they do, like the whole purpose of it. I don't exactly like what they do, how they're like sort of like in bed with all the banks and stuff. But like, but I will say, like, even though I hate XRP as a project, I will say that like Ripple has done a lot of great things for the cryptocurrency space. Like they've gone to bat for cryptocurrency in court for a long time and represented crypto as a whole, like the whole crypto industry as a whole. They've also done a lot to sort of legitimize cryptocurrency as far as like where its place could be in the future of finance, like financial markets. They sort of have helped to legitimize it. So those are some things that I do like about Ripple, and like they have good technology. I'm not denying that. I just don't like the project personally because of what the whole purpose of it is.
It is too centralized. That's what I do agree with you, by the way. It's too centralized, actually. And the point that they are holding that much XRP in their escrow account, which they are the only people who has control over it. That raises a lot of concerns here.
Yeah, it goes
Okay.
against the entire nature of like the reason why crypto was created, which was to be like a decentralized form of finance where you're cutting out the middleman being the banks who facilitate your transactions. They threw that whole ideal out the window, that whole idea of decentralized finance and like, you know, cutting the banks out of the like cutting the middleman out. So like the middleman isn't stealing so much in like fees and transactions and whatever else that need to be processed. Like not needing them as a facilitator. XRP has pretty much come along and said, hey, like we've got this technology and like we can do exactly what you're doing but better. So like why don't you let us incorporate crypto into this? And it's just sort of like kissing the asses of the banks. They're kissing the asses of the banks when that was like when crypto was supposed to be about like we're against the banks, we're trying to cut the banks out of our lives, like, you know, so that we're not so indebted to them and like indentured servants to like the whole banking system. That was like what was supposed to be one of the main like idealistic things about cryptocurrency in the beginning, and it's just kind of been bastardized by some of these projects that have come out that like really sort of contradicted that whole ideal. So I mean, when it comes to Ripple, it's like you know, like there is good things that I could say about them, but generally I don't really like them or what they're doing. And like how
Okay,
trying
I
to
don't care, man. Unless I'm making money, I'm happy.
yeah, if you can make money off of it, great. But I mean, I'm just saying they're like in terms of like virtuous, like idealistic sort of perspective on it, it's like I don't really agree with it. I guess there's a place for every, like they kind of have their own purpose. It's just I'm not really like super on board with it. And the way that they're trying to commercialize crypto, like sort of for their own financial gain, because the coin is so centralized and they have so much power over it. Like I also don't agree with that. Like they're sort of almost I don't know. They're trying to commercialize crypto for their own financial gain, which like I don't really like that aspect of it either, because it seems like
There's a kind of a game there. I can smell it.
is what?
Like there is a game there actually. Like holding such an amount of XRP like in your own escrow. There is a game at some point. Like you can smell it. Like you can see it. But till that day, I'm happy to trade it. Like with the news is going to come.
Hey, me too. Hey, yeah, I do too now.
You got my point. Like I
Yeah,
just don't. Yeah,
I
I
get
just
both.
don't want.
Yeah, I get both sides though. Both sides, y'all. You know, I just merge both of y'all's sides together, and I'm happy.
It's like it's like a new meme coin which just came to life today, and you just trade it in a matter of days, and then you get rid of it. It's the same. It's you're gonna see it like spiking, 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 and then all of a sudden something will came up, boom, will chop everybody, and then the token will just disappear. Maybe it might not. Nobody knows. But according to everything what they have said, like at some at a certain point, like it will come to an end. Like the only like legit use case which I can see here, it's gonna be like BTC. This is the dominance. This is the thing which gonna stay and last for long.
It just like gets a bad tokenomics score.
But the only thing which I'm concerning about BTC actually, now like concerning me, like it's think about it, like we have too many people dies and they have holdings and blah blah blah, and no one has the authority to come near their holdings. What will happen to those coins? Where it will be? Like I believe like when the first back in 2017 they was saying that there is 1 million BTC is already hidden and no one knows nothing about them. I don't know if this has come clear now, but it's something like
It's the Satoshi wallet. It's
yeah,
the
the
wallet.
holders of Satoshi, the 1 million BTC. This I don't know. There is
Like Satoshi, they haven't been moved in a really long time, like pretty much their creation. At least as far as we know, nobody's moved coins out of so
And somebody freaking out with 1 Bitcoin. If a tenth of a Bitcoin moves out of that thing, people are freaking.
yeah, well, I
yeah.
mean,
Imagine 5% of the holdings.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
5%.
yeah.
as far as what you guys were saying, like in terms of like the whole 3-letter agency theory, where like there was like a 3-letter agency that created it, that could be absolutely possible, and they're just trying to like they could be 100 years ahead of time in terms of like trying to capitalize on controlling a certain amount of the supply of what could be like just a really good hedge against inflation, or like an asset that holds value, a store of value over time, so that they can control sort of like the future of this new type of hard money that is digital, and like traceable or whatever. Like they could be trying to capitalize on that. But I mean, the other theory to consider would be that so Satoshi, or the people that created Bitcoin, was not a 3-letter agency, like an intelligence agency, or something. Like it could have been either a group of just like a group of rogue cryptographers that all sort of decided like that, hey, this is what we're gonna do. There's a certain portion of the supply that's not ever going to be available for sale, and that will help it to hold value. Or the third theory would be that Satoshi is either still out there, and for some reason is just holding all the Bitcoins in his wallet, and for some reason it's not come forward and it's chosen to remain anonymous, or Satoshi could be dead. Like Satoshi could be one guy. Like I think there's a possibility that Satoshi is one man that created Bitcoin, that he could be dead. Like the guy could be dead, and those coins are just never going to be available for sale. Like because the keys of the wallet are lost, or no one will ever be able to gain access to them, so they'd be essentially safe. The tricky part is that nobody really knows. Nobody really knows. That's the tricky part. But
Yeah, that's the tricky part. Unless we know for a fact 100% that there is a control or no control. You understand? So whenever like you're spectacle that this 1 million BTC is gonna be sold one day and we're gonna shock the world. I yeah. This is the area where people should be aware of.
well, I mean, at the same time, what if it's not that like a million BTC all of a sudden comes onto exchange and is like then up for sale, and they start selling it, But also, it would be really difficult to get rid of 1 million BTC all at once. That would be really hard, and there would be a ton of slippage if you were to try to sell it all at once.
Yeah,
Which
you just break it down. You just break it down.
How many time in a day? Like I received those wallets with the 500, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 BTC wants to sell at a discount, like from wallet to wallet without getting the exchange involved. So I don't know if that's gonna be the case, like transferring, because you know that will alert that when funds are like just getting transferred. So there is a way, like when someone wants to do something, they will find a way to do it in a way which will harm people if they are getting their own benefits.
But if they sell it, say they sell it over the counter to another whale, that's not going to affect the price. It's just it goes from one party to the other and they exchange funds. But if they're not, what the next person does once they get it in their hands, that's another question. That could present some danger. The thing is, it's like they haven't been moved. Like they haven't been moved yet. So it's like the question is why? Like really the biggest question is why haven't they been moved? Is it like an idealistic thing? It's like they're just being diamond handed, or is there no way to actually access those coins if those coins
Yeah,
been
true, yeah. Like,
You
who
know,
knows
yeah,
about who knows about that account, man?
You're really like you're absolutely right. But I'm thinking as well about the halving. Like you know very well that the halving and the reward system of BTC is getting lower and lower and lower and lower. What
Yeah.
if the price did not spike to a limit which it's profitable for the miners?
Well, I mean, it happens every cycle, and then you get miner capitulation, and they just like some people still continue to mine, and then the ones that don't, they just buy it. They sell their BTC at capitulate, and then they buy it cheaper, and then when they buy, it pushes the price back up, and when it pushes the price back up, it's sort of they protect that price. So it sort of is a bit. It has a self-correcting mechanism. But the other thing, the other theory that I wanted to mention was, oh shit. The other theory that I wanted to mention was basically that if they don't, if they are not planning on ever selling it like into U.S. dollars or Japanese yen or some sort of fiat currency, they might just be waiting in time where Bitcoin is completely adopted as like an ulterior like form of money, like an actual form of currency that can be exchanged for goods or services, and they'll use that. They'll spend the Bitcoin on buying something. Like if they need to purchase something like another resource or some other sort of hard asset like property or something, they could
Yeah,
just
well,
use
whoever has it, they don't need the money.
Yeah, I mean exactly, that's the thing. But I mean it's like they could use it someday to purchase property to somebody else that is like, okay, I have this property, but I want Bitcoin, so I'll sell you this property for this amount of Bitcoin. And they just exchange it. And it doesn't necessarily have to be dumped on the market because the person that had the property, they just want Bitcoin. And they just want to be able to hold it as like probably a store of value. They don't want to have a property like that could end up potentially being a liability. So
Makes sense.
It's you know, they just want something that like, you know, they can hold that they expect to hold value over time. And like, you know, maybe it could be like that would be the smarter move if there was like, you know, I think if real estate goes down or there's like a housing market crash, I think like BTC will inevitably probably take a big hit. But sometime in the future, if that happens, like let's say 20 years from now, like 20, 25 years from now, if there is like a big housing market crash, maybe by then people will have adopted Bitcoin and adopted the idea of it being a store of value and a hedge against inflation. People maybe might rather hold that at the end of a real estate than actually holding real estate itself. It'd be like a flight to safety sort of play potentially. It still is a risk asset right now, but in the future it could be a flight to safety play, much like gold is now.
Yeah, yeah, I totally agree with you. But the thing which is worrying me as well is the quantum computing technology and kind of like they can literally broke the the security of the BTC chain, which can be done actually. Like I don't know.
Well, I'm glad you're bringing that up because, like, I brought it up a few times to a few different people, and like, I don't know. I feel like people ain't ready for that conversation, but it's such a valid point.
Yeah, that's it. Like that. Yeah, that's a conversation that. Yeah.
All that really happens from that is that they gain access to be able to have like the majority of the new Bitcoin that comes out, the supply that comes out. Everyone that has it and is holding it in their wallet, they kind of can't really gain access to it. It would mostly just be like the scare of like, oh, these people now have the ability to control the majority of the supply. But realistically, like most of the supply has already been mined. 75% of the supply is in cold storage wallets, like that people are just holding.
You are correct. Most of the Bitcoin have already been mined, man. You're right about that.
So I mean, how big of a threat is it really? I mean,
Sure.
I guess you
Good
could say
point. Yeah, that people would have to be getting like the big wallets have to be getting straight up hacked, you know, or
yeah.
I mean,
That's they can hack Bitcoin, and we've got bigger problems because it's like they're gonna go after banking systems first. There's
yeah,
way bigger, larger pools of liquidity that they would attack first instead
for
of just
sure,
like,
for sure. You're right.
it's only worth $1 trillion, you know. So it's like, why would they go after Bitcoin first if they're capable? If you're capable of cracking Bitcoin, then other things, it's a threat to much bigger pools of liquidity, and like it's Bitcoin, them being able to hack Bitcoin, that would be the least of our problems at that point. So it's
Might
just
be
like,
the end of currency.
I don't feel like it's a threat that's worth worrying so much about that you don't invest. You know, like because there could be like there's a threat that an asteroid could hit the Earth tomorrow and kill all of us. Like, but I mean, does that like what are we supposed to do about it if it happens? There's nothing we can.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Yeah.
It is built on fiat currency, so you know, fiat. We'll see.
We'll be all right. Yeah, there's going good guys too.
Everything's gonna be alright. Just scalp, make money, be happy. That's it.
True, true. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, you can like scalp, make money, and like oh, don't worry about it. Don't hold BTC long term because quantum computing could hack it someday. But it's like if you're just scalping it and making money, and there's something that's capable of hacking Bitcoin with quantum computing, then all the money in your bank account is not safe either. At that
Yeah,
point.
nothing. Yeah, nothing safe. Yeah, money wise at that point.
But you know what I mean? I feel like that's just like a big FUD thing that gets tossed around, honestly. My opinion.
Which I mean, heck, your account, your banking accounts ain't safe anyways. I mean, heck, my business
It's
account got hacked a couple months
100%
ago.
unsafe, man. One day I was like I had to pay something for my company, and I was like, it was really bad, by the way. I remember and they just blocked my account, and I was like, why? They told me there was something with the tax, and you have to settle something with the tax, and I went there, and it was like just a signature, man. And it kept me like stuck for weeks just to have one small signature from a guy who was literally in a vacation with his wife.
The same system. I don't banking systems. It's the same thing, man. It's just like it's all got its risk, man. And hell, banking is just as risky as crypto. The way I see it, the way things are these days.
True.
I mean, I got my business account. I got money out of my business account that came out from some title max out in Texas. I'm like, what? It took me 3 weeks to get that money back.
Do you think guys were hitting 80 or no?
Man. Well, it's looking like the same, just popping up and keeling over, popping up and keeling over. So
Man,
it's
I'm
looking
really
like that
hoping
again.
I'm really hoping we're doing the right side of a W on the 5 minute.
Oh man, that would be awesome. I could.
I can see a falling wedge actually.
Yeah, that actually. Yeah, well, there is one. I got trend lines. Yeah, from the little top there.
Yeah.
See the W though. I see the possibility there. Yeah. See what you're saying.
Yeah. 81, 200. Then we just take off.
Ooh, bless me. Bless you. Hey. Oh, I'm not stopped out yet.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm thinking like that the governments wants it to go more down in order to be able to buy more. Especially when
Yeah, somebody.
strategic reserve. So what's better than buying at 70 and then just have it to go up? So the reserve itself is just already in profit. Didn't they announce that they will be buying another 100,000 BTC or not in the States?
Who?
Michael Saylor or something?
Man, I don't know, man. I guess he's gunning for that Satoshi wallet. Michael Saylor want to be the number one.
Yeah.
This might sound like a stupid question, but is Satoshi the biggest wallet?
Yeah. I think he's just got a shade under $1 million. Just a
Yeah.
shade.
Doesn't
Like
Coinbase hold?
980 some thousand.
Doesn't Coinbase hold over a million?
Oh, you're right. Well, yeah. What about exchanges? That's a good point.
I think Coinbase is the largest holder in the world.
As those numbers bullshit though, because they be halting most people when stuff needs to be done. They won't let you get on the damn exchange.
Who we have here heard about BTC back in 2010 and 9?
I heard about BTC like way
Nah,
back when.
not
I remember
yet.
there was a couple.
Yeah, for me, not yet. But I
My
what
friend
like
group in
11,
high
12,
school.
yeah.
Yeah, and around high school in like 2012, 2013, we bought some for some fake IDs, but never thought of it as an investment, as a long term.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. It's just
So
like
the beginning of the blockchain, does anyone knows like how the blockchain does start? Like how the first BTC got released? Did they have a specific amount of BTC which can be sold and the others can be mined, or the first single BTC got mined first?
well, the initial that's Satoshi's wallet, right?
I don't know.
Those are the first million. I think it was Satoshi's. It's Satoshi's wallet, I think.
It first got mined, and then they sent like the first transaction on the blockchain was some Bitcoin got sent to Hal Finney. I think it was like maybe like I don't know, like 10,000 Bitcoin or something. I forget what the amount was, but the thing is, yeah, it was mined first. It wasn't like publicly traded on exchanges.
Yeah.
Or a value yet, but the thing is, it was a lot easier to mine back then because it was before there was any halving cycle. So the block rewards were much larger and they were much easier to obtain. So it was much quicker and easier to mine back then. It's much more difficult, takes longer now, and there's not as
Yeah,
much supply.
let's see your words. I believe like mining is solving a transaction. So if we want to take your words for granted, then what we have to think about is like there was a transaction should be done between A to B, and then the mining is happening in order to solve this transaction. So I what I'm thinking about, like the first, like who was the first one sending BTC from A to B for the miner to be able to mine it?
It was Satoshi. I mean, I
It
don't.
was Satoshi himself, yeah.
It was allegedly it was sent to Hal Finney. He was a cryptographer back in the day, and he's dead now. But it was allegedly sent to Hal Finney. That was like supposedly the first recorded transaction on the blockchain. But I don't think they know who sent it to him. I don't think he or anybody else knows who actually sent it to him. Just that it was sent to him.
It was me.
Just you. I remember one Moldovan guy back in 2013. I was in Abu Dhabi working, and he was like, "Man, I have 800 BTC, no Bitcoin." He said Bitcoin. So I was like, "What is it? What is Bitcoin?" It's like, "Man, it's the future of the trade and currency and like this. Do you want to buy it?" I said, "No, if it's that, if you really believe in it, you would sell me this 800 BTC. Then why you should sell me this something which you don't believe in?" He's like, "No, really, I need money and I want to sell it for you for 2,000." I remember that day. He said, "Through K, 800 BTC." And I told him, "Man, I don't know nothing about BTC, Bitcoin. I don't know nothing what you're talking about, virtual currency. No. It was like, like you're talking to me in Chinese language. Like I didn't understand anything."
Yeah, really, nobody knew, really. I think there was like a very select group of people that knew how much potential it could have in the future, but I really don't think anybody knew
Man,
how.
if he managed to offer me that day 800 BTC, assuming that he knows the value, where will BTC be? He would never even offer me those 800 BTC that time. Even themselves did not expect that Bitcoin will reach to this level. This is what I believe. No one could even imagine back then in 2013, 12, and 10.
Yeah, I think
And
it was really hard.
80,000 is probably not even their wildest dreams, even though we might think it is. Like if Bitcoin get like to like quarter of a mil, like several 100,000, it's just like in your wildest dreams, what you ever thought 10, 12 years ago when you had it.
I mean, when you take into account like global liquidity supply, how much cash is out there, how much it was back in 2009 versus how much is now, and sort of like seeing that and accounting for like the hedge against inflation. I'm sure there was like a very few like select group of people that actually understood the technology back then that could see the potential in it, but it would be like, 1 in a billion people would probably have understood exactly how the max potential that it could see. Like, you know what I mean? Like
you said, a select few, man, like not too, just very few.
maybe like 1 in 100 million, or like 1 in 1 in 500 million or something. You know what I mean? Like it'd be very few people that would actually have been able to like foresee that kind of thing happening.
Yeah, it's kind
Many people who knew where we're heading, and Satoshi could be someone which already knew that something could, or this is the direction. Actually, let's be more specific. That's the direction, and we should start just advertise Bitcoin.
It was made for a purpose, I'll tell you that much. We know for damn sure that it was made for a purpose.
Yeah. And someone is saying that I don't know what was the name of that guy who's working in the SCE, the one who was raising like those cases against cryptocurrency exchanges.
Gary Gensler?
Gary Gensler.
Yeah, somebody is saying that he's the one who owns that's the guy who's Satoshi.
All right, no way. I've never heard of all this.
I've never heard that one. That's a new one.
Yeah.
Damn, I never heard Gary Gensler like
The guy name actually maybe Oscar something, like this is what I remember.
There was a song in 2014 called Bitcoin Beezy by I don't know if you listen to strange music, but it was like that band Mayday. And I remember I must have listened to this song like hundreds of times. Bitcoin Beezy, bro. And it just I still never bought any. And that was 2014.
Yeah, and the advertisement actually on Facebook was like amazing, man. Like it was aggressive, and that's paid. And I was wondering who's advertising Bitcoin, and that was before the bull run on 2017, in 2017. So this was the first bull run where everyone heard about Bitcoin and the other cryptocurrencies. Like social media started to talk about it, media, news, and everyone.
I couldn't imagine like preparing for through the first bear market, like before a bull market, like being there and like preparing.
Yeah, it's highly plausible. Like that's something which, if I was in their place, I would be planning this way. I'm gonna pull it up and then drop it down, buy it again, then pull it up. Like it's gonna be a system where I'm gonna save the world from a very big recession, maybe, or replacing the system with different system.
So what are your guys what are you looking at as a target for BTC and XRP?
I'm not looking for targets. I just scalp. Whenever there is
No, I understand. What I meant is more where do you think it'll go down up to? Because I'm going short, but what do you think it's gonna go?
I don't give advices. Sorry, man. I just don't like. I don't like
Oh,
to give advice.
I'm not asking for your advice. I'm just asking for as you're feeling your free will feeling.
Your opinion.
Yeah, that's what I'm aiming even lower. I'm aiming around 90 cents.
Oh, too low.
Yeah, for XRP, I can smell that we're gonna test the. Actually, I will tell you some of my like researches. I did research the order box for four big exchanges on XRP, and I have seen big orders at 1.4 for XRP.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've been seeing as well.
This is not a coincidence actually, because before dropping to 1.6, I had a long order. I opened a long order on XRP at 3.4. I was expecting it to even break do a higher high. So I did place an order on the top of it and then kept going down. So I start to see on the order box that it's going to 1.6. And then after all, like maybe after 3 weeks, and literally it had this spike down to 1.6, and all of a sudden just went back up to $2. And
I wouldn't be
2.8.
I wouldn't be surprised if it goes even lower.
Sorry?
I wouldn't be surprised if it goes even lower, because people will be panicking as it goes down, because all the narrative, they're all telling them it's going to go to $100, it's going to go to $10, it's going to go to. So then when people are going to be looking at it go and go and go, they'll never expect it to go under $2. Like people will panic, and I'm sure it'll go even lower.
Yeah, so if exactly that's the case. If you're checking, if you have a Binance account or Coinbase, like just take the order book and just keep it on. Most of the time, you will see an order is getting placed. Like for me, I was watching the order book on Binance for like around 2 weeks already. There is an order which is getting placed at 1.4 for like literally every day. It's getting added, then removed, added, then removed. And
no shit, because they're not sure about.
Yeah.
Because they're not sure. They're like every time it's like playing with them, it's going back up, so they're like scared.
Is it a big
No,
order?
trust me,
A huge order?
I believe they are an insider. It's a big order. It's like 6 million XRP.
Oh, so they're manipulating the market.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so check that. I don't know. This is my observation of it. I have this feeling that we're gonna maybe, this is maybe. I don't know if it's gonna happen or not. That we're gonna have a wick to that point and then bounce to above $2, like in a matter of a day, because that candle exactly did not last more than 6 hours. If you just go back in the chart and you will see it. Just dipped to 1.6 and whew, directly spiked up. And I don't know if it's gonna happen again, but I can see that that order is getting placed exactly at 1.4 and not 1.3, not 1.5, 1.4 exactly. And if you just go to the micro order, you can see it actually at 1.45. So I had a buy limit at 1.49. I have no problem going to 1.45, then going up again. Well, that's a chance I'm taking. Like maybe it's not gonna happen, but it might happen. But it all depends on BTC. If BTC will be testing another lower low.
I'll show you I'll show you my chart where I'm like, and even H bar is looking pretty damn. It seems like it's gonna go really low because it went up so quickly. You know that it's not, there's no CME gap. What I learned yesterday from Quan, but I mean it's same as the CME. You know, it went up so quickly. It didn't get the chance to like get all the orders, and not only that is that it has to go retest. It always retests 3 times, so I wouldn't be surprised if it goes even like lower, because I'm targeting even like 89 cents right now. I'll show you I shared my screen, so you can go check it out if you want.
Yeah, I'm on it.
You're in shorts right now? You're a little late.
Look at all those lines.
Yeah, do this, Philip. If you can just check a new chart, just do a Fibonacci retracement actually from the low of XRP to the high, and you will see that it's gonna be a very high possibility to touch 1.4.
You mean
Yeah.
$1.40 or you talking about $1.40?
Yeah,
$1.40.
yes, yeah,
Okay.
$1.45. Yeah.
Okay.
See, look at H bar as well. It seems like see, there's so many it went up so quickly, you know.
Yeah, but you're facing a very significantly big resistance now on H1. So if I want to do something here, I would go in long order for like few days and then after close it.
Yeah, right now I'm not longing anything, because like it goes up and then it flips on you. I don't find that there's enough volume to get
I can see 100% profit on it and then I close it. So what's better than having an ROI on an investment 100% in a matter of days? This is how we should think about it. Like in business perspective, like literally, like I don't know. Most of us are familiar with doing business and having return on investment and things like that. So if you're investing, I don't know, $100,000 on a business and you're getting 20% return on investment at the end of the year, that's gonna be very good performance for your company. So if you have a trade in a day, and let's say you open a small position of $100 or $200, or can reach up to $10,000, and you have an ROI of 100% or 50%, that's gonna be like a very good return on investment.
Yeah,
So
true.
yeah, exactly. So while trading, don't, this is me. This is how I think about it. I just do trade by trade. It's like I open a company today and I close the company after 3 hours. So for me, what's the ROI on that? Oh, that's 50%. Oh, that's amazing. No, let's close this company and open another company. So if you're just doing trades day by day, this is how I think about it.
Yeah, I'm the same as you. I'm not. I don't have really a coin in particular. I just use my scanner and I look at it. I look at what's moving, what has the most volume. That way, I can just get in and get out. Just by scalping, I and then I do little positions, and I add up and I add up and I add up. If it's $50 profit, I take the $50 and I run.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, exactly. This is how you should do it. But if you really want to look at the chart on the 4 hour chart, I consider it as a spot buy. So you just
Yes,
go,
exactly.
yeah,
That's what I'm
yeah,
looking for because I sold all
yeah,
my XRP at $3, and I want to buy back at because I've been looking at it and I'm like, it's gonna go retest that bottom there because it always does. Basically it's just doing that big head and shoulder and inverted head and shoulders pattern, and it's gonna go hit that. It's gonna go hit that low, I'm sure.
Inverted head and shoulders.
where is it? I just can't see the head and shoulder.
Well, if you look at the whole thing, like in the daily, and you back out, like if it's just a bigger wave.
On the
You know,
XRP, you mean?
yeah.
Yeah, but it's not that accurate actually. If you look at it, it's not that there is too many shoulders on the right side now.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I go with I see what you mean. But still, it's doing a big banana. It's like doing a big. It's gonna have to touch. It always does. It always retests, so it's just a bigger retest.
Maybe.
I'll be back, guys.
Good
That's some
music.
hot fire. Open mic.
Ahmad is hearing good music.
Huh? Not bad. I forgot I have my mic on.
That sounded
heard
awfully
that?
satanic.
Nah, I actually didn't like what was playing. So I was actually thinking that in my head. I was like, what is this shit? This dude's satanic. Some guy on Facebook shit was playing. He's a hip hop guy. This guy, Jack Progresso, he's good. Again, he falls into the category that I talked about the other day. The Jedi mind tricks guy. I'm not. They're talented artists, but I don't like what they rap about. This shit came up on Facebook.
You talking about Vinny Paz?
Yeah, I don't fuck with him. Mess with him, my bad. Same thing. That guy Jack
I'm about to
Progresso.
play that
Same
right now.
thing. Got talent, got skills. I do not like his content. Sorry. Anytime you think you rap, you're satanic or whatever you want to say you are, I'll pass, man. I'm good. You caught that quick on that little clip. Holy crap. Oh yeah, this ass is saying some bull crap. Beelzebub, something else. What the hell? Get the hell up out of
I
here.
understand I'm an old Bone Thugs and Harmony and 3-6 Mafia fan.
I'm cool. Bone Thugs, cool. 3-6, I'll pass. I'm picky.
Yeah, that was bad back in the day.
I'm cool with Bone Thugs though. Bone Thugs is on the right side. Did you see the Bone Thugs versus 3-6 Mafia?
Yeah, but Busy Bone lost his junk.
Your boy put them to sleep.
Oh yeah, it was no competition.
It's not even close.
Bad matchup. Bad match.
He came out with that verse talking about, I don't remember what the verse was exactly, but I know the content was anti-satanic, and he aimed it straight at them, and they were toast after he did that.
Guys, this is
Yeah,
just
he
me
was
having
drinking.
USDT instead of USDC or USDC. I don't know because I heard like there's some problems about USDT. What do you
Yeah,
think?
I don't know what's going on
People
with
talking
that.
about both.
The USD thing is it still on Coinbase?
I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
on
you can get Tether on
Binance.
Coinbase. I think I'm kind of a bigger fan of the USDC just because of the amount of networks you can send it on. I feel like it really depends on what network you're trying to send it on. But the thing about USDC is it doesn't have as many trading pairs as Tether. And if you're trying to trade on an exchange that allows you to trade on perpetuals, you kind of need to use Tether anyway. So it's like
Yeah,
Tether, I
no.
feel like is more widely used. It has the higher percentage of the market cap. I feel like USDC is like could technically be considered a little bit safer. I mean, it might not depeg as easily, but you kind of like I kind of need Tether anyway just to be able to trade perpetuals.
Yeah,
I just
because
want to
I
clarify.
heard that there is some problems about it in Europe that it's not allowed to
Holy
be traded
crap.
in Europe.
Jeez, let me
I'm
say
not
something.
sure. I'm not in Europe. Go ahead, Eman.
Can you please confirm if it's USDT is still on Coinbase?
Yeah, last I looked, it was there. I'll check right now though.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I'm a bit worried about that because when I want to off ramp onto there, but I see the week still has USDC, so I guess who cares? Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, you could you at the very least, if you have Tether, you could probably sell it into USDC pair and then transfer the USDC on like Solana network or something.
Never mind.
It's cheaper to transfer USDC on base if they accept base.
Yeah,
Because
I'm
USDT is they do charge gas fees, but on USDC on base network it's always free.
I still have a Tether balance in my Coinbase, and it says I can deposit and withdraw still. So
Right. Thank you.
no
See
problem.
let's see how long that
It has
lasts.
to. So here's the problem with transferring Tether to Coinbase. You have to use the Ethereum network. They don't allow you to send it on any other network for some reason. That's what sucks. So I usually
Yeah.
try to find a cheaper route.
It's an
Same thing
easy.
on here.
Right.
I can send Tether from like Femex to like another exchange like through Arbitrum, and it's like a lot cheaper, but it only costs like 15 cents or like 5 cents or something. But sending it on Ethereum, it costs like $6 or something crazy.
Yep, that's fine. We'll deal with it. As long as I can do it.
I think we might get a little pump from this little flag here, this descending wedge.
Ema, do you have Robinhood?
Yes.
Because they have USDC as well. You can send USDC there through, I think, Ethereum, Solana, Matic, and I'm not sure what else. But I'm pretty sure they have at least that three.
So I'm going to keep my off ramps ready for when the time comes. I'm well aware that my time's limited.
Yeah, I'm doing the same thing. Coinbase and Robinhood are like I'm gonna be using them as my main off ramps, but hopefully nothing happens between now and then.
What's the other fully American ones? Is it crypto.com?
Yeah, crypto.com, you should be able to link your bank account, and also I think Kraken you can again now too.
Kraken, there's 2 more. Gotta get them.
Binance US, you can do ACH deposits and withdrawals now.
Oh, 5.
Here we go again. We have the order placed 6 million 6 million XRP at 1.4. That's what's getting me really curious. Why at this exact number for 3 weeks they have it like there?
They have what, where?
At 1.4 on Binance, there is an order of 6.06 million XRP.
Yeah, it's probably a spoof order, like from an algorithm. If it keeps getting placed there and then pulled out, and placed there and pulled out, they're probably trying to get, probably trying to bait, like it's using it as bait to pull the price there. If they put in the system that there's liquidity there, there's like basically saying like, oh, there's a huge order right here, but there's not too many orders between where the price is now and 1.4.
Yeah, there is
I'm
no
gonna
order.
try to.
The biggest order before that one is 444K.
Yeah, they're trying to use the algorithm to drag the price down there.
Oh, wait.
Let me check BTC.
That's a spoof. I mean, maybe not a spoof, but like they're trying to manipulate the price, saying like, "Hey, not much on the order books, but there's this big one right here. Why don't you just send it down here?"
Yeah.
And then everyone will probably put orders there, thinking that there's a huge order, and it'll go down there, and that guy will pull it out, and it will drop further, and everyone that bought there was holding the bag, and then it goes down to like $1, and he does the same thing again, and like same order size, but at $1 instead. Especially if there's like liquidations there on perpetuals. Like you can look at the perpetuals like liquidation data, like the liquidation heat map on CoinEgg, and see if there's a lot of liquidations at that level. I'll go check it out right now. Let me see. I need to change it.
Actually, it's a Fibonacci retracement on the XRP. It's 0.6
Man,
retracement.
I mean, I'm sure it's not like if he keeps putting it in and taking it out, then there's got to be some sort of reason for it.
It happens before actually at 1.6, and I was watching for 4 weeks. And then, wow, but it was bigger than that one. It was 32 million XRP order at 1.6. And when BTC fall, that time we had this wick. It touched the order and then take it with it up. I don't know how many X he did on that. Or it's a market maker.
The liquidation heat map doesn't go back far enough to see it what's at $1.40. But I'll try to maybe CoinGlass as a wider one. CoinGlass. I hope they let me look at XRP. XRP perpetual. Oh no. Let me model 2.
Elon Musk called to end the Federal Reserve. Just end.
Yeah, I mean, there's liquid 30 billions worth at 156. I can see on XRP. That's just on Binance. There's actually more liquidations overhead, like up at the $350 range, just like 250 billion. That's crazy. That's like a quarter of $1 trillion.
Yeah.
It's a lot of money. Kind of makes sense why it's going on. There's big people shorting it apparently. Good players. Maybe it's even Ripple themselves. I wouldn't put it past Ripple to do something like that, honestly.
What does it mean by like Elon Musk calls to end the Federal Reserve?
I don't know. He probably is trying to get some sort of thing
Or
going.
he's how?
The idea of like what's the word disassemble. I don't know. I forget the word that I'm looking for. But yeah, just trying to like make it so that like they go away, like they don't have a job anymore to do or whatever. Like I don't understand how that would work. I don't understand how we would be able to have a like functioning society and banking system without the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, exactly.
Or financial market. Financial market, for that matter, would be like crazy chaotic without any guidance. Not that it isn't already, but it would be even more so. I don't know. Where did you even see that? Do you know if it's really if that's a real thing?
Yeah, it does actually just end.
Is it a legit site? Or is it some sort of weird tabloid thing? Trying to make Elon look bad.
Yeah, just Google it.
Don't trust Elon, man.
Big buys coming in, big buys. Knew this is going.
You knew? Why didn't you tell us?
And I said we knew. It's the games they play,
Didn't tell
man.
you. Damn. I just got home. I haven't even really gotten a chance to look at the chart. We made a new low. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. What the hell? Yeah, we're going down, huh? That's made a new low. Pretty brutal. Props to anyone who shorted at that 87 area. Yeah, I'm just gonna
Well, I
wait
had
for a good
shorts
trade.
in. They weren't on Bitcoin though. That counts.
Yeah.
I had them on
Yeah.
some turds.
Picked the right direction anyway.
Yeah.
I was too scared to short Bitcoin at that resistance because like that angular resistance because I wasn't sure if it was gonna break out or not, but it didn't. So I probably should have gone with my gut, but
Well, I mean, what was it? Days ago, 3-4 days ago, when we hit that target 3 on Dbloc's chart, that was when I pivoted. And then I just
yeah, not
started
bad.
looking for stuff that was like 100%, 200% up, like really crappy coins, like 200% up, like TUT, and AGIX I. Those two, like I did 3x on that, 3x short, and I did 100% on it, but it was only like, was it like $30? Well, maybe it was more. I got to go back and look. It could have been more. Either way, I just kept on doing little shorts like that, accumulating, you know, making little hundreds here and there with shorts. And I'm still in shorts on those coins. DCing into my beam play. I DCA'd at 70. 70 something earlier today, which is higher than where I started buying at, which is like 40 and 50 on Beam.
Yeah, but what's cool about DCing is like even if you buy a little bit higher, right? Like what you bought down low. So say you put $100 in here, but you also put $100 down lower. Well, your weighted average is going to be lower because $100 will buy you more coins when it's down lower. So you'll have a higher quantity of coins already. When you add to it, you're not adding as many coins. So like your weighted average is down lower. Like it's easier for it to stay lower.
Yeah, I'm in a long game. I'm not really, I mean, I'm thinking October. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, I'm not planning on selling later on this year.
So, I mean, I could care less. They could keep on coming down, going sideways. The only thing that's going to kill me is if they just do a parabolic move to the upside and I'm not ready. I don't got enough. So as long as they don't do that, I'm good.
Yeah, they already tested my feelings on that earlier this year and last year. They did it twice. And I was like, no, I'm not ready.
Yeah. Well, most recently here, what was it, a couple days ago or a week ago? I can't remember here, where everybody was kind of get FOMO-ish where all the alts were starting to pump. Even I was feeling it a little bit. I was complaining to Fly. It's like, oh, I can't. It's been 10 days and I can't DCA.
Yeah, they're still so low though, dude. Like,
yep, and that's what everybody kept telling me that too. The same thing. Oh, they're still so low though. Okay, well I didn't do it, and now they're lower.
yeah, I mean, obviously being patient paid off so that you can get as much bang for your buck as possible. I'm just saying, like, compared to what they can do, they're still so
That's
undervalued.
That's true, but I'm working with limited money, so I got to be as cheap as I can.
Yeah, in the
to
same
get as
way.
much as I can. Because I mean, I done took a big hit, like, and it wasn't even from leverage; it was from spot, just from trying to be a dumbass diamond hander.
Yeah, I mean, I jumped into FOMO'd into things on the last two rips. And I really wish I hadn't.
I started like in the bottom. Here's my story: the bottom of the bear market, diamond handed, just holding, and you know what the alts did after that? Almost all of them came all the way back.
Yeah, I round trip stuff barely more so. Like I didn't FOMO in as much as I just like round trip stuff because I was buying a bunch of stuff down in the bear market too. Like I definitely bought the bottom like all 3 times that it's happened now. But I didn't sell. I sold some stuff in the last 2 rips, just not really
Man,
that
it
much.
didn't. This is not what it was supposed to do. Alts weren't supposed to come all the way back here after Bitcoin came up to 100K, and it's 80K, and they're not supposed to be here. That's not what happened. That's not what they did last run. But whatever the other guy I talked to, I don't know if it was you, he told me that the reason that they're still down here is because everything's delayed, and actually it's comparable still. So okay, whatever, I'll go for that.
It's like an extended cycle. Yeah, but we're going through that. Yeah, we're going through the chart of others. Market cap that one.
Okay, well,
remember what you're talking
if
about.
that's the case, when I have a chance.
Seems like it is happening the same way. It's just on a much bigger scale. So it's like taking a lot longer.
I hope. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Oh God, it's horrible.
I'm with you, man. It's probably going to take more patience, but when we stop quantitative easing, or when we start stop quantitative tightening and start quantitative easing, it's going to be friggin' epic.
We're not going to have a chance to blink when it goes, and you can see signs of it that people are like looking for it to happen, but because they don't have control. When it's, I guess the retail was doing the last altcoin pumps here most recently, and they thought we were about to go, and you know how it is. They yank it back on you. Everybody's really, you can tell everybody's real jumpy, thinking it's about to go. Even I am. I'm scared that it's going to go without me.
Yeah, some people are trigger happy and others are gun shy. And it's like, but nobody wants to miss out on that because it's like once they open the floodgates, it's just gonna, like, it's over.
It's over.
Like,
I know. That's what I was scared of, and I had to hold back that whole time while complaining, and I did. And I could have held back here longer, but you know, I'm pretty close right here, on as far as like when I'm accumulating. I'm pretty close to where it's so far right here, where it's bottom. If it doesn't keep going, if it keeps going, I don't give a damn. I don't care about the USD. It could keep going that way. At least I can keep getting more and more. Keep going. Matter of fact, I don't care.
yeah, well, you did a really good job being patient. Yeah, waiting for the better DCA entries. What you're doing is actually really more value cost averaging, like waiting for like the lowest best points to try to get in.
While I'm doing small leverage shorts and different little plays on the futures account off the side. Like right now, I got 2 shorts on 2 dirty coins that pumped up like crazy that need to crash. And then I'm doing a long on Ethereum 400x. I know you hate it, but 400x, and my liquidation is, where is it at? Like 36. So it can get hit. I mean, it's not 36, 1600. So it can get hit. I know, but I'm willing to accept what will happen if that happens, because it'll only be a couple $100 loss. But if it hits, it's going to be nice. And all I need to do is get to my target, which is going to be inside that weekend trap box that he's got drawn there. In the middle of it would be good. And I could close that out, and then we could just continue back down while I carry to that. And then I'll take that and I'll add all that profit into my spot. And then I'll just play the game again. Make me some free money while I'm waiting.
There you go. Rinse and repeat.
And still doing my DCA, which is out of my, my personal funds that I'll accumulate and transfer over here from my bank, and then I'll use, DCA daily with that. Well, not daily, when there's dumps. Or I'm cool around these prices, DCAing right here. Fine, whatever. This and lower. But once it starts doing what it did earlier, what was it, 4 or 5 days? I don't know, when everybody was FOMOing. I didn't like that. And even though, it was still lower, I know, but I don't know. Being cheap, I didn't like it. That's why I didn't buy anything. I don't want to be in that position again. So I just want to stay here.
Yeah, I try not to buy stuff when everyone's really excited. When everyone's pissed off and really quiet, that's when I buy stuff.
I don't want to be there again. I'm not ready. More time. I needed like another 2 months. 2 more months. I could be ready. Barely ready. Because I need to do like a 10x on the one I'm going to be in. So that means I have to have at least 10 grand in. As crazy as that sounds.
I think you'll be just fine, man.
If it doesn't happen, then I'm just gonna have to figure something out. So I'll take whatever it gets up to. I'm expecting something, some type of bull run. For alts. Even if it's a weak one, man, something. High cap coins doing like 1, 2x, something sorry. Mid caps doing like 3, 4x. Low caps doing like 7, 8, 10x's. The good ones. So that's the plan, but I got to get there. Got to have enough to, when it does it, that I'm sufficient. Just to try to regain most of everything that I've already lost from being a diamond hander in gaming coins. Ridiculous. What a dumbass idea that was.
Yeah, I mean, I got caught in it too, man.
Get it back, and if I could get all that back, then I'll have a fresh start. And then I'll never do what I did again. Be careful. Practice
Yeah,
what I've learned, because I've gotten better.
just make new money.
All my tactics.
Forget about the old money. Just make new money.
I'll never forget about that old money. Screw that. I'm getting my money back. And I'm not talking about revenge. I'm just gonna chip at it.
I found that it's easier for me to focus on making money once I forgot about the money I've lost.
It's too hard for me to do it, man. I can't. It's too much.
Keep trying.
I could never just forget. I could like try to forget about it, but it's always there in the back of my head.
Yeah, I mean, you probably won't ever forget, but like, and you can learn from it. So you don't really want to forget because you can learn from it. The thing is, like, just
learning. Yeah, I've learned.
just don't dwell on it. You don't have to dwell on it.
I'll never ever diamond hand an altcoin again.
You don't have to dwell on it though, because it happened. You can't change the past.
No.
Everyone makes mistakes. Mistakes can be good lessons.
I gotta face it though, man. I'm not the one to run. Like, I'm gonna face it head on. I'm gonna implement this game plan.
Fact of the matter is, if you love this shit like a lot of people do, you're just gonna keep on coming back. If you're doing it for just the money, it's a little different. But if you love this shit, you can get pissed off and be right back.
No, I'm gonna be right back, but I'm never gonna come at it the way I came at it before. It was ignorant.
For sure.
I'll
I
come
hear
at
you.
it in a calculated, intelligent, safe, risk management way.
Right.
A DCA strategy, a strategy of only using leverage when the statistics are in my favor, whether it's a short or a long, when the chart is showing me the right thing, or the only thing that's going to beat me is like a black swan.
I feel like a pretty quick way to figure out like how to do things the right way is to first do things the wrong way and like understand.
Oh my God.
Sometimes you gotta touch the stove.
Don't even start.
Well, first you do things the wrong way, and you're like, "Oh, well, okay, that's why it's the wrong way. I don't want to do that again. Let me try to figure out what the right way is."
Crazy. So a lot of people's wrong way was, oh, I came into leverage and lost everything. That wasn't never my way.
I've done it. I've wrecked a bunch of accounts using leverage.
I haven't even. That hasn't been the case because I've been so damn careful with that. But my case was coming in as a newbie and just thinking, oh, I'm good at diamond hand. It's gonna be safe. It's going down. It's going down. I'll never sell it. Yeah,
Yeah, but
right.
it's designed to trick you like that. It's not an accident. It's not that you're an idiot, and it's not that it was an accident. It's literally designed to do that.
What's good, Joe?
It's designed to make people think that. What up, Dbloc?
Dude, I'm done.
Nah, go ahead, Matt. I didn't mean to stop you.
Oh, real quick, I was just gonna say I named a whole hip hop CD Diamond Hand. I'm done.
I feel like there's a time to be diamond hand and a time to be paper hand, and understanding which one's the best time, like which one is most suitable for that specific time. I think it's good stuff to know.
Yeah, I should have named the damn thing Diamond Hand. Pick the right coin, you fool.
I mean, the sad part is that a lot of people were saying, all the Bitcoin maxis were saying, like, just buy Bitcoin.
That's what I should have named it. Diamond Hand. Pick Bitcoin, you fool. Anyway, I'll chip at it. That's all I could do.
Those are the lessons that stick with us, bro.
Never leaving. That is exactly how I'm going to play it next time around.
Yeah, 2 years ago, I'm watching Ben Cohen, and I'm like, yeah, dude, this dude's crazy. Like, I'm buying altcoins. Now I watch Ben Cohen. I'm like, and everyone making fun of him, like, oh, he's just a Bitcoin maxi, and he's a paid shill, and blah, blah, blah. Now I watch him, this dude's a freaking genius.
And he knew the whole damn time. I saw it too, and I didn't listen to him. Oh well.
That's a good headspace to be in, though, right? You learn.
Yep, I gotta fix it. That's what it is.
When you tell people that their portfolio should be heavy Bitcoin with just a small percentage in alts, they just think you're old and talking shit. They don't understand why, right? They don't understand why the barbell strategy.
That's true, but at the point where we're at now, is that still the case?
We're still at 62% big. We're still at. I mean, that's what saved me since November. The fact that I went all back into Bitcoin and all. Well, we're still at 62% dominance.
Would you not say that we're closer to the end of?
Of course, yeah.
And where things are going to then, yeah. So
Yeah.
I mean, at some point. But to me, I mean, I know you're waiting, but to me, I feel like, and you're right. I know you're right, but I feel like I better start sooner than later.
But that's why I say that it all comes down to individual psychology, bro. Because if it's stressing you out not being in, then yeah, it's better to buy a little something, calm everything down, make sure you're not going to miss out. Yeah, everybody's got to work with that individually. You know, it's what makes you tick.
Yeah, it's stressing me bad because I only got 20% of what I used to have, and it's like I got to get it in before it's too late.
Is that better, Loadic? I was just backed up away from the mic.
Anyway, enough about me. I'm done.
Yes, my gold is showing off 1,000%.
Damn, you're up 1,000%.
No. I'm saying it's. I'm saying like I 1,000% agree that gold is tripping right now. Now we're at 3,100, bro. Wow. Oh man. For a long time, but people just kept telling me that 3K gold was a dream. But like, nah, you should have took profit at the top. Because remember, my measured move was at the top of this bull flag. I should have been out of this position by 2,700, and we rejected there. But yeah, just the global situation is not nice right now. So
Yeah,
I see
part
them
of it's
talking
scaring
heads.
me. Plus, it's like these things are like just going like I don't know. I mean,
I will.
seems like bubbly.
I'm gonna say it out loud so that I can get held to it. I will be taking profit at the 6618. 1,000%. You guys do not let me talk myself into holding this shit.
6618. Where is that? What price?
3,300.
All right. If I notice that it hits 3,300, I'm freaking. I'll tell you.
Nah, I mean this. The only reason I say it is because this is I've been in this position for over a year. It's the one that I worry about the least, but that overconfidence is something that I need to address, though. This is you're not gonna find a more perfect cup and handle pattern than this.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, it was the mother of all cup and handles. It was epic.
Yeah.
I mean these.
I mean, it only took 10 years to build.
Yeah. But these guys, the gold bugs, back in the day, they were the original Bitcoin maxis.
Yeah.
Well, they're talking about 42 next year.
I am gonna unload a good amount because remember, I trade physical, so I can't run things to the last second, right? I need to be able to make sure that I'm gonna get the price that I want, and that I'm not gonna, because the gold guys that tell you, don't think you're gonna come in here and sell me the very top. Like, don't think you're gonna wait until the day it's at all-time highs and walk in here and I'm gonna pay you all-time highs because I'm watching the chart just like you are. So you got to leave a little bit of meat on the bone.
Y'all gotta make some money.
Such a great chart. Not even the biggest percentage or craziest gains for the year or whatever, anything like that. But for gold, that's amazing.
It just looks sick. It really is just a beautiful chart. And plus, the further you zoom out on it, the cooler it looks. Like, I think gold, the lifespan of gold, just an epic journey.
You said you're building a short, Mike. Give me like $250 more, bro.
I have shorts, but they're not leveraged. The thing is that I have to. I can't buy fractional shares or anything like that. I have to buy full shares.
The real question is, Mike, are you getting rid of that Rolex at ATH? That's the real question.
Damn.
I'm telling you, that's the type of thing that you just regret when you don't, but it's hard to do. But it's going to make a big difference in what you get for it, obviously.
That's the type of shit that make the hood go crazy.
It wouldn't be, there's nothing wrong with popping into the gold guy to get it appraised. Just to know what you're playing with, You don't have to commit to anything, but. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Telwin. I'm like, look, I don't want to spend another week staring at a CME gap.
Hey man, go check out the res chart. It's like a lot of momentum and volume. It's like it's a perfect setup for scalping.
The what chart? Sorry.
Res. Rez, R-E-Z.
Oh, R-E-Z. 33%. Oh, down. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
exactly.
Wow.
Yeah, man, and
Wow.
it's keeping it's going. It's insane.
I'm scared of that. I can't long that.
It's actually not that choppy, man. You'd be surprised.
You about to make, you might short that shit.
That's all I'm thinking. Not here.
That's what I'm waiting for. I'm waiting to short that thing.
From the 30, please. That'll be easy.
GNU as well is starting to pump, and it hit $1,000 last bull run. So I don't know, maybe interesting. It's at 119 right now.
GNU. Gonna know under.
Sorry.
GNU.
Yes.
Okay. I see OGNU. I don't have it. Oh, no, that's not it. I don't have that. OGNU.
Oh yeah, sorry, I messed it up. It's is it? No, that's not it. Oh, wait a second. Maybe I made a mistake. Just give me a sec. I'll check.
Is it OGM? What's the price of it?
It's GNOU. Sorry.
GNO. It's only on futures.
Yeah, exactly.
GNO. I don't have it. I only have GNO USDT.
Yeah, it's GNOU. Exactly. Sorry. GNO USDT.
I don't have it.
GNO. Oh, you don't have it on what exchange are you using?
Weeks. Only have GNO. GNO USDT.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Sorry.
What's the price of it?
Oh,
Like 119 or something?
yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, it's down a lot. Double bottom coming.
Yeah, exactly. And when the bottom hits, it's a market maker basically.
Oh. The coin's a market maker. What is it?
It's
I like the chart.
Yeah, exactly. It's good. It's really easy to trade too. It's Gnosis, GNOSIS. That's the name of it. It's a mechanism for the DeFi markets.
Genosis. Genosis, is that what you're talking
It's
about?
gnosis. The G is silent.
Yeah, exactly. Gnosis. Yeah, exactly.
I'll save it, bro. Thank you.
You're in a bit of a volume gap here on res all the way up to 236. Not much resistance at all. Little bit of resistance at 22. But other than that, 236. Looks like it wants to come back to hold a little bit of support here.
I think it's gonna go up again. It's been in a low for a while. It's been ranging for a while, and
Yeah, it's been ranging
it
for
had to reach.
700 days almost, for the most part.
Yeah, and look at the last high. It went crazy, man. It went almost to it went to $1 something. It went to almost $1. If I'm correct.
Yeah, but you know what they say about past performance.
It's past exactly.
Not only that, but look at how many pullbacks we had on the way up, which is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a pullback before a continuation to come back and test this SR flip at about 19. If it holds, you'll get a continuation. If it can't hold 19, it's going to give it back though.
It seems like it went. It seems like it passed through it.
No, I'm talking about on the way back.
Future performance.
It tried to retest it but failed. It needs to solidify that support.
Let's see if it holds.
Do you remember Tut from the other day?
Yeah, what's going on with that?
I'm still in it, short.
You still in that
If you could look at it.
How are you still in that trade? Is it just going sideways? This is what it is?
No.
Oh, so you're still, so it's
down.
printing? Oh, you're good then. All right.
My short is like way up at the top.
Nice.
But I'm thinking, I don't know, like I expected it to go down faster at this point, and it's like,
What was it? Tut, right?
yeah, I hope it's not accumulating here. I mean, looking at the averages on the 4 hour.
Bro, this
I
thing,
shorted when it was.
this thing could keep
like
going for a while, bro.
That thing is fucking is really choppy.
Yeah, this thing could keep going for a while.
Going up or down?
No, I mean like dropping for a while.
That thing, man, is dangerous. Like if your stop loss is too close, it'll wick you like crazy. I lost a lot of money with that thing, man. It's really
My
that
stop
thing.
loss is not too close. I shorted it 200%.
You wanna close underneath 3.6 to really feel safe. And what you need to worry about is obviously just getting above this local high. You get above that local high at 40, you're gonna shoot for 45 for the next one, and then you're gonna give back a lot on that short, or at least a significant amount. So far, it's trying to put in a higher low. Right? You want that to fail.
All right, that makes me feel a little better.
Yeah, I mean, this base is significant, right? So I could see them trying to make an attempt, but basically what they're trying to build out, is this W. What you want is for that to fail.
Want to come on down, man. It comes on down to 13. I'm gonna be a happy camper.
That shit drops underneath 36. This is gonna free fall, bro. There's nothing there but broken dreams and unfilled expectations.
I actually got that candle, that big candle you see there. I actually got it. I actually got that one.
Really? You were long there? Good for you.
Yeah, man. I just saw it come up on BitGet, and I was like, my God, this thing has volume. And I like put $5 just to test it, just for fun. Came out with like 50.
Oh, good.
Yeah, trading into volume is fun.
I'm trying to do the other way around, but like you. My margin is $73. So this
And
could be pretty nice.
You're up 200%.
I shorted when it was at 200% at 3x.
That's good.
I need to get everything I can about this sucker because I want to take that money and put it into Beam.
Yeah, Beam. It dropped like crazy. There was a good rally, like the day before yesterday, and it stopped pumping yesterday. But there's another one that I was trading today that was pretty good. I'll go check it. I'll come back with the name.
Wait, I got another one. AGIXT. This one, I already did a short. I don't remember the numbers, but I did a 3x, and I made 100% on the 3x. And I don't remember the margin. It was probably similar to what I'm doing on the other one because it seems to be my format.
Okay.
I already won on that AGIXT, but now I'm back in it again because it came back up. I don't know if you want to see that or not.
Yeah,
That's my second one.
Go check out Kilo
That's
as
it.
well. Kilo.
What is that?
KILO.
Okay.
I'm bringing it up on my screen right now.
All right, I'm looking at it. Oh.
I can't bring it up, and they didn't add it to the to my BitGet API, so I can't. It's on the exchange. It just got out. It's like it's a new. It came out like yesterday.
327 at 7 o'clock.
Be right back.
Yeah. I kind of missed it already. It's 78078870787. Somewhere in that little accumulation, I missed it for the long.
You're talking about Kilo?
Yeah. KILO.
Yeah, I got see that big wick at about it was what? It was 11 this morning. Like that big. It was like ranging, and then all of a sudden it just like kicked up. I got in at the bottom at the end of that squeeze there. And then it like just pushed up from it went from 82 0.082 and it went up all the way to 1173.
Oh, I see that. There's a little tiny wick there.
I wasn't sure about it. I put $2. I put $5 with 20x and came out with like $70.
Oh. See, I don't, at where it's at right now, I don't want to play it.
No. I'm looking to short it right now.
And I don't want to even short it either. I'm ridiculous, bro. I won't even short this until it shows me 14 and 15. And if I can't get it, I won't do it, and I'll find something else.
That's all right. That's safe. I should learn to do that.
That's all I'll do. I don't give a damn. If I don't see 100 or 200%, I don't even care about shorting it, really. Jacket called out an amp play to short the other day, and I'm surprised I did that. But I won, but it didn't last very long. I made the money and got out within hours. I'm happy with the ones I'm in. If you want to see the other one, AGIXT.
Yeah, show me.
AGIXT. There. Damn, it's up 54% right now.
Are you sharing your screen by or not? Or I can't seem to find you. No.
I'm not. Sorry. My screen is on a different phone. I'm using two phones, one for Discord but let me see something.
I'm on my I brought it up on my is this with the one AGIUSDT? AGI basically?
AGIXT. There is a T. AGIXT. Now, on this one, you know what? I like it for the short here because it works. I got a short in from way up there at the top already at that 17, 18 range.
I can't.
And
I can't see it on my exchange.
Oh, okay, never mind then. I already won, and whatever. I basically took it from the top to almost all the way down where it bottomed, closed it out, and then it squeezed up to where it's at now. And now I'm trying to short it again, which is not even. Before it was like at 17, and now I'm shorting it like freaking 10, and that's don't even just disregard because
Go look at res right now, man. If you're looking for a
okay.
good a long for like right now, if you're looking for a short, if it goes all, it's pumping like hell right now.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I know. I can't chase it, man. It's against my rules.
It looks like it's topping out, but like I'll see if it gets rejected and maybe grab the short. We'll see.
Yeah. See, that's similar to the play I'm in, to whereas if I would have rode that res short all the way from 30 down to the 13, and then I would have closed it out, let it squeeze up here, and then I would start to think about shorting it again. But I'm already in a play like that. That's what I'm doing on AGIXT. Except to me, AGIXT looks even better than this to short because this is given a 32%. I'm getting almost a 60% on the one I'm in from where I'm shorting from. This is only half the distance, and the volume is 1 million. What's my volume? My
Man, look
volume
at the
is
volume at the bottom of res. Like, look at the volume at
way
the.
less. That's a lot of volume for that coin.
Yeah, it's insane. There's like 30. There's like 30 million right now volume in there.
I'm just gonna stick
Actually,
with what I'm doing now.
3.5 billion of volume right now.
My God.
Dude,
Yeah.
it's insane. It's gonna pump like it's gonna
It
keep
might.
going up, I think.
Go for it.
Well, look, if you look at the daily, we're basically at the bottom right now. Like if there's a lot of it's it's resisting like, and right now it just retested and it didn't get rejected, and it seems like it'll probably retest again though.
All right, I'm back.
You can look at my screen if you want. I have it on.
I don't know. It could be getting ready to do an M here in the 15-minute.
I'm on the daily right now, but
Yeah. It looks better there for sure. So I had to do low leverage long. Look bad. Low leverage long. Or spot. I'm gonna let you ride it, bro. You got it.
Don't gotta swing at everything.
no, I'm just looking at it. I'm not entering it yet. I'm just not enough confirmations, but I'm just saying that it has the potential of.
It does. There's the potential to probably come up and double top at 30.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm thinking too. Because if you look back at the other times, where it went, it did that. Well, it's it's possible. If you look at here, like on March 7th, it did pretty much, the same kind of candles and same kind of.
I don't know. I don't feel like there's enough edge in it. Looking at it there, like it almost seems like 50-50 isn't gonna go down or up here.
See, like in February here, it started the same way. It was like ranging in, boom, and then ticked up, retested the resistance here, and then tested it again, but it kept on going after that. It seems like it's reproducing the same thing almost. See, look.
This thing also dropped over 20% on each retracement on its way up on lower time frames. So I know it looks good on the daily, but you don't want to chase this thing until it's at least pulled back, in my opinion.
Where would you where would you wait for a pullback?
I'm looking to see if we come down into this vector gap. If 19 doesn't hold, put in a lower high, 19 doesn't hold, it's going to pull back a little bit lower. But just waiting for confirmation is important.
And would you be safe in, if you have all your confirmations, would you be safe longing this?
I mean, if I were to see everything I needed to see, I'd have to go dig in and find out exactly why it's moving after, you know, such a long time of not doing anything. But that's past just, I'm going to hold the trade more than a day. I need to dig into the fundamentals and find out why it's moving. If I'm going to get into something that's already pumping, I need to dig into the fundamentals and find out why it's doing this.
And where do
Is
you
it a
go,
catalyst that's going to last?
when you
You want
do
to go
that
into
kind
the
of research?
projects. You want to go check out the project's socials. You want to go on the project's website. Try to join a Telegram if they have one.
Go to AI.
X is really, you go on their, if you go to their Twitter and look in the first 3 or 4 posts, if it has anything to do with fundamentals, why this is pumping, it'll be there. Just announced a new mergership, a new merger with so and so, a new partnership with so and so. We're opening our own blockchain. Where you know what I mean.
I heard about crypto Twitter. Is that correct? Maybe.
Yeah.
What is that exactly?
Just Twitter. Crypto
Okay, so
Twitter is
Twitter,
when you only have
is there a
crypto on
way
your
of
Twitter.
seeing everything that's related to crypto on Twitter?
Yeah, you can search hashtags, but for the most part, you want to start adding people, right? But yeah, you can go on the search bar and put BTC and then click recents or check on the trending and see what's moving. But mostly you want to check the actual socials of the companies that you're invested in, right? Of the project that you're invested in. You at the very least want to follow them. If they, you know, if you're going to invest in them, you at least want to keep up with what's going on.
Yeah, good point.
Oh crap, man!
You can tell a lot, bro.
Like doo doo.
Where are you guys from in the States?
I'm in Florida.
About
Sorry?
Missouri.
I said I'm in Florida right now.
Oh, Florida, lucky you, man. Warmth and everything. I'm in Canada, North Canada. Right now, there was snow yesterday. Like 2 weeks ago, we got 2 meters of snow, and then it's raining right now, and it's ice everywhere.
Okay.
My God, that's pretty good. Man, you know our anthem a lot, like even better than most Canadians.
I don't. I just know the tune. I can hum it.
It's our 51st state. We got to get acquainted.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
I would love it. Please save
I've
me,
heard so
please.
many Canadians say the same thing too. It's crazy.
Dude, come and save me. I wish Donald would come here and clean up, make a cleanup here after with Elon.
Can you please save Australia with Elon as well? And Donald, please come down, please. We've got an election just coming.
Sorry, I
All right, we got you.
I didn't hear you. What did you say?
Come save Australia as well while you're at it.
You seen the new video with Elon at that Trump speech, looking all?
What did you say? You said you want him to come to Australia?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, he should like be the one world government and like make a big cleanup.
Okay,
Let's
we
do
need
it.
to relax now a little bit. You guys are going crazy.
It's a joke. I was just.
I know. I know.
What do you mean? They already inserted your leaders already.
Oh well, Trudeau was not a leader.
But he's a WEF plant.
Dbloc said, "Take it easy, boys. At
Like
least we know we're winning."
Carl Schwab, it's his best friend. He loves him. Like he was
Yeah,
probably.
there you go.
They're probably like
go.
probably he left Sophie for him.
They want him there. That's why he's staying there. Even though you want him out, he's staying.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised he becomes one of the members and one of like the like he's gonna be on the payroll soon. I'm sure.
At a Taylor Swift concert.
Yeah. Also, probably they'll next thing you'll know, they'll invite her at the next meeting. At the end of the day, you know.
Dbloc's just wishing Bitcoin would go up right now. He's like, "Please go up, Bitcoin, please, please."
Oh no, I'm doing some side work. I'm not even. I don't expect Bitcoin to do much right now at all.
My God, this is like watching
I gotta
paint
get free
dry here.
I don't stress out about that type of shit though. Fly. If shit ever gets out of control, I just mute.
Mute. So Dbloc, on the topic of being acquainted, Ben here came in from YouTube last night, and we had a bit of a talk last night. English is his second language,
Who?
and the Ben, gluten-free Ben.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So, the synopsis is basically he sort of hit the plateau and then the spiral, and he's sort of in that phase where he's trying to reconstruct his methodology. So he would probably benefit from like a brief overview of like the TR main system with the momentum and the vectors and stuff like that.
Well, yeah. Whenever you have any questions, bro, don't hesitate to ask. Don't.
Well, actually, I don't even know what my questions are. I believe that I'd have to like just listen, like Quan was saying yesterday, and just start from the basics and
Yeah.
just start again from scratch, because there's maybe things that I missed out on and that I don't want to repeat. You know.
Yeah, you're good, bro. I tend to repeat things a lot in
I
here
lost
for people that are
35K
new. So
in a short period of time. It never happened to me before. I was winning, and all of a sudden my confidence just started going down and down and down, and now I'm just like, I'm just choking. You know, like I'm like so I'm just putting like small amounts, and I'm never satisfied with the gains. You know, and I'm just like these
trying to
days.
make something happen. Yeah.
You're getting revengey.
No, not now. I'm not trading right now. Actually, I've been taking it easy, and also ever since I spoke with.
I'm guessing this was in the last 2 months, 3 months that this has been going on, basically.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'm
But
trading
now
on
I'm
hard
taking it
mode, bro.
easy.
It's this thing is on increased difficulty right now. That's what we've been saying for a while. Not the friendliest waters for new traders.
So this is why I found. This is why God made me find you, and I came upon you guys here, and
Well, welcome, bro.
very grateful. Honestly, it's I've watched. I'm always watching channels in different places and like getting into communities and everything. But this one here is the where I find is the like less bullshit and more like like just straight to the point. And
Yeah.
like there's people that like charge money for things, and they're like you don't even get the info that you get here, and like you can speak with other people and everything. It's really a great idea you guys built here, and great community.
I appreciate it, brother. It's a lot of hard work and a bunch of years, but we got a good bunch.
It's like a lot of people here actually trade. Like they do this.
The brother's trying to get his money back, and he's not satisfied with the small trades he's doing to get it back. So what I could advise, well, I'm sorry, not advise. What I'm doing is going to spot. You better start finding a coin that could start doing some X's and be there while it's down, and determining when that's going to be. It's going to be up to you.
But I just feel that right now is not a good time to buy spot. Like actually sold all my spot, what was left of it like 4 days ago before the dump, and I have a feeling that it's gonna keep going down. So like right now, like I'm waiting on a good entry point, you know, to rebuy my coins.
If I was brand new right now, I would only be holding Bitcoin or stables.
Why is that?
Because the alt is still too sketchy right now. 1, 2, if you're brand new, then you're not getting the best entries. 3, you're probably not going to be fast enough to be able to pivot if we see dominance do something crazy like fly up to 63, 64. There's just too many variables. The lazy way would be just DCA Bitcoin. It's not going to be going much lower.
I bought XRP in August. I put 12,000 in XRP, and I've been living off that for a while now. But like ever since it's been starting to drop, I just took profit. But I had at one point I had like 15,000 XRP, and right now I got 4,000 left. And but I got rid of everything, my Ondo, everything. I got it all HBAR, XLM, everything.
But so you're sitting in dry powder then?
Right now I'm just USDT and I'm waiting.
All right, bro. That's a good place to be. Feels a lot more calmer, right?
I'm really happy I took that decision, man, because like my wallet would have been and it would have been half gone.
Yep.
All right. So no, he should know that the game he's going to play is waking up and it's gone, and it goes without you whenever that happens.
Well, if it goes without him, it's going to go without me too. I don't think it's time for all that yet.
Whenever the time does come, whenever
Yeah.
you think that's.
But you know, remember, like I said, for some people, waking up and having price gone, it hurts a lot less than waking up and being underwater. Just got to get out of that feeling that you have to catch the very bottom of everything. Now, of course, you don't want to wake up and something 4x'd on you. But you wake up and something went up 30, 40%, you know, and starts to put a nice base down and look like, oh, you know, ooh, that might have been the bottom. You're not going to cry at buying at the lower high, or the higher low, I should say. You're just going to be happy that there's actually some motion and that this thing is alive now. Some people will wait until everything turns around. And then some people will just, you know, swing at the knives. I do both. I swing at the knives, and if it goes before I'm done swinging, then guess what? Pile in on the higher low, you know?
But you're cool. You're comfortable with that, even if it's 20 or 40% higher.
No, it's something. Yeah, you got to make. Everybody's got to make that decision for themselves. I'm absolutely cool with it. 20% isn't going to kill me. Isn't going to make me.
You see, that's what he needs to understand, though.
Yeah. No, where we're going, I wouldn't cry about 20 or 30%. You just need to protect your capital right now, so that when we do start seeing the signs of that liquidity hitting the market, that you're able to position yourself to where you can safely sort of ride some stuff up, take profits responsibly on the way up, and then rinse and repeat until this is over.
Seems like Raz is it's resisting.
Yeah, still hasn't really rolled around yet. We still have positive momentum on the 5-minute. You need to see your 13. You want to see your lower time frame EMAs. Zach, I use it mostly for the EMAs and the vectors, right? So for momentum and gaps. But we've got all our EMAs facing up right now. This looks decent. You'll probably get a
It's like
breakout.
topping up right now. It's gonna top at like 0.203.
If it
It's
pops
going
that
down.
bullish trigger, it's gonna go. That bullish trigger will send it.
Do you mean like right now, like at the top of like that double, like the double top there?
Yeah. If that hits, that'll send it.
Okay, that line. Okay. Why is that a bullish trigger?
When something pops up like this and people are chasing price, right? It's just like everybody else, right? Price pops up and you're like, oh, when do I get in? You get a retracement. So your natural spots are your highs. As soon as that high breaks, everybody that's waiting for a confirmation to jump on this piles in, right? So you get your bullish trigger, sends it. Then you get another rejection, pops back down. That's your bullish trigger. As soon as price gets back up to that level, same thing here. As soon as we got up to that level, we popped. As soon as we got up to this level, we popped. It's just, that's what it looks like when people are riding the momentum of a trade. Everybody's thinking the same thing you're thinking right now. I want to squeeze as much as I can out of this and get the hell out before shit hits the fan. So your tops are the times to take profit. The breaking of the tops are when you're like, okay, let's see if we can ride it for some more. Unless you're catching bottoms, but it's kind of dangerous on this.
What would be your trigger to be like, all right, this is going down when you're looking at now?
If I was, I'm not in this trade, but I can tell you right now that if I was in this trade, let's not even call it from, let's just call it from here, right? Because I want to cherry pick or whatever. If I was in this trade, I would have gotten this trade because the 5 and the because the 13 crossed the 50 right here. Right, I would have been looking at this, I'd have seen the expanse, I'd have seen the retracement. I've been waiting for the momentum shift. Right, the momentum shift you got right there. That's when your 13 EMA crossed your 50. And if you put on your volume, the 13 EMA is the orange one, sorry. And the 50 is the blue one with the purple.
All right, so it's kind of like when the MACD crosses, basically.
Yeah, but no. It's just, it's when the 13, it's when the average of the last 13 candles passes the average of the last 15 candles. The MACD works a little differently. But what you want to do is you want to look at volume, right? Not only did you get your cross, but you got increased volume. So that would be your go signal. And then you would be in this trade until that 13 crosses back underneath the 50. If you knew nothing at all about trading, right? That would be your signal to get out, would have been there. You would have caught your long from here to here. GG's. Me, I would have been out at this double top. I would have probably taken 20% at this top here because of our expansive vector gaps. These things fill. Right? You notice how every time you see one of these green vectors on the chart, it comes back and it fills it. Or any of these red vectors tends to come up.
Could you show me what's a green vector?
That bright green candle.
And how do I get that on my chart?
It's an indicator. You'd need a different indicator. What it is that it shows that market maker is adding liquidity to this position. He's deciding to match trades on the way up.
What indicator would this be?
You can look it up. It's TR main. So the double top would have got me out of this completely, right? Had I only taken 20% here, this double top would have had me out of the trade completely. If I felt like still playing this, I'd be waiting for that 13 to cross again. So what happened down here? Our 13 EMA crossed the 50 again. You look down at the bottom, increase volume. So you would have taken the trade. And right now your EMAs are still pointing up. Right? So you're really not in any danger yet of even thinking about taking profits if you're strictly following the strategy. And again, this is a strategy for people who have very limited tools, but don't want to miss out on sort of the rest of this
let's
run.
say you were right now. Would you get in? Like, would this be a safe place to get in?
No. You don't buy the tops. We don't buy the tops. We want to get into the habit of buying red candles and selling green candles.
I get it. And I can't find, if you can look at my screen that I'm sharing right now, I wrote TR main, and I'm just wanting to know which one maybe if you can
Just
help
put
me.
in Traders Reality, and then there's going to be a bunch of them, and there's one that's called Traders Reality Main. And then if you want, I'll show you my settings because there's a bunch of shit on there that I turn off.
I'm kind of having trouble to like set my charts and like like the scale of them is like I look at your charts and I'm like, my God, I wish I could like it's always like the proportions of it are always mixed up, and it's like I'm
It's
having
it's my OCD, bro. I know exactly what you mean. I've got a thing with scale. I have to stretch my charts up to be able to see. I cannot stand looking at charts like this.
exactly. So how do you do that?
You just got to scale in. You just got to scroll into your chart. Scroll into your
Okay, so
chart
there's no
and
secret.
scale it.
There's no secret.
No, 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 no. You just gotta, yeah, you just gotta get to it.
All right, I'm the same because if not, you can't see anything.
No. It drives me crazy the amount of people I see with like squishy charts. And it's like, how do you even see when you're getting to. Can't even see the wicks on the candles. You can't see anything. All right, we're approaching our bullish trigger. We've got people that are already starting to pre-run it. Just feel like in trading specifically, you're gonna get so many different strategies and so much different advice on how to start. But I honestly think that this is the best base. Right? The best base is learning your EMAs, learning what price movement looks like, learning what momentum looks like, learning what the confirmation of momentum shifting looks like, understanding why price would be motivated to move in one direction or the other, meaning are there liquidations, are there vector gaps, is it nothing but people's will? But all of that comes with time. Most important thing is just understand how the chart moves, understand mean reversion, right? Understand that these rubber bands here, if you look at them like rubber bands, these rubber bands will never snap, right? The longer you pull away from the mean, which is your 50, the more of a chance that you're going to snap back to that line, right? These gaps, these big gaps that you see are opportunities to take profits, but that comes later. First, I want people just to get used to the idea of following momentum and realizing that if the last 13 candles have been more bullish than the last 50 candles and volume picks up, you're starting to get a momentum shift that's worth playing into.
So right now, from what I'm seeing, is we're getting kind of like it's like resisting that trigger you were mentioning, wicked, and then it's like fighting to get past that thing.
Yeah. Yeah, you obviously had sell-off here, right? Why does price go down? Right? Price goes down because people sell. Why does price go down from the same exact level? Price will go down from the same exact level because there's sell orders here, which means that this first drop didn't absorb all of it. Came up, came into those buy orders. You're trying to absorb it. You're trying to buy all the Bitcoin that's there, but you can't, so price sells off, right? It gets cheaper.
Why would it sell off? What do you mean you're trying to buy but you can't? What do you mean by that?
So let's say there's a sell wall there, right? Let's say somebody wants to sell 1,000,000 res. So price comes
Somebody
up.
wants to sell what? It cut off. Sorry. What did you? Could you repeat? I apologize.
Let's say somebody wants to sell 1,000,000 res, right? So right in this gray line right here on the order book, they've got it set that when price gets between 208 and 209, they want their sell orders to go off. These people here are buyers, right? So as long as they're bullish, they're willing to buy. Okay, I'll buy at 20, I'll buy at 20, I'll buy at 20, but then price stops moving. And then people are like, well, we're not going anywhere. I really don't want to buy at 20. So you go down on the book. right? You go cheaper on the
That
book.
means they cancel their order. What do you mean they don't?
No, the orders are still there.
Yeah.
Those sell orders are still there, as you can see, because we came back up here, and you still couldn't absorb it. For price to move higher, than
Meaning there's not enough people to buy it.
for
Correct?
price, yes, for price to move higher than 2085, you have to have enough people buy at that level where it absorbs that sell wall.
Oh.
As long as that wall is there, it will keep rejecting. Eventually they'll buy the last one, and then you'll get a pop, right?
So basically, this is why it shoot up here, like on your if you go under that your big gray box, like where those two big green candles were.
Yeah.
That's why the vector gap, which is what is a vector gap? Anyways, you can explain after, but I mean, this is why it shoot it up, because there was a lot of buying orders here, correct?
Yeah, yeah. You had
So basically,
increased
the
buy
gap
pressure
is
down at these levels.
So from my understanding, when I look at it, is the vector gap would be the difference be with the the big up pull we've got. Oh, sorry.
Think of it like this. Let's say that you are right here, right? This is you. And you want to sell for 20, right? So people come up and people like, I'll buy for 20. You're like, I'll sell it for you for 20 all day. But I come down underneath and say, well, you know what? I'm never going to get my order filled, right? Let's say I'm above. I'm trying to sell for 21 and I can't because you got this massive bag. You just keep selling off for 20. So this guy's decides, you know what? I don't want to sell for 21 anymore. I'm going to sell for 19. Right? So now the orders are coming down to now they're buying 20s, they're buying 19.8, they're buying 19.6, and everybody's undercutting each other. That's why price goes down. Yeah.
But that's why it retraces, because after that, when there's no more people like overlapping each other, it hits that bottom.
When there's nobody left to sell cheap. Yeah, exactly. It's all supply and demand. When supply overwhelms demand.
That's the vector gap. Is that what you mean?
No, vector gap is when market maker comes in and provides. The market maker is the liquidity provider, right? Market maker just provides the money so that
I don't understand.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm literally trying to do that. Market maker provides the liquidity to the market, meaning if you come in and you say, I want to buy 10 Bitcoin, and there's nobody there standing there with 10 Bitcoin willing to sell it to you, you're just going to be sitting there with an order that says you want to buy for 10 Bitcoin, right? Somebody has to sell you that Bitcoin. So either the market maker steps in and says, here you go, here's 10 Bitcoin. I'll provide the liquidity you need for this trade to go through. Or you're going to have to go to the books, which means you're not going to be able to buy your 10 Bitcoin from the same person. You're going to buy one Bitcoin from one guy that sells it to you for 80K. And then the next guy is going to want to sell it to you for 81. The next guy is going to want to sell you his little chunk for 82. And by the time you get done buying all 10 of your Bitcoin, you've already shot price up. Right. So market maker provides the liquidity that lets the market run sort of fluid, what we like, right? Instant settlements, in and out. You can always get rid of however many Bitcoin you need, depending on the time of day, of course. But it makes a liquid market. The problem is that when market maker does this, the way they do it is what leaves these gaps. So let's say you're playing the 5-minute scalp strategy and you saw that 13 cross. And you said, I want to go long here, right? So market maker says, okay, he can either decide to match you or not match you. Market maker decides to match because he saw the green candle. These green candles appear when the tick volume in a candle is 200% that of the last 10 candles. And that's a fingerprint of market maker stepping in. And the reason that it doubles so much, that the tick volume doubles so much, is because for every trade that you put in, market maker drops a trade on the short side. Right, so you're going long and market maker is setting short positions all the way up. So what happens is when price comes back down through these areas, all his profit, all his trades are in profit, and he gets back all the money that he gave you here to make your run. And then he's back to board. Right, market maker's main job is to get back the liquidity that he provided. Look here, same thing. Price pops up, he decides to add liquidity. So he's adding short positions in all of these levels. Price comes up, hits the top, can't go any further. Price comes down, he gets paid on all of his short positions, gets all his money back from this, and sets long positions in this red candle, which then immediately get paid. He pays himself on that. That's just how that's just how the liquidity that gets put into the market and taken out of the market by the market maker. And we pay attention to that because we trade into those gaps. Right? The model that I trade trades into those gaps. If you know the market maker is going to come back and pay himself, because you know he's got those long positions or those short positions there, and you see that we're topped out, and you see that we had a third opportunity to get past this buy wall and couldn't do it, then you target that vector. And that's the quick, like, TLDR. But if you stick around, we'll get way more into it. Does that make any sense? It's not the type of concept that you're going to get on the first go. But it should start make sense to you soon.
I'm listening. I'm taking all the info you're.
No, you're good, brother. You're good. No.
I apologize if sometimes I speak over you. It's just I'm not used to all of this 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 live streaming and everything, and I'm still learning the Discord and.
Nah, you're fine, bro.
I have trouble like when I don't see the person in front of me. I'm autistic a bit, so I'm like if I don't see you, I have trouble. So I apologize. I'll adjust myself.
Nah, you're good, brother. Don't worry about it. These guys do it to me all the time.
Yeah, I hate that. I've been listening to the stream and every time I'm like, before I joined, I was like, man, would they let them talk? Like, is anybody realizing that everybody's talking over each other?
Yeah, it gets a little crazy in here sometimes.
Shouldn't you have we should maybe add this like a lift your hand, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a way to do spaces, and I'm gonna be doing that soon. I'm gonna add a little bit more structure to the stream here
Just
coming
like,
up.
like a hand button. I'll look it up. Like,
Well, there's a stage. There's a stage on Discord where you're up on stage, and then people raise their hand to come up on stage, and then you can bring them up on stage. But what I don't want is I don't know, new people come in and they're asking questions, and I know everybody's trying to help, but sometimes getting 7 different answers, and then they're all different, and then those 7 people debating for the next 45 minutes about which one is right, absolutely does nothing to help the person that asked the question. They're more confused than they were before they answered the question, you know?
Definitely, I get you on that. I got confused like when I was looking at it. Like I know what you mean. I've listened to a few streams where it was like that, and I understand.
Well, listen, there's some members in here that are very strong-headed. Let's just say once they get to talking and rolling, they don't stop. They don't take breaths between sentences, and they
Yeah, it is
just
finance
keep
after all, man.
going.
It's finance builds big characters, I guess I should say. Yeah, and just remember, guys, there's people from a bunch of different levels, bunch of different experience levels, bunch of different styles of trading. You know, I like to have Discord audio up because I think it does help people to sit in on conversations, kind of like fly on the wall sort of conversations. But yeah, we just have to be aware that people are coming looking for a bit of guidance.
I don't want to take all the space here, so like, don't hesitate if there's anybody else that needs help. Like, I don't want. I really appreciate what you're doing, and if there's, I just don't want to take all the stage.
Nah, you're good, brother. There's a lot of people at your level right now too. So the questions that you ask are just keeping them from having to ask them, you know. Or people on YouTube.
Let me know what you're showing me. So
What happened?
I said, just let me know what you're showing me.
Oh yeah. No, right now I'm just looking at Bitcoin to see what's going on here specifically. We're trying to find a bottom here on Bitcoin for the most part, at least for some sort of a relief rally that can take us back to grab our CME gap. There's certain mean reversions that happen. By mean reversion, I mean, excuse me. There's certain points in the chart that price always comes back to. Whether it's the 50 EMA, right, or the daily open, or the psychological ranges, or something more weekly like a CME gap. The Chicago Mercantile Exchange sells Bitcoin futures, but they're not open 24 hours, 7 days a week, right? They close on Fridays and they open on Sundays. So that gap that gets left in the chart by them closing is the CME gap that you hear people target all the time. So it's one of those mean reversions. When it's up and it's valid and it's open, it should always be considered as a target, right? So you're looking for things to disprove that market makers go into the CME gap instead of looking for reasons to prove that they're going towards it.
Just what you mean is that basically those are orders that have not been placed yet.
It's an empty spot. It's an empty spot in the chart where people weren't allowed. Where on futures, no orders were allowed to be set or filled.
Why?
Because they were closed.
Okay, so that means that, let's say, as soon as they open on the Monday, let's say, for sure they're going to go and fill those orders. Because
Well, what happens is anybody that had intentions to either want to sell in that area or buy in that area now needs to get back to that area. And since they fill at such a high percentage, even traders that don't care about buying or selling in that area trade towards that area because it's such a common mean reversion, right? Traders really love when they can agree. Traders really love when they can agree on a target, because it makes the trade easy. Everybody's trading in the same direction. We're all on the same page. Boom, let's go get the CME gap.
So what you're looking at right now is that from what I understand is that you're predicting that it'll go up to like that 80, 85, or it'll go back to that 84, 80, 85 to catch those orders. And then there's a lot of red there, so it's probably going to short it.
Those are all the shorts, right? Those are all the short liquidations.
Back right down after that, correct?
Well, no, because when they get liquidated, when a short gets liquidated, when one of these red lines get hit, they have to buy on market to cover their short. Right, so it actually pumps price. That's when you get short squeezes. But it does let you know that you've got a high level of people willing to short this at this area. The problem is that once it gets too consolidated and too thick, the market maker makes way too much money going through there. And if you put that in between what's already a market maker target, like the CME gap, it's like you're just sort of begging to get liquidated, right? Because the intention is to go up anyways. And all of these red lines, all of these liquidations are just adding fuel. Think of it like this. Think of it like this. What happened?
What do you mean by liquidations? The red lines, I have trouble understanding.
People that are trading leverage, they have liquidation levels, right? If price gets to their liquidation level, their trade expires worthless.
Yeah, okay.
Right? They lose everything. These are the points at which specific shorters have the risk of their trades being.
Okay, so let's say I'm in a trade and my liquidation price would be referred as a red line.
It would pop up on the chart, yeah. And what you want to do is you want to make sure that your liquidations are not sitting in a big bunch of other liquidations, because these become targets.
Because that's why you get always because he wants to go and get those.
Yep.
I understand. So that's why you never put you always organize yourself to like not put your stop loss in that region as well.
You want to stay out of the herd. Yeah, you want to make sure that you stay away from the herd, because the herd usually gets wrecked. Right? If the average is that 75% of traders either break even or lose money, then you have to try to do what 75% of the traders are not doing, right? Which means you have to trade sort of counterintuitively sometimes.
So where would be like, let's say, just as an example, what would be when you're looking at this? What would be a good entry, either short or long, from whatever like?
Well, what we're looking at right now for structure, right? We're trying to see if we can build some structure to sort of build off of, right? Like a base to sort of launch off of. We have the start of it, right? We have a stopping volume candle, which, not to get too complicated, for the most part, is just a candle that has a longer wick than a body. Meaning the majority of this candle spent getting bought back up than it did bleeding out, right? So that means that you've got buy pressure there. So that's our first sort of sign.
Could you repeat that? I have trouble understanding. Like, what do you mean by that? So when you see a wick, it means that people are buying.
So this is the way candles work, right? Here's your candle. As people go selling that candle, the point of this candle right at the very bottom is the line at which the orders are going through, right? So it comes down, it comes down, it comes down, it comes down. When you start to get buy orders that buy up the candle will retrace, but the candle will leave a wick where it went, right?
Yeah, to show you that it went
To
all
show
the way
you
down
that it
there.
went down there, right?
But it
So
didn't
when you,
close at that
yeah, so when you get to the point that the wick becomes longer than the body, then you know that you're getting a sign of reversal.
Yeah, that's why it always, like, they call it. Yeah, I get what you mean. That's
Yeah.
why you're always looking at that as an entry. Okay.
Yeah. So what we do with stopping volume candles, excuse me, is that the body of the stopping volume candle needs to hold. Your very next candle, you want it to be a bullish engulfing, or at least you want it to pull away from the body. And as long as no body's closed underneath the body of that candle, then that's a valid sort of launching point, right? So right now what we're doing is that we're looking for our higher low. Right? Prices come back to retrace. As long as it puts in a higher low, then we're still bullish. So you were asking, like, if you wanted to micromanage this trade and you'd be like, where would I get in? Well, the falling knife catching would have been the best. The second best point would be where we caught, right? Would have been there. Another stopping volume candle with a bullish engulfing.
So are you in that trade? Or
I've been in this trade for a while already, yeah.
You're shorting it.
No, I'm long. I filled a grid on the way down, and I'm aiming, like, as price came down, I set buy orders. And as price came down through the buy orders, it just went filling my orders.
You mean that means that you can basically, because you bought, so you're going down, you're on a long, so basically you're going down. So basically your ROI is going down as well. So you're in a loss. So what you mean is that you're DCing in, you're buying
Yeah.
more as you go down
Yeah,
to
yeah.
compensate for the loss, correct?
Yeah, it's dynamic DCA, right? So if you set a grid, this is why you should never really be too worried about catching falling knives if you're trading an asset that you know is going to recover, right? You can't do this for everything. But if you set a grid, let's pull a random grid, right? Let's just say this is a grid that you want to buy down through. If you set your first order at $10, I just want to use round numbers, and your second order at $10, then when both of these orders fill, your average is right here in the middle.
Yeah.
Right? But if you spend $20 instead of $10, then your average is down here. And if when you come down here you spend 40, then your average gets yanked down even lower. And then if you spend 80,
and then your stop loss moves away, like your liquidation price moves away from you, correct?
I'm not trading leverage, so I don't have a liquidation price.
Okay.
This is just spot buying accumulation on dips for either a dead cat bounce, right? Either a short-term recovery or
so could I
for a
do that with
long-term
margin?
recovery.
Right now I'm
Group
doing
admin.
margin. I'm doing spot
Please
margin
accept my
trading.
friend request and follow me
You got an open mic, Emat?
immediately. Thank you.
Yeah, you could, but you have to be more careful doing that with margin.
Why?
Because your risks are obviously increased.
Why?
I have no liquidation when it comes to this thing could
Yeah,
keep going
yeah,
down
I understand.
forever, and I'm straight.
But let's say I have a margin, like let's say I have coins, I have like I'm doing right, like as I had some coins that I'm just using as a collateral, you know, to
Mm-hmm.
get like to borrow USDT.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's on my spot, like on one of my accounts, I still kept some XLM and some, but so I'm using that to like trade on spot basically with margin, and on the
Wait, what?
well, it's a spot trading, but with leverage. It's
I don't
US.
understand what you mean.
Well, basically, it's spot trading, but with you're basically doing like your leverage trading, but with but using your tokens as collateral
Coin
to
perps.
borrow USDT.
Okay. Yeah, that's
I
not
mean,
spot though. That's you're talking about coin perps.
yeah, exactly,
Okay.
exactly. So my
Okay.
question was the following right now. When I was sleeping, when I woke up this morning and I was starting to think about that because the price of the coins are going down right now.
Mm-hmm.
So as they're going down, let's say I'm shorting it because I can short even with like CoinM, you know. So let's say I'm shorting it. My I the it my coins are going down. Like the value of my coin is going down. The coin that I'm using to back my loan basically is going down in price. And then so when I'm shorting, okay, let's say I'm in profit, but wouldn't my buying power get reduced because of that?
Yeah, but your coin count is what you really want to focus on. Because your buying power could be going down, but your coin count, as long as your coin count is going up.
Because when I'm shorting in CoinM, am I accumulating more coins? Let's say when I
Yeah.
close in profit, what happens?
You're accumulating more coin.
Okay, so but when I'm
Can I ask you
longing,
something? How did you just come in and end up trading? Like you shouldn't be doing this. I'm just gonna be completely honest with you. You're flying way, 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 way close to the sun for somebody that's brand new.
well, I'm brand new. It's not that I'm brand new. It's just that I'm wanting to. I've been doing it for a year now.
Okay. All right. That's all right.
I've been in gains. I've been in gains and everything, but like everything ever since like February, started getting really, really choppy on that AI thing, you know, on February 3rd, and that's when I like got like, and ever since that date, man, I lost confidence, and I'm just wanting to like maybe start from the basics and see
Yeah.
what I missed out, you know, on, and this is what I'm doing right now. But I still have like a good basic, like even though, but like it's just that you're bringing up some terms that and things that nobody really explained to me in a way. But
I mean, to
I'm
be fair, there's not a lot of people that do explain this type of shit. So that's why
exactly.
I
So
said
that's why
just
I'm
give it
just
time, and we'll get through all
so
of it.
well. So what you mean is that basically my coins, I'm still gonna keep my when I'm gonna be shorting, I'll be accumulating more coins when I get the profit. I won't be getting USDT. But
Yeah,
when
you're
I'm
accumulating
longing,
coin.
I'll be taking out USDT, correct?
When you're longing, no, you still get coin.
Okay, so I'll be only getting profits in coins, basically.
Yeah. The problem is that if the value of the coin goes down and you're too worried about the USD value, then you're gonna feel like you're losing. When the point is that you're supposed to be accumulating coin.
Okay.
You get what I mean? As long as you're accumulating more coin. That's why I tell people like, okay, you're down 50% on an alt position. Cool. You still have the same 100,000 coins that you had when it was $50,000 more. It's just if you were to sell that position today, you'd be getting $50,000 less. Now, does that mean that now you can't touch it because you're down 50K and you don't want to realize that gain? No, of course not. You sell off a percentage of that, it goes down, you buy more. Now you've got 125,000 coins. You do it again, now you've got 130,000 coins. You're still going down on USD value, but you're accumulating coins because the point is when we get up to the top of the bull market, the guy with the most coins wins, right? It doesn't matter where you bought them, it just matters how many coins you have to sell for USD at the top of the market.
Hey, Dbloc, I got a quick question for you.
Yep.
You still believe in Caspa, or you think it's like
I mean,
not worth
Caspa
holding
still
on
has
to?
a little community going. I mean, they've got that. I just don't know how far the risk curve this liquidity is gonna go. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I
'Cause
know plenty of people that are still accumulating Caspa for sure.
Yeah, because I have like a decent sized bag, but I'm just debating if I should just dump it and get into like DCA more into my top 10 coins instead.
I
Just because
mean,
it's kind of
you know
risky
what
right now.
you know what I've been saying, bro. Consolidate into strength.
Yeah.
You know, consolidate
like,
into
they
strength
haven't.
because if shit gets scary, that's the only thing that's gonna be able to make you like sleep good at night, knowing that you have complete
Yeah,
conviction in whatever you're holding.
because all that thing's been doing, bro, is just tanking,
I
and I'm
know.
just getting wrecked.
I know. Trust me. It's not just
So I just
Caspa
feel like,
either. There's other really good projects that just keep bleeding out, which is why I'm sort of still hesitant to really deploy funds in a big way, you know?
yeah, what do you think's gonna happen on April 2nd? You think we're gonna get destroyed, or like, what is he gonna?
I'm hoping it's the carrot, bro. I'm hoping it's the carrot. The way they're talking, Liberation Day and all of this shit. I hope he comes in and
Or you think it's already priced in?
well, that's the thing. If he comes in, you know, the bad news is priced in. Not that that doesn't mean that more bad news won't continue to be priced in. But if he comes in and he's like, you know, hey, instead of 50%, I'll settle for 30. Or you know how he does, right? He comes in and he gives the cat. Then that'll be great because then that needs to be priced in, right? Then we'll see big pumps everywhere. But if he comes in and he announces 3 new tariffs that we haven't even heard of before, and you know how he is when he brings up a tariff for the first time. He's like, it's gonna be 150% tariff. Like, what are you talking about, bro? Chill.
If he does that, man, we're gonna go down to like low 70s probably.
Well, I mean, we're gonna, you know, bad news drops us. A bunch of bad news on top of bad news doesn't necessarily drop us anymore, right? We're gonna get to a level where people feel like is a fair price for Bitcoin. I don't think that goes into the 70s. I don't think that goes into the deep 70s, I should say. I don't think that goes into the 75s. I think if anything, we get some sort of wick action, some fast action in the high 70s. If that, we've got liquidity all the way down to like 78, right? So there's enough gas to get there. But
yeah,
looking at M2, right? We're expecting that drop, and by this, you know, we're a little bit over half of it. Not that it has to be exactly, not that it's gonna, you know, not that percentage wise it's gonna be the same, but the directionality for at least, I mean, this is April 5th. Look, that's interesting, huh? April 1st, April 2nd, we get a higher low. April 3rd, we pull away. So, again, not that this has to happen, but you would look at this and think, okay, and news comes out April 2nd, market didn't really like it too much. And then the news sort of gets absorbed. And then we eventually start to pull away. But this is exactly what I'll be doing in this range, is accumulating. And we're not there just yet.
yeah.
You know?
Waiting for alt season, man. This is getting.
Slowly but surely, man. Slowly but surely. The good thing is that, you know, this is PvP. And the majority of the people that we're playing against are just frustrated and ready to just call it quits, bro.
Oh, you remember that that meme coin I was talking about like 2 days ago, Ghibli?
Yep.
Yo, thank the Lord I got out at 40 mil.
What the
Because
shit,
that thing
huh?
is 6 mil right now.
I knew it.
Oh my.
Things don't last. You know, when memes first came out, bro, it was amazing. Everybody was pissed at the VCs, right? Because the VCs were dropping all these projects on us at like 10 billion valuation with no meat on the bone, and then just wrecking us when we bought them on exchanges. So like when memes first came out, you could buy a meme when it launched, and you could hold it for like 2 months and just eat. And then slowly as time went by, that time went down to like 1 month. before it got
Yeah, I feel
pulled,
like
and then now it's like 2 weeks and then a week, and now you're lucky if you get 3 days in a row.
yeah, literally, bro. That thing lasted 1 day.
Nah, that's I will not go to sleep in meme positions. I'll jump in. I love to play the swamp just like everybody else, but I play it really tight, and I take my
Yeah,
money when it's there.
I'm out of all memes right now. I'm just in like the top 15, 20 coins. That's it. I'm not playing games.
Hey, Dbloc, quick question.
Yeah.
Is the weekend trap invalidated, or since we freed the trap short?
We didn't spend enough time in this trap for me. We left the trap on Saturday afternoon. The damn shorts weren't even set at that point. This to me, I have to play by momentum. As far as I'm concerned, market maker lost control of this gap. I'll be looking for signs that he's regaining control of the market. The first sign will be if we close that CME gap. Right. Once that CME gap's closed, I'm gonna be like, okay, market makers at least somewhat back into control, and then we'll start looking for like Thursday midweek reversal. But I'm not counting on any false moves because of this. There's just not enough data. It would be gambling.
Gotcha. Appreciate that, man.
Yeah. Sorry if you heard me, market maker, but the truth is the truth. You lost control of this one. Not only this one, but think about it. We haven't. When's the last weekend trap that we had that didn't end up with a CME gap? And even though they played out textbook, right, we still got our false moves and we still got our 3 days. But the fact that they keep leaving CME gaps shows that, you know, they're losing control of that weekend trap before they're supposed to. And to now lose control of the gap sort of entirely, I would say, not be able to come back into it at all and leave a CME gap, it just shows a bit of, yeah, it's like the loss of control is sort of escalating.
Hey, Dbloc.
What up?
BJ wanted me to let you guys know that she's not on because there's tornadoes
Oh,
and
no.
possible tornadoes and power outages. So
Oh, that
she wanted me to
sucks.
come on and that. That's
You're
all.
in our prayers, BJ. Tornadoes are scary, yo. Even being from Florida where we're used to hurricanes, like tornadoes, like the fact that they just come out of nowhere, you know, it's like just bugged out. I've seen crazy things where like tornado pops up and just takes out like one house. All the other houses are straight. It just came out of the sky. It was like boom, gone.
The tornado sirens went off earlier here. I didn't know. I never hear them at night. I didn't even know there was a storm coming.
We don't have tornado sirens here, I guess, because they're probably so rare.
If you're looking at res right now, can you tell me what, like, right now, basically, if it passes that if it goes by that EMA line, that blue line there, would that invalidate the uptrend?
Yeah, what we're doing now is we're trying to see if we're going to lose bullish momentum, right? Your confirmation of that momentum shift, like we were talking about, would be your 13 EMA, that orange line, closing underneath the 50. We have targets down here, right, that would entice price down. We have that vector gap, so we know that market maker has short orders here that need to get taken care of. And we also know that we have a larger gap underneath. Right, so you have to start doing a cost benefit analysis. Right, remember that the market maker is a business like any other business, right? So it has to make sense. When you look above, you see a couple of targets for market maker, right? You see a small vector gap here, maybe some liquidations. But this sell wall here has to be absorbed before you can get up there, right? Which means that the market maker, if retail can't do it, the market maker would have to buy all of that coin and send it just to get up to this level. So let's say he's got 100 mil. He'll make $100 million if he can get price up to this level. But it's going to cost him 75 mil to get it there.
So he'll make 25.
Right? But if he's got 200 mil down here, and 50 mil right here, and retail is frustrated because they can't get over this line, so they're in the mood to sell anyways, then how much does it cost them to get this 200 mil if everybody just sells off?
Cost them
Nothing.
Cost them nothing.
Nothing. Exactly. So you move towards the cost benefit analysis. Now, if this drops and it doesn't come all the way, then maybe he'll give you a red vector to sort of entice the move to keep going. But what they're not going to do is they're not going to spend $200 million to make $200 million. Because at that point, you're hustling backwards.
They're going to like wait and let it go down.
Yeah, exactly. The control that market maker has is they can decide to either match a trade or not match a trade. And there's times where if they don't match a trade, the natural progression of the market will be to retrace. Right? If they want it to stop, then they can decide to start matching trades. If they want it to keep going,
Would that explain right now why we're retracing like crazy and everything is dumping? Because probably the market maker has all. This is why maybe the market maker is like having big orders at the bottom.
yes, sir.
Because he's wanting to buy really, really low, and so he's basically waiting down there and letting it drop. Did I understand correctly?
If you see that there are gaps underneath, yes. What you're not going to see is market maker saying, I want to buy res at 12, so I'm going to let it drop. That's not how it works. They're not trying to accumulate to make money. What they're trying to do is they're trying to add liquidity and then get that liquidity back by hitting their targets. Somebody's got aliens in their microphone.
He mad.
So you were saying?
So yeah, so like I said, the intention isn't to wreck anybody. The intention isn't to bring the market low so that you can buy the dip. So those are the games that whales play, right? Whales want to do that. Whales might have orders at 10 and they're going to try to short this thing all the way down to fill their orders. Market maker just wants to get back to his targets.
The big money, people like like traders with a lot of capital.
Yeah, your big whales that like to push price around. They like to influence price with their money. Market maker is their biggest enemy, right? Market maker gets paid by exchanges to provide liquidity to the market and to provide balance, right? Meaning not letting the market move too far, too fast, taking care of all those mean reversions that we talked about earlier, right? Which is why the market just doesn't, market doesn't just go up like this, right? Like it goes up and then it comes back to the mean and it goes up and it comes back to the mean and it goes up and it might come back to the last mean and then it'll come back up. Like those are all mean reversions and market makers in charge of those. Whales want the price to do this. When a whale gets in, they just want the price to go. Or when they sell, they just want the price to drop. So market maker and whales are the ones that fight each other. We just get caught up in the chop, right? Most retail isn't big enough to even be a target.
So like the whales, how does he get that price up like crazy? Like what's his strategy?
Brute force. They would have to add, they just have to buy.
So basically they're like in that big vector, like those big green candles so he would be like as it's going up, he's just adding and adding and adding as it's going up.
You're talking about market maker or you're talking about whales?
No, I'm talking about let's say a whale would want to like make the price like just like jump, and so what would be his strategy?
The only thing whales can really do is try to start a party, which means jump in at a support or jump in when something's supposed to break out.
And then just like inject the market and just like put in a huge amount of money in it.
Yeah, but again, just like market maker, they can't do the whole thing. Right? If a whale wants to take profit at 2081 and he bought in at 189, he's not going to push price all the way up because it's going to cost you money to do that. Right? You have to start a party that retail jump. It's all sentiment, right? What they're trying to do, what both of them are trying to do is affect sentiment. They're trying to make moves and they're trying to paint a chart that makes the person watching the chart say, hey, this is a good place to get in or this is a good place to get out.
So what I understand is that when you have, let's say the guy, he's putting like, I don't know, like 10 million, I don't know,
Yeah.
let's say whatever a coin. So what you're saying is that he won't be able to sell all of his coins up there.
No, unless someone else jumps in and also continues to buy, then no, you won't. What's going to happen is